videos relating to exploring Tartaria are now gone. But another guy has uploaded, another flat earther guy called let me put his name into his. I look for the series. Manch Payne. If you look this guy up on YouTube, he had downloaded it obviously at some point, and he's mirrored it and put it up on his YouTube channel. Her 6-part series, and it's about the Millennial Kingdom. Maybe has already come based on the architecture and everything that we see around us. Let me see here. Manch Payne.
Yeah, pretty much like we're in the little season.
Yeah, the Satan season.
That's a little new agey.
I know.
If you guys have you guys ever watched Truth to Strangers in Fiction? He makes a very good rebuttal to that topic. Give me a second.
I find it very hard to rebut. Like, this is.
Yeah, me too.
I would before you go. Yeah, check her videos out before you go any further. Like, because maybe you've seen other stuff, but check this 6-part series out, and she's very humble communicator. She says, I haven't got it all figured out, but
right, yeah, it's just kind of like her kind of tying some things together that maybe you didn't see and I didn't either, and just kind of reevaluate and of course, don't believe her. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just want to talk about it because it's some there's compelling evidence. Sorry.
So Jim Brewer, the comedian, he has like a podcast or something. Seems like everybody has a podcast nowadays. But he interviewed Hibbert Productions, and I guess he's coming out with a Tartaria type movie. Anyway, it's not the point. During this podcast that I caught part of, he showed a picture of San Francisco in the late 1800s, and what struck me was the quality of the photograph. The photograph looked like it was like, well, first of all, there's nobody in the streets in this whole entire city. The resolution of this photograph was crazy, considering the alleged film technology they had at the time, right? Like, they were using chemical film, dude, and like they were using plates. They weren't using like, no, this wasn't Kodak 100 years later. This is like just like some fucking chemicals you mixed. I mean, maybe they got lucky or something, but it was pretty incredible photograph.
So, are you saying, Platter, that the 6-part series that I watched is no longer there?
no, it's on that guy's channel, Manch Payne. Whoever, like, he's like a flat earther as well, it seems. But we all originally watched it on the girl's original channel, which is called Exploring Tartaria, which still exists, but she's either taken down her videos, like that 6-part series. Here, I'll link her, or it's been removed. But if it's been removed, she hasn't commented. Here's her original channel, but a few people have obviously had the foresight to grab it before this happened. I have now about 4 of the 6 of them. I've like put them on the hard drive,
But when I first started looking into Tartaria, yeah, they were talking about the architecture and stuff like that, but they were doing a lot more that I was. Yeah, it was nice and compelling at first, but after a while, like hearing people talk about it and how little people knew about it was a bit, I don't know, aggravating.
I know.
Yeah, but like I still don't mind, I don't know, looking into this stuff because flat Earth is one of those things that have made us have to look into everything, and
Yeah, I mean, if you go at it from the Tartaria point of view, it's like then you have to come to some conclusion that it was some other kind of race of people that did this. But when you look at it from the biblical perspective, it kind of fits that it might have been the Millennial Kingdom. And you don't have to go down the route of like some other,
right. It's not some special type of people that live, or
yeah,
it's more
that
like
makes me wonder.
Yeah.
Are they deliberately trying to draw people down the Tartaria route because of the impact, because to get away from the biblical implications of it?
I'm sorry, I got so much going on in my background, guys.
World's fairs too. I think that's where I started with it. Was watching some videos on the World's fairs. And it's like, this is insane. They built all this and then they say they took it down. Like what? And then
Here,
the empty
I'll
streets.
post a podcast because Hibbler does like apparently Hibbler's a flat earther, by the way. Do you know who Hibbler Productions are?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess he's coming out with some movie about this or something. Or I'll post a link to the podcast. I haven't watched the whole thing, so but he talks about the World's Fair, a bunch of stuff.
Pretty sure I've seen it. I think I got really turned off to Hibbler because of like his new agey approach to things. So weird. His last movie was so weird. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
it's not
Same
an
here.
this is not an endorsement by any means.
I got you. I didn't think it was. I was just saying, just from my uh, point of view over here, that's what I thought.
Well, I mean, he's trying to make money. He's a movie producer. He has to sensationalize it to some degree, you know. Plus, he probably inserts a little bit of his own, stuff in there.
Yeah, and using music to like the swellings and things of music to uh, just appeal to emotion. Like you're, because you know how you can hear like the dun 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 in a movie, and you're like, oh, you get anxious. Like he does that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't necessarily buy all these tartaria. A lot of it's speculation. I mean, us speculating versus, the mainstream speculating, it's the same thing, no difference. Like, we're interpreting shit that we don't actually have access to, or like the remnants. What it mean today? It's like looking at chicken guts and trying to figure out your future in the madness, or figure out the past in the madness.
Well, I think that the main point was using scripture also, and things that really, you know, some of the things that Jesus said in the New Testament is that some of them wouldn't die before the kingdom would come. And that was John. He didn't die, um, from what you could tell from the. Anyways, I don't know. It was just something to at least give my mind to, honestly, and think about it.
I mean, history's written by the victors, as they say. You know, who knows what the real history shit is? I read an article the other day that King David's bodyguard was a Minoan because they found a fucking coin with that had Hebrew on it, and it was written. It had like a Minoan depiction of a person on it, or some stupid shit like that. I mean, did the Hebrews at the time King David even have coins? Come on, man.
Yeah, those coins that she brings up in that 6-part series. I don't know. Once I saw that there were a lot of them that would seem different. The I before the number, or as the one or a J. That was pretty impressive. That I didn't think about that. I don't know.
Have you heard of a guy named David Ewing Jr.?
No.
Okay, so he's like I don't know what you would call him. Apparently, he started researching this a long time before YouTube started. He's kind of a linguist. He says that modern modern Arabic, and modern Hebrew are completely concocted languages from the mid 1800s. And I mean, he gives sources and citations and all that. He also takes some crazy shit, but that I'm not with. Like 19 is like a secret number that whenever they do some false event, they insert 19 into it. Anyway, he brings up this point, like, so in Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Belarus, Prussia, um, Finland, that they found millions of coins with Arabic written on them. And that, like, the Prince of Russia's armor, they have an armor like in the museum there, and all the writing on it is in Arabic. It's not in like Russian or Slavic. And if you start actually digging into these languages and like where they come from, you basically hit this like point. Like what I've found out, well, I didn't find it out, but I've noticed since it was pointed out by Anatoly Fomenko that it seems like history actually starts like in the 1100s. Like kind of like if you look at the history of the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, it's like nothing happens until the 1100s. Like 1100s, like all sorts of shit starts happening. If you look at their so-called calendar, right? It's really weird. Like the Muslims and like they're taking over everything and like all this stuff. It all happens around the 1100s. The Golden Horde, like all these events just happen like in this freaking couple 100-year period from like 1050 to like 1250, say. Like all this shit happens. It's pretty crazy, man. It's just like this really weird coincidence. Yeah, the Dark Ages are pretty weird too.
Yeah, I know, and I've been looking into history a lot lately, and there's so many different competing narratives that would one is used to disprove another, and then that one's used to disprove this one, and I'm kind of just so tired of, like, I don't understand how that could be a possibility unless there's just no way to tell,
You know
or
what I
they have that to cover up something, to cover up the actual truth.
so
But I
what
mean,
I
that
think
would
what I think
okay.
is happening is like all these different people are finding like these discrepancies on their own, but they're trying to build like an entire theory of how history was faked from like with like a little piece of the jigsaw puzzle they discovered. So they try to build like a grand narrative out of like their little slice. But I think there's a bunch of people with little slices. And they'll try to build these huge grand narratives like how everything was faked based upon this one little piece of information. But I think like all this information has to be like put together because it's like it's not in one place. Like this David Ewing Jr. probably has one part and Tony Fomenko has another part. The people that are doing the tartaria stuff, they have another part. Then there's probably Muslims that have another freaking part. There's like parts in the Quran. The Quran actually has like some historical stuff in it about like what was going on back then. And so I think there's like a lot of little parts everywhere. And it's like trying to like find the truth in like of all these different parts and like weave them all together and figure out which is the true stuff and which is the wrong stuff. It's just difficult, I think. I don't think anybody has the answer at this point.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I just can tell. Like, there's a lot of things that must be fabricated too. There has to,
Oh,
because of
certainly.
Eratosthenes, and some of this stuff just seems like it has some sort of uh, it's narrative driven, of course. So, how many times have they put things in history or like claimed something was history that fit a narrative. How many times have they done that? Like that's just there's no way to be able to count how many times that's been done.
Yeah, that's another thing. I've heard that like this was a while back, that Constantinople is actually the real Jerusalem. And another thing that David Ewing has brought up is that Jerusalem means city of peace, and that there were a lot of places back then in the past that called themselves Jerusalem, like a lot of these capitals. There wasn't just like one Jerusalem. It was like a it wasn't like a real place. It was like a freaking like a generic term for like a peaceful city, and it wasn't like an exact place that you could like go to, like Shangri-La, right? So Shangri-La in Eastern is like a heavenly place, like a idealized city of perfection and peace that you can go to, or whatever, like a hidden city. They say that Jerusalem was like the same thing. That's how it was used like back then as a term. Didn't mean like what we think it means today, that there's a place called Jerusalem. It was more like an idealized place. And he like this dude David Ewing Jr. He backs it up with references. It's not like he just saying this shit. He actually gives like historical references in the like original languages from like they say when it was created, like written, of them referring to it contemporarily and in the past. It a different view. Like if you look at this, what historians wrote, like between the 1700 end of the 1700s and like the early 1900s, their version of history is completely different than the one we're taught. What they thought happened was completely different.
I just find it so weird that, like, oh, we know that this happened in so and so BC, but they don't know what happened in, like, the Dark Ages, or there's so many things that weren't recorded within that time frame, but we can tell you what happened for sure back in this BC era. So weird.
Yo, they'll claim all sorts of weird stuff. They'll claim they knew what human beings were doing 300,000 years ago and what we're eating for dinner. Like,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just how are they meant? How did they think that we would buy that? But they did. We did. We took everything hook, line, and sinker. But it's the way that they disseminate the information. It's so curated. When you're growing up, you're getting such a watered down version of even what historians would say history is. Like
because these are like replacement narratives. This goes back to what I was just talking about, right? These are replacement narratives for the scriptures, right? Scriptures are an account how human beings came to exist, how they progressed, and to what they are now, right? But they're giving like a replacement narrative, right, for that, because they're saying there is no God, there is none of that stuff, right? That's just there's a whole bunch of religions, like and like all religions are equal, and because a religion is a religion, right? Anything that fits into that category, that means they're all true or they're all false, right? This is what they try to do. So if they can't all be true, so they must all be false. So if they're all false, then we're going to create a science narrative, which replaces that because people still need that kind of like that story so that they can like live their lives, right? Nobody wants to live in people are afraid of the unknown, right? So you don't want to be like, oh, we don't know where we came from, we don't know where we're going, what should we be doing? I don't know. Because you can't get from an is to a should, right? You can say what was and what happened and what is, but that doesn't mean you should be doing any one particular thing. But they need to create this should narrative, right? So how do you get from the is to the should? The is there is no God. So what should you be doing? You should be listening to whatever we say, whatever men says in our men hierarchy.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. But I think you'd agree that like people just naturally need some replacement narrative of like their origin, like their purpose. Why do you think people look up their genealogy?
Yeah, the only way I can see this being sprung up the way that it has is there was a need or want for the, I guess, there to be some sort of unbiased secular way of raising the kids through the schooling system, and that's what they settled on. It was like the lesser of all the evils, but what they didn't realize is that it was opening the door to a whole new religion that with which
Yeah,
to have
yeah, I agree.
the utmost faith and belief. So because
And they have to, and then
like,
they're competing, right? And they're competing with the Bible.
yeah,
They're actually literally competing with it. So because the Bible, it taken at face value, if you're a child, right, or a teenager, you're growing up, you're reading this, this is how you're being brought up. It explains a lot of things about human life, human behavior. Now they can't just say, "Oh, we're all a bunch of cavemen," and leave it at that. They need a whole narrative of how, like, we all started as hunter gatherers, and then we did this, and then we did that, and then we learned fire, and then we invented the wheel, and you know what I mean? They need their whole freaking story that quote unquote explains everything, right?
yeah,
To
yeah.
compete.
And we're the way that we are, our like nature is to be around people that are similar to us, and we in America are like a hot pot. I don't know where to look, turn, or even find, or begin to even know where to find a similar group of people to me anywhere around me, other than my family, which I'm very happy that I have them. So grateful. But it'd be nice to have like a group of people that are like minded, like I am, or similar at least, that I'd be able to convene with. And there's no chance of you being able to find a whole bunch of people that are like minded so that you could have your own established rules for a set community, outside of that's the way it should be. But the way that, just like I said earlier, like they had to kind of find the lesser of all of the bias of religion, because there's so many different competing, or so many different religions. And I don't know, this is just, it seems like this is the way that it all became the way that it is now. You don't have people to rally with. I don't know, not that I would say that anyone would need to fight, or I don't know. I'm not trying to incite somebody to riot or anything. I'm just saying you're not able to find people like yourself. Well, all of us here, we're all spread all over. I don't even. I think the closest person to me is Neil.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are that far away from us. It's just I think a lot of it is like, this, I think it's underestimated the social peer pressure component of this shit. Yeah, I think it's worse than people think it is. I mean, come on, dude. Think of what just happened with the pandemic and the way people were behaving. Now
Yeah,
that was kind of like a shock, right? That was kind of like all at once shocking. But this other thing, this humanist narrative is like it's low tier and it's not like intense, but it's over a long period of time. So it's like it's kind of like slowly drilled into your head. I mean, if dude, try and say evolution's bullshit, man. To like just normal people. They've
I do.
never thought about evolution. They don't know what it is. Like they couldn't tell you two fucking things about it. But they'll like knee jerk defend it. But I don't think they want to believe it. I think that they think this is how I have to respond. I like to show that I'm in the club, right, and not be ridiculed. If someone says something against, it's like the Democrats, right? If someone says something against our narrative, we automatically have to attack them. And if I don't attack them, that means I'm on their side, right? So they knee jerk, oh, against evolution, I have to attack you because if I don't attack you, the other people around me are going to attack me instead, right? So I have to attack you. And I think a lot of it, I don't think they want to believe this stuff. I think they just feel compelled to because they fear the consequence.
Right. And that drive, that wedge in between like Republicans and Democrats and conservatives and liberals, and to be honest with you, it's not too bad of an idea to look at what both sides are exposing. Like, the right is exposing the left, but the left is also exposing the right in a way. There's things that you have to be able to take with a grain of salt and look and find somewhere in the in between, because they're both doing it to each other. But people that they're hardcore right, and they're these conservatives or whatever, they stay in their camp and they don't pay attention to what's being exposed on their side from the other side.
I mean, I only bring up the political thing not because I care, but because it's the same behavior, right? So there was this thing after the Israel Hamas thing. They were asking anybody that was like, "Oh, it's for shame, freaking Israel's bombing the shit out of the children." The first thing they would do is, "Do you denounce Hamas?" So basically, you have to go, "Oh, Hamas is bad," right? And if you don't, right, then you're endorsing them, right? If you don't say you're bad, then you're instead you're saying they're good, right? Whereas opposed to like Jesus, like, yeah, they're bad. The other side's bad too, right? Like, who cares, dude? Two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, what are we, a bunch of children? I mean, that's shit the children think. Like, you know what I mean? Two wrongs make a right.
Yeah.
Like, that's children shit. Like, these are adults having these conversations. It blows me away sometimes.
I know. Tell me about it. Like, I do that too. I'll see that people have these really weak arguments and they sound childlike, but not in a good way. Like, sometimes a childlike perspective is pretty refreshing, but not in, I don't know. Exactly, though. You're correct. You can hear Booger singing back here. If you guys can hear it, you're welcome.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make is like they have to actively, publicly denounce the bad idea. And if they don't denounce the bad idea, they're part of the problem. And I just think people are like that. Like, oh, flat Earth, I must denounce you. Listen, I have a YouTube channel. Every other day, someone just comes on randomly and posts on one of my videos. Different people all the time. It's like virtue signaling, right? They'll come in here and do the same thing. Earth's not flat. You just came here just to say that. Like, out of all the stuff you had to do today, that's what you decided to do. I'm gonna just come in here, type
For
in
real.
Earth's not flat. That's it.
It's so weird. It
It
really is.
is, isn't it? It's just fucking weird, dude. Say I put up a video that says the Red Sox are the best baseball. I love the Red Sox. And someone just like random people every other day post Red Sox are not the best baseball team. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you even do that? Why are you even wasting your time doing something like that? But it happens like regularly. It's like the only thing they'll post. They'll just post like some statement like that. Earth's not flat. Earth is round. That's it. That doesn't say that one sentence. Like they have to go in and register. I have to go virtue signal. Like, some of my friends might see me that I looked at a flat Earth video and I didn't denounce them. I have to go in there and denounce them.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's
weird
weird.
cult behavior.
That is so weird. And there's a lot of other things that the Globers do that are weird, like the anti-flat earthers. They want to say so hard, like they want to like lean in so hard on, oh, we have to feel special. That's why we're in these group chats and blah blah blah. And they're right there along with us. Like, what are they? Like some righteous, virtuous person that they have to fight for the truth of the globe. Like, that is super weird.
So I just typed in the search bar. Earth is not flat. 7,342 results.
Gosh, that's amazing.
I mean, some of them all like because the way the search works. Some of them all isn't like Earth's not flat, but a lot of them are. Fucking a lot. If it's even half of them, if it was more than 100, it would be bad.
I guarantee that most of those are their initial like statement or sentence typed into the server. Like, no preface, just come in, say that, bye.
So this clown, Earth is not flat. Prove me wrong. What? That's not how this works, bro. Prove you wrong? Your claim, dude. Prove yourself right. How about that?
If you search in the Discord, are all the other planets flat too? You'll find like 1,000 results on that too.
Oh, that's fucking scary, dude.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, good typing. Is the moon flat? Hold on.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot.
857, dude. That's just sad. Holy moly, dude. Dude, it's like hundreds of people asked, is the moon flat?
Which is a straw man argument, not even our argument. That's the dumb thing. No one ever claimed it was flat or round or anything.
No,
So
they think that whatever the moon is, the Earth is. They go, is the moon flat?
Yeah.
Because the only way the Earth can be flat is if the moon's flat.
Yeah.
How dumb is that, man?
Have you ever heard the dumb argument like everything is a sphere? Everything is a sphere in nature. Like what? Everything is a sphere. Is a tree a sphere? Is like what? Is the ground like?
Oh, they'll say everything in
it-
space is a sphere too. Like so, galaxies are spheres.
Yeah, they're like yeah, they're because atoms are spheres and electrons are spheres, and then yeah, so everything is a sphere. What?
Actually aren't even spheres, even in that shit. They get confused because they still think that the diagrams they saw in third grade are like accurate representations of reality.
Yeah, because it was in a textbook, so it's got to be true.
Yeah, and like the only way they can represent them is like little circles, right? We're going to show a picture of an atom and its orbits, right? And we're going to draw little circles. There's some circles in the middle and there's some circles on the outside. This is an atom, and the atom's a circle. And then they all group together and they form another circle, right? And that circle's around some other circle. I mean, fucking bunch of circle jerks.
Yeah, it's I don't know. What's funny is when they're so speculative and like skeptical of like a flat earth, like some kind of flat earth proof, like a photo or a video or whatever. They're so skeptical about that, but then when they watch NASA or they like see some animation on YouTube or something, that's science, I guess. That's fact. But we show an actual video and they're like, no, it could be fake. That's probably fake. Like, but use that same skepticism for your own sources too, not just flat earthers. Use that for NASA too. You can easily pick it apart.
Me and CB were kind of talking about that earlier, related to that, and like, what won't they believe? Like, whatever NASA tell, like, what's the limit? Like, what does NASA have to say where you won't believe it? Where you'd be like, fuck, dude, I have to doubt that. Like, what do they have to say?
Yeah,
and
nothing.
I don't think I've ever I don't think I found the limit yet of like how ridiculous until you bring up religion. If I say if NASA showed Jesus walking on water, they won't believe that.
Oh no.
Anything else, as long as it has nothing to do with religion, they'll believe anything else.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Like NASA said there was like a pumpkin jack-o'-lantern shaped asteroid or some shit.
Pluto looks like Pluto.
Yeah.
And then the what was it? The jack-o'-lantern asteroid on Halloween.
Yeah.
Just happens to show up for Halloween, man.
Yeah, and that's no one questions that. But whatever. No. It's
Uranus
like they're
smells like
gods.
fart.
Did they say that?
Yeah, they said Uranus smells like farts, and it has a window that releases it.
Oh my god. See, they're just fucking laughing at in our
Yeah,
faces.
dude, they're trolling, man.
They're laughing in our faces. I don't care. I'm laughing at them because I don't fall for their shit. So
It's an actual
I'm
story,
the one
man.
laughing.
Google it. Uranus has a window that opens, dude. It's a legit news story.
Right. Yeah, it's sad. I think they're testing us. Sometimes I feel like this whole thing is like just a big test, like to see who's an idiot and who's like smart. You know. I don't know. It could be just because of how blatantly obvious some of the shit is that it's not real. It's like, are they doing this on purpose? Is this how they like reset population and they kill off all the dumb ones, or they kill off all the smart ones, or like what is it? I don't know. But it's definitely sus. Because I don't think they're that stupid, you know? People doing this. I don't think they're that dumb. I think they know what they're doing.
I don't know, man. Think of the craziest zealots that we've ever had in here. And then there's people out there crazier than them, right? Right. So those people are the people that they
True.
hire, the actual true believers that would really I know 100% the Earth's the globe. I'll literally play Russian roulette to prove it. And
Yeah,
those people, those are the people writing the stories, man.
for sure. Those are the people they hire at NASA too. They want like NASA fanboy, like space, like nerds, kind of people really into space and sci-fi and stuff like that. Because those are the people who will never let it go because it's so deeply ingrained in them
Yeah,
that's who they want.
Their dream job, dude. They go I'm gonna work for NASA. They started at at 8 years old.
Oh yeah, yeah. They want the
think-
people who dreamed of being astronauts when they were kids and stuff like that. What, Flatsy?
sorry. That's why I think they do that questionnaire. You know, like they'll ask them the weird question, what you think the shape of the earth is, just so that they can see who's like the type of person that's going to answer that questionnaire. Are they going to say oblate spheroid? Are they going to say sphere? Are they going to say globe? You know, like that.
That's an actual question.
Do they really ask that? Yeah, I was gonna ask. Is that real?
I heard that they did. I don't know. I haven't seen the evidence for it. I've just heard that they asked that questionnaire.
Oh, okay. Because that's pretty obvious then what they're looking. You know, they're not gonna hire you.
We could Freedom of Information Act that if it exists.
Oh, you're right. Huh? Well, is NASA a private company or?
Oh, they're an agency of the United States government. Not that they have to release everything, because
Yeah,
Okay, but
NASA's like every other thing in the government, kind of like a public side and a private side to it. So they have their corporate structure. They also have their public governmental structure that's connected to the government where they get all their funding. But so NASA has, I'll give you an example. NASA, they make NASA t-shirts, right? And you have to license that logo out to somebody if you want to print the NASA t-shirt. That revenue doesn't go into their government budget, their public budget. That goes into their kind of private budget. And they can do whatever they want. So anything that's in that little shoebox, they don't have to FOIA any of that. That involves contracts with private companies, all that shit, because they have proprietary information. Because NASA holds patents, right? They're not actually there's a public and kind of private part, kind of like a corporate part, and kind of like I said, public government part. The public government part is subject to FOIA. The other side is not.
I gotcha.
Basically,
So we should be able to
almost.
FOIA request some stuff.
Yeah,
But who
yeah.
knows, like, how accurate? I don't even know. They could just put whatever, probably.
Because NASA does do private contracts, right? So if they have a private contract, that's not really a public type thing.
In case you want a private rocket ship ride to the moon.
Yeah, and they also have like they have more money because like if you look at a balance sheet, right? Like the comprehensive annual financial report, right? So there's like the budget which Congress appropriates, but that's not all the money they have, right? They have other money. They have assets. Those assets, some are investments, right? Some are like whatever, right? So if you look at their balance sheet, they have something like I don't know what it was, 30 trillion in assets or something, if I remember right. Could be less, could be more. I don't know. Because they get money, they don't always spend all of it. They have to do something with it, right? Or they have a property, right, that they bought, say, in the 60s, and then they end up like, we don't want to maintain this anymore, so we're going to sell it. And they get funds for that. That fund doesn't go back to the Treasury. It goes like onto NASA's balance sheet, and they'll put the money not in a bank account. They'll probably invest it in like Treasury bonds or something like that. But none of that crap is like public money. That's not like governmental. It's not like the agency part, the government agency part. That's kind of like a separate fucking thing.
Did we ever vote or anything for NASA, like for the creation of NASA? Because normally with government type stuff like that, because we're paying for it with our taxes, so you would think we would have had like a say in it or something.
I think
But I
it
guess they just
started
made it.
as under NOAA. No, not you. My
NOAA,
sons
what's
know.
that?
The National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency.
Oh, okay. I don't know a lot of the history of NASA. I know it was like
Basically the Weather
co-founded by
Channel, bro. The Weather
the
Service.
Weather.
The
Oh,
National Weather
okay.
Service. The National Weather
Oh, okay.
Service is under NOAA. So NOAA does like shit in the ocean, right? They do marine type stuff, right? So like ocean currents, tide heights, all that crap. They do the weather, right? So
Yeah.
their pitch was we're going to send up weather satellites and they're going to measure everything and we're going to be able to predict weather better. So we need freaking rocket ships, right? Send up us satellites in the air.
So they know the ocean too. So they probably have some secrets about the fucking ocean too that they're hiding too,
Oh yeah, of course.
for sure. The ocean is like one of the biggest mysteries on Earth. Yeah, I'm sure they have a bunch of shit that they're hiding, but it'll all come out eventually. I'm a believer in what's in the dark always comes to the light. Everything will be revealed eventually. You can't hide a secret, especially something this big like the nature of the Earth. You can't hide that forever, and they know that. I think they know that, and they
I
know
mean,
people
my
are
position
waking
is
up.
I don't think it's not hidden. Like it's not possible to hide it, right? Like you lock
Yeah,
somebody in your house, like you can't hide it, really.
it's hidden with misinformation though, like, so
Yeah.
people are
Well,
getting the wrong info.
yeah. I mean, they give you a choice, right? Believe your own eyes or believe what we tell you, and people choose to believe what they're told, and that's just the way it is. Like I don't care what my
Yeah.
eyes say. These people say they're really smart. I saw a bunch of equations on that chalkboard that I can't do, so they must know better than me. So I'm gonna listen to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they really give you two choices. I think they give you one choice. It's the globe, and that's the final. That's it.
Well, I mean,
There is no other option.
yeah, they're not giving you a choice, but you do have your own choice internally.
Right, of course. Yeah. You just got to be smart enough to use your own mind, which most people don't, because it's easier to just take what someone tells you and okay, that's
Yeah,
that's
and I
that's
think it's more like
that's it.
not doubt your own mind, right? Not doubt your own discernment for somebody else's narrative, right? Like, oh, I can't trust my own eyes. They said that I look out the ocean, the water only looks flat. It just looks that way. But these other people said that's an optical illusion. I'm gonna believe what
Yeah,
they say.
Every time Matthew Learns would be in here, I would ask him like, "What's your globe proof or whatever?" He's always goes to satellites. That's his number one proof for the globe, I guess.
Well,
And I've already debunked him on that multiple times. I said that first of all, it has nothing to do with the Earth because it's in the sky. Second of all, you don't know. They're not up in space. And I've debated the size thing with him. Like, how can you see the ISS at the distance and the size that it's at? Right? It wouldn't be possible to see it. He didn't get that either. So I don't know.
well,
I don't know.
well, Matthews admitted that he can't prove it's a globe, so he's admitted it many times.
He has, yeah. He's like, I don't know. There's always a 0.001% chance that something. I'm like,
Well, he's admitted that he can't prove it, and that it's just a belief.
at least he does that. Most people won't even admit that. So that's at least he admits that.
Well, the question is, why are you here then?
Exactly. Yeah.
Are you here to convince us to believe what you believe? Is that what you're doing?
I've wondered that too, but I think he's a closeted flat earther that just doesn't want to admit it.
Closet lots of things.
Yeah. And I get that. It's hard to, like, especially in his position. He's a professor, right? So, yeah, that'd be really hard to just come out, oh, yeah, Earth is flat. He would probably lose his job. He would be ridiculed by everyone, all his peers. So I get it, but you gotta be bigger than that and let that shit go. If it costs you your job, whatever. It's the truth. I don't care. I'm gonna stand for the truth, even if no matter what happens, you know. Just like, like the thing with the vaccines and stuff. I was like, "Are we on Rumble, by the way?"
Yeah, we're on Rumble. You can say whatever.
Okay. Yeah, like I was like, you know what?
Oh, we're also on YouTube. I just noticed.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't. Yeah.
Just say like, use code words or whatever.
Yeah. If
YouTube isn't so bad about it now. Now that
it's not. Yeah, it's
cat's out of the bag.
Yeah. But I was saying, like, yeah, if they threaten to fire you if you don't take it or whatever, then fuck it. Because, you got to show them that they can't threaten you, to do something if you don't do something.
Well,
you have to stand up for yourself.
If you have a family you got to take care of, man, that's a tough choice. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, you really also can't help your family if you're fucking dead. So yeah, that doesn't help. Or at least take out a large life insurance policy before you get the Fauci ouchie, just in case.
Yeah.
Think about some
but it's also
insurance.
like, I don't know. It's hard to wake up your family. Like, I don't talk to my family about this stuff because they're too far gone. But yeah. I think if people start having more distrust in the government and stuff, which they already do, a lot of people, then that'll be like an icebreaker to kind of bring them into flat Earth and other stuff like that. Because are
they invested in the narrative? Are they invested in the mainstream narrative, like financially, economically, psychologically, mentally? Are they like invested in some way?
My family?
And that lets them not look at it objectively or unbiased.
They're just they don't believe that there's evil in they know there's evil in the world, but they don't think it can happen at a high level, like a government level or anything. They don't think that's possible somehow. And I tell them, like, of course it's possible, and they don't see it. I know they couldn't get away with that stuff because there's, we have laws and stuff.
You should. Oh boy, the laws are literally a conspiracy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, 500 people like get together in public and plan to write down a bunch of words that they're going to take other people if they don't listen to and throw them in a fucking cage. How can that not be a conspiracy right off the rip, dude? That's literally a conspiracy. You have it right in front of your fucking face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I don't know. My parents are kind of starting to see kind of the corruption though, like with the whole with my parents are pretty conservative, so they're pretty against like they kind of don't trust like a lot of the mainstream news and stuff, which is good and stuff with Biden and stuff. But tell them like it's kind of the same with Trump. It's like this. It's all two sides of the same coin, right? You know,
Well,
it's the illusion of
what do
choice
they
that they
know?
give you.
How old are your parents? Not to be nosy.
Oh no, yeah, they're in their late 50s.
Late 50s.
Yeah,
That's actually kind of surprising, man. They're like Gen Xers, man. Like, what the fuck? Giving
yeah.
us a bad name. Oh, fuck, go slap your parents up.
I've tried to talk to them, but I just look like a crazy person to them. So and you can't convince people of this stuff. They have to like look into it themselves, and they have to want to know the truth. You can't like force feed it to someone because then it puts them off, and then they you know.
I mean, you should figure out. I mean, this is how I would deal with it. I would try to figure out like what they're. You always got to find like the edges of like what they're willing to entertain, or where their thinking is. So ask them like, well, you don't think a conspiracy that large could? How big is the largest conspiracy you think could happen that you wouldn't know about it? How many people? What would it involve? Like,
Yeah, true.
so you got to find out like the limits of the thinking. So one reputation about the conspiracy thing is the werewolf game. Have you ever heard of this werewolf card game?
I don't think so. No,
Oh God, dude. Hold on, man.
werewolf.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna
Yeah.
find the audio that it's only like a minute or whatever. It explains this game that you play with cards, right? And you have like a shitload of villagers, and like two people are werewolves. And then you're like, okay, and nobody knows what each other are except for everybody thinks they're villagers.
Oh, I have heard of that.
Even the
Yeah,
people
I've
that
heard
are
of
the
that.
werewolves, right?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like they say, okay, it's dark, and then the werewolves, kill two of the villagers or whatever. So it's like dark. Everybody close their eyes. And then the werewolves choose two villagers to kill. Then the villagers meet and say, hey, who's the fucking werewolves? But the werewolves are in with the villagers, right?
Yeah.
Because the villagers don't know they're the werewolves. And the werewolves win like every damn time.
Yeah.
Because they have to pick out the people to kill the werewolves. But the werewolves end up killing only other villagers, and they don't kill the werewolves, and the werewolves kill all of them. So
yeah. It's like
you have two
Among Us.
people. Well, that's the point. You have a small conspiracy, basically, of two people defeating a large, group of people because the werewolves have perfect information and the villagers have imperfect information, right? And the person
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
information advantage destroys the people with the information disadvantage.
Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly.
And the
They have all
people, but the people kill off their own, trying to kill the werewolf. Like what? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the werewolf
Well,
convinces
yeah, that's the funny thing
them
too,
that
man.
it's not them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of part of the point too, right? So, like, yo, you're a conspiracy theorist. We got to get rid of you. Who's yelling the loudest that they got to get rid of conspiracy theorists? Probably the werewolves, right?
Yeah,
They're the ones yelling the loudest.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
who's the dangerous villagers? That's who the werewolves are going to get rid of first. The smartest villagers, and only the dumb fucks are going to be left at the end, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Look how they criticize flat earthers and make them look like lunatics and all that stuff. Obviously, they're attacking us because we are on to something. If we weren't, they wouldn't give a shit, right? If we were talking about Bigfoot or whatever, they wouldn't care, you know. So it's obvious when they're that aggressive. It's obvious that they're trying to censor something or hide something.
Here, I'm gonna play the audio real quick, just so everybody knows what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm
Have
about
you
to
ever
go
heard
in
of
the
a game
smoke
called
shop right
Werewolf?
now.
No.
Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either got villager written on it, but 2 have the word werewolf. Someone runs the game to make sure no one's cheating, and they go, okay, it's nighttime, everyone close your eyes. Werewolves choose someone to kill, and the werewolves go, they say, okay, everyone close your eyes, it's morning time, open them again. During the night, Francis was killed. There's then a conversation, and this is where it gets interesting, between all the villagers and the 2 werewolves over who the werewolves are. Then at the end of the day, the villagers have to decide who they're going to kill, and they say, well, we're going to kill Constantine. It's revealed by the person running the game, I'm afraid Constantine was a villager. And the game continues. The villagers win the game if they kill both werewolves. The werewolves win the game if they kill all but 2 villagers. And the werewolves usually win. The game was invented by a student of sociology in Russia who wanted to prove his thesis that an uninformed majority will always lose a battle of information against an informed minority. So that just shows when you have hidden information, you can completely manipulate a large group of people.
Do you guys mind if I jump in?
Sure, go ahead, but that game is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, say what you want. I gotta step away for a second too, so I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Oh, I was listening to what you were saying about conspiracies and like the information advantage, information disadvantage. But one of the things that I would strongly argue is the ability of everybody in this server, anybody who's in the community, flat Earth community, to make careful observations. That's like the whole genesis of my YouTube channel, is going outside in the natural world and making very, very careful observations. Then discerning, just putting together the clues. Like,
Shut
not
the
that anyone.
fuck up. You're a fucking
Is it-
clown. Shut your fucking mouth, you
Oh my
dumbass
goodness
ball
gracious!
Shut the fuck up. You and your fucking horseshit channel. You're a dumbass. You don't know what mathematics is. You don't know what triangles are. You don't know what natural science is. You don't know what hypotheses are. You're a fucking moron, dude. I fucking wasted your ass. How many years ago? Can you count?
The toe tagging? Did you see my response?
Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. Get your dumb ass out of here. Before I slap you, you
Did you see my response?
Shut the fuck up. Flat Earth math. What a dumb fuck. You and your double blind fucking physics experiment, you clown. Aren't you embarrassed?
Is he a troll or something? Is that why you're verbally
No, it's
abusing him?
Flat Earth math. He's a dumbass cracker from way back in the day.
Oh, so you have experience with him? You know him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here he is. I'll show you a picture of this dumb fuck. 1 second. Has the gall to come in here and put his horse shit out. Shut the fuck up.
Well,
Dumbass Baltard doesn't even know what a fucking triangle is. Gonna lecture us. Shut your damn mouth. Hold up. Here he is. Charles Flat Earth Math with his double blind fucking physics experiment. He parroted it off somebody else, Sly Sparkane. My wife I told her about the double blind chemist. She nearly fucking doubled over in laughter. That's how dumb this idiot is. Double blind. There he is, Flat Earth Math. That's who you're talking to right there with the fucking little fucking sunglasses on.
I see it.
Double blind chemist. That's him.
So
he was making claims. He was making claims he could do double blind chemist and physics experiments.
Okay, that's all over.
It'd be fucking easier. It'd be easier. It's so stupid and so Dunning-Kruger. I mean, it's beyond imagination. So just sit there and shut the fuck up. My God. And don't do your chat skanking here either, dumb fuck. You go and learn. You fucking clown. Get this. You're lucky. You're fortunate enough to just fucking ban your dumbass. Shut the fuck up. You dumbass baltard.
Is he talking? I can't hear him.
He's a dumb fuck. He's a chat skank. You couldn't teach the bionic woman hearing if you fucking chained her to a back of a dump truck and drug her around a nitroglycerin plant, you fucking retard. And you're a liar, too. Get your dumb ass out of here.
Quantum Eraser.
Shut the fuck up. Don't speak to me. Don't fucking speak to me.
I don't know if you remember.
Shut the fuck up. You just sit there fucking quiet.
Sheesh.
My God. Delusional Dunning-Kruger half-wit. Civility to what? A fucking moron. A liar and a pretender clown. Get the fuck out of here. Dumb fuck. Double blind physics experiment. Fucking Egypt. This motherfucker is a high school teacher. This guy's teaching your kids.
Oh, Quantum Eraser, I've never lied to you or anyone else in this
Lie to
arena.
the kids that you teach. You're fucking geometrically illiterate. You're a dumb fuck. You've been told, you've been taught, but then you still do it, making you a fucking liar.
So I'm not sure what's got you so triggered. Because I
You're
literally was
dumbass,
trying
you
to.
fucking clown. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit fraud liar. You
So
got
anybody
the fucking audacity to fucking speak to me? Shut the fuck. Get your dumb ass out of here. I don't want to hear anything out of your dumb ass again. Go over to Gem Pandas or something if that channel even exists. Put up with your bullshit. Fucker doesn't even know what a triangle is. And he's a high school math teacher, for fuck's sake. Better not come back when I'm here. I'll boot you. You're lucky I don't fucking just outright ban you. For having an IQ below 0. You be civil all you want. Yeah. Fucking Satan was civil too to Eve. Dynamic Drum Z.
Hey, what's up? What's up? I was in the smoke shop. Did I miss something good?
You don't worry about it. We took
Man,
care of it.
I missed it.
Go learn about pressure gradients too, you dumb fuck. My God, you carried that horse shit on for some time. You're a fucking moron.
What I missed?
We got Charles Flatter, dipshit math in here, trying to fucking lecture the group and shit. I put a stop to that. Fucking Egypt.
Now I want you to take careful observations.
Careful observations. This fucker doesn't even know what an observation is. He doesn't know what a triangle is, that's for damn sure. And he definitely doesn't know the differential between pressure gradients. That's absolutely sure. And he's no fucking clue of what science is. Double blind physics experiment fucktard. He claims he's been out here since like 2003.
2003.
Yeah. That's what he claims. Some shit like that.
Did YouTube even exist in 2003?
Nah, he was on internet forums and shit.
He corrected you, 2008.
2008. There you go. He was out here 2008. Googling himself or some shit. Did Google even exist then? I don't think so. He was still Googling himself though.
So are you on like the Flat Earth Society forums, Charles?
Yeah, probably. You can speak to Indio. He is the server master. But don't address me, dumb fuck. And if you sway or curve, that's a good question. He's been out here since 2008. Define curvature, dumb fuck, flat earth math. Bet you he doesn't know what it is. Go ahead, start Googling right now, dumb fuck. What's curvature? Hello, McFly. You're off mute. Define curvature right now. Yeah, you're not as dumb as you look.
Charles, okay, you don't need to tell me what a text-based forum is. Been on the internet since 1993. I'm not joking.
Oh, Indio, I wasn't trying to tell you what a text-based forum was. I said that's when I was not on YouTube. I think YouTube started around then, but the Flat Earth was not in the YouTube just yet. So it was just text-based.
So I used Gopher. Okay. If you remember what that is.
Wow. That goes way back. Yeah.
Before HTML existed, I was on the internet.
Yeah. Why, do you remember the FTP? Getting all the shareware from various FTP sites and
oh yeah, for news groups and all that shit, bro.
Yep, Usenet, right? Usenet,
fucking
news groups.
Google bought them and nuked them, man. That was
yeah.
I don't know how we let that go on, dude.
Let me go find. I'm gonna give this fucking idiot a math test.
And then bulletin boards. Remember bulletin boards?
Yeah. I used to on BBSs and all that shit.
Yeah, based on like a little 14.4 modem. Those were the days.
I think my first modem was 2600 baud.
No, 28.8. Or 28.8 was the next one up. Yeah.
No, 2600, dude. Where the baud,
really?
where the modem was an external device.
Yeah. Plug in your phone cord.
You hook it with a serial cable to the printer serial cable. Was it not the serial cable? The LPT21 cable.
Yeah, serial port. Right, serial port on your PC.
Oh, the serial port is the D port. I can't remember what the printer port was. It had a different name, I thought. I could be wrong.
And there was like
it was a long time ago.
Yeah. But those were the days. I got my start programming on TRS-80. So actually, I actually saved programs on a cassette tape because hard drives hadn't been invented yet.
The first one I used is a Commodore VIC-20.
Yeah, that was a big one. Yep.
That was like in third grade. We used to save them
that's about his mentality. I think we're fucking overshooting though. Let's do this. Please solve.
It was actually a punishment. They used to do to me. They'd send me the computer room.
And when I was in high school, I placed out of all the computer computer courses. So when I had a study hall, I could just use the computers in the computer lab, on my free time.
That's
And
amazing.
so I had
That's
some great
amazing. What's your
times.
favorite color? All right. So time to stop all proceedings. You're gonna have a math test right now. It's in live stream voice text. Fucking get it done right now.
Yeah, it's approximately 0.
Yeah, your fucking IQ. It's not 0. You're a dumb fuck. You'd fail first grade
So
intro to math. Well,
it's
nah,
approximately
I would
0.
say third grade intro to decimals and fractions. You fucking idiot. I want you to solve this right now. Right here. A third grader can do this. By the way, I want you to solve it right now. You better come up with the right fucking answer. Watch this, Indio. Solve the fucking equation. We're going to kick your ass out of here. Or solve the problem. I'm sorry, it's not an equation just yet. Approximately 0, that's your IQ. Fucking solve it right now.
This is like subtraction.
Yeah, it's a little. You have to take a couple steps though. Let's see how he does it. And show your work every fucking step. What's the first thing you got to find? Let's just start there. What is the first thing you have to find? Charles, flat earth math. Charles, what's the first thing you have to find to solve this problem? Yeah, you better go on mute. Fucking idiot. No more talking about Atari.
I was going to ask him what the anti-color code for magenta was.
Yeah, I figured you were. I had to stop that. Sorry. Please forgive me. I'm
No,
alarmed.
it's fine.
We don't really care after your fuckwit video, you fucking clown of a dumb fuck. All right? What is the first thing you have to find to solve this problem? It says, please solve for the concentration, that's parts per unit volume, difference between 10 to the negative 1 and 10 to the negative 7. What do you have to do? That's we're solving parts per unit volume. So parts per unit volume show the difference between those two numbers. You're going to have to do one step. There's one step, critical rate limiting step you must do. What's the first step? Yeah, why no talkie? Yeah, because he's a fucking idiot. What's up? We're waiting. I'll give you an extra bonus. Just tell me the first step. Holy fucking shit. This is what it's like, Indio. Don't chat, skank.
Tough, man.
Come off mute and tell us the first step. Come off mute. Come on. Use your words. A high school math teacher can't solve this fucking problem. Yep, that's what he's trying to do. That shit. I don't know why the dumbasses try to pull that shit. Ain't gonna work. What's up? Hello? Double blind chemistry experiment. Already got a ZZ Top beard. Let's put it back up here. You probably forgot what the actual problem is. Here we go. I'll post it in there. There you go, Charles. There you go. It says, please solve for the concentration, the parts per unit volume difference, right? Yeah, between 0.1 and 0.00000001. It's real close to your IQ, so you should be able to do it. As a high school math teacher. Garoot. My God, man. We're gonna wait.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for him to solve a simple equation, not an equation, but a simple math problem. He's a high school math teacher, Baltard. I just put the question in the second time.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes! You're a fucking bitch!
Yep. Yeah, I'll talk to you. Look at this fucking guy. Declare victory. You're a fucking pretender clown fraud. The fuck out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy.
I just wanted to say real quick, there's no such thing as flat earth math. It's actually just called math.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah. He took off. Carry on.
Oh, he couldn't solve the problem. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know the math for that, but then again, I'm not a fucking math. I'm not a teacher, and I don't have math in my name. And yeah.
Charles' kids are named after planets. Just saying. He has a vested interest. Yeah, I think one of his kids is named Jupiter, and the other one's named some other planet.
Wait, his kids, you said?
Yeah, it's his children, yeah.
Oh, that's deep indoctrination right there.
Kind of has a vested interest in his narrative. Otherwise, kids are probably going to hate him.
Dude, that'd be so funny if his kids grow up to be flat earthers. That'd be so funny.
You're not going out wearing that flat earth t-shirt.
Flat earth t-shirt. Dude, if I was the kid, though, I would change my name for sure.
You're under my roof.
Man,
when you're 18, you can be a flat earther.
don't put it past like the irony of the situation that they would become flat earthers being named that.
Yeah, maybe because they would look into it and realize it's bullshit.
Well,
Yeah.
only because he is on these the server and talking about it all the time. If one of them happen to look into it, they can only have him to blame because he's doing this.
Technically, I mean, the planets still exist. I mean, not as planets, but technically they still exist. They're just lights as far as we know. So naming them after that doesn't necessarily mean you're talking about the globe planets, the heliocentric model.
Yeah, all of that stuff is, you don't have to say all
But
that.
still,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, maybe for the audience on YouTube and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking to. But it's funny he didn't. I mean, was that math problem that QE gave? Was that a really hard math problem? No.
No.
Okay, then
Very
yeah,
simple.
Don't you
you
need to
should know
figure
it.
out? Don't you need to figure out
You
like?
should know it, man. Come on,
So
man.
let's post the question. Okay, I'll just ask one
You're right,
question.
actually. That's why I was reading. I'm trying to learn.
I'll just
what
ask
it is.
one question. Here's the question that I asked. Please solve for the concentration, that's parts per unit volume, difference between 0.1 and 0.000000001. Show all your work, every step. And then I just boiled it down because he was stonewalling me. I said, okay, what is the first thing you have to do? First step. What's the first step you have to do here? Now remember, look at the question closely. Please solve for the concentration, that parts per unit volume. That should give you a clue on what the first step is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you have to figure out the units that you're using, like moles or
No.
or.
Nope. It's independent of units.
Okay.
First step.
The volume. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
No, you're close. But the volume,
He underlined the fucking word, man. Like, what the fuck?
it's a subtraction problem, but what's the first thing you have to do to subtract? To get parts per unit volume, oh my God.
Dude, even ChatGPT knows the answer to this.
What does ChatGPT say?
Hold on. I closed that window. I gotta ask it again.
I think I've seen your presentation on this before, and you showed the difference of one part in such an amount of volume versus however many parts in another. I just can't remember. I wouldn't know the first step. I'm just gonna have to sit here and listen.
Calculate.
That's why I come here to learn this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's the easy way to do it, but I'm looking for parts per million. That's why it's Indio. You could do it that way, but remember, I'm looking for parts per million. So how would you do it that way?
Don't make me think, man. The hell.
That you do have to. Now you hear. I know
now
it's
you
difficult.
said parts per million. It's not in the question.
Yeah, it is.
Parts per million. Parts per unit volume.
Yeah, parts per unit volume. Yeah. Still, it's still there. Did I say parts per? Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Parts per unit volume. So, what would you have to do for parts per unit volume? Even though in decimal notation, you are correct, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Oh, you would take the what the decimals are and change it to like the number. You have to move the decimal that many places behind the one, right?
Nope.
Okay, never mind. I was saying like that many parts and that you like that type of volume.
If I show you, but he may be watching.
Okay,
I don't want to do it. Or he
Yeah,
may be
don't
listening.
do it. He's probably watching.
He's on Rumble waiting for the answer so he could come back and tell you.
I didn't even want the answer. I just asked for the first step. Maybe I can give the first step and still be good. And you're gonna kick yourself. Oh boy. You know what? I'm not gonna do it right now. Can you shut down the Rumble bot and YouTube bot?
I can't make them blind.
Oh, that's right.
I can deafen them though.
Can you deafen them?
Yeah, hold on.
Just for a moment.
Actually, you change them to fractions. Probably easier.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted. Which is what? Third, fourth grade, maybe. Decimal fraction notation. Maybe. You guys follow that? Just you don't have to go into it. Just say yes or no.
Oh, I follow it.
Yeah.
I mean, to change it to decimals is just like easier. I wouldn't even do it that way. I would just fucking do it in my head.
You could do it your way and still you're going to come out with the right number, right? But not you're not going to come out with parts per unit volume. You're going to come out. You're going to have to change your answer to parts per unit volume, which you can.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do another conversion.
That's fine. I mean, that's okay. You could still do it. I thought that the parts per unit volume would kind of give it away, like. Not to you guys, to him. So, India, how many decimal points would you have to move that to get my number? Because you got the right number.
6, right?
Yep. No. Yep.
Yeah, I would just subtract the exponents and then convert after that. That's how I would do it.
You could do it that way.
I can definitely subtract one digit from one digit. I can subtract single digit numbers. I know I can do that.
No, you had it right. You moved it. You moved the decimal point 6 places. Let's see your final number here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got it correct. Or that was Chat GPT.
Yeah, that was Chat GPT. It isn't that great at math though, so it does fuck up math sometimes.
No, but it had it correct. It just didn't make the final conversion. That's all.
I just asked it for, I don't know if this is gonna come out right. I asked it for in a fraction.
Did you?
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna post this correctly though when I
Wait a second. But somebody said they move it 7. Who said that? I don't think. 1 second. I lost it.
I said it.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you said it. If everyone could see Indio's message at 12 minutes after the hour. Number 2 is what I was looking for. Everyone got it? You dropped the denominator at the end. I was looking for the concentration difference. So the denominator is redundant.
Isn't that how they do it in chemistry? They do fractions of concentrations, right? Isn't that
You could
just
do
like
it
a
that way.
notate? Isn't that like just like a convention of chemistry generally?
It
I
is.
was never that great at chemistry, so
It is, but there's a shitload of dimensional analysis. Used to drive me up a wall. Now that's in inorganic chemistry, not organic chemistry. So inorganic chemistry, that's the route you have to take.
I mean, chemistry is like, I think it's probably one of the hardest sciences, in my opinion.
Organic chemistry is what? How do they phrase it? There's a phrase for it. It's the rate limiting step. It more or less gets rid of all the pretender clowns.
Yeah, intro to chemistry.
No, but intro to general chemistry. I mean, you have to be mathematically illiterate or literate, but organic chemistry, that's a different ballgame.
I mean, I probably just didn't like it because I didn't like my chemistry teacher. So
that's very important.
Yeah.
Very important. Yeah.
Yeah. When I took chemistry in high school, I didn't like him, so I didn't like the class, so I didn't really care.
Yep. Especially in a subject of that intensity, you have to have a good teacher. If you don't have a good teacher,
plus you gotta like what you're doing to some extent. It's kind of hard to force yourself information that you don't care about. You know what I mean?
True.
Like if someone tried to like force me to like learn about 18th century women's fashion, I don't think I could learn that no matter how many books I read.
Yeah, but that's subjective. This is objective. But I got you.
Well, I mean, what they actually wore and like how they sewed it together and like the styles, that happened. You know, that's objective in that sense, like historically objective. But I couldn't dig it. I couldn't dig it. Yeah, I just.
Well, let's just note that a high school mathematics teacher didn't know how to find the difference between parts per unit volume between simple fucking numbers. That's the point. He's a pretender clown, numpty dipshit. He's a ball tart. He's a moron.
Well, I have a theory about people that probably not even really a theory. People that teach in school are people that tried to, when they're in university, you're like, oh, I'm going to be a mathematician. They became a math major. And they end up with like a C minus. Like, fuck. Maybe I'll just teach math. And then they went and they got their education degree and they have their math minor and then now they teach math in high school. So you get the mediocre like subject matter students teaching high school children basically.
Yeah.
Because you can't teach in public schools without the education degree. So it's like the greatest mathematician in the world, he couldn't walk into a high school and teach math, not without an education degree.
Yep.
Which is absurd, really. Gotta know how to teach the kids, whatever that means, right? Which is based upon social pseudoscience bullshit, right? So, like, if you don't learn this social pseudoscience bullshit, we're not going to let you teach our children anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what an education degree is, right? They just take a bunch of sociology and child psychology courses, right? And then under the heading of education, you want to call it, and you're supposed to learn the science of educating people, whatever that is. I'd like to see you as a fourth grade teacher. I'd like to see you as a fourth grade teacher, Kiwi. Screaming at the kids, you'd fail fifth grade general science, and they're like, I'm only in fourth grade.
I see why you were like, I was on the right track with the volume, because you have to figure that out. With I was kind of saying the right thing, but I wasn't saying it right. Sorry about that.
Something's going on with Discord, man. I lost all audio. I didn't hear anybody for about 2 minutes, and now everybody's like dropping and doing weird shit.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you just now. Was anybody talking before you? Or was it silent?
Why, I was playing with Booger. He was acting like he was tossing me like TNT, so I had to act like I caught it, and then blew up in my hand. So I don't know exactly what was going on.
Oh, that's because you were stunned from the explosion.
Right.
You know, the thing I don't like about Charles and like the videos on this channel is that they're literally just brainwashing tools. And I hate to say it that way because I hate to like characterize. They're just literally just like brainwashing tools for fucking low IQ people. That's all they are. We can just make some simple observations and figure out the Earth's a globe. Without going into any of the logic behind it or any assumptions behind it or anything behind it, right? It's more like we'll just do a bunch of affirming the consequent, and because we affirm the consequent, you can have confidence that the Earth's a ball. I was so confident I named my kid after pagan fucking gods. I mean planet.
My son's named after his dad, and their names are like the silver. It's like sterling.
Where all the white women at?
In the hood.
Does anyone here believe in the lizard people? Or is it like just me?
You do?
Maybe the proverbial lizard people.
So I've heard like conspiracies that like they're below the mantle, kind of like between the mantle and the core. And like I don't know what to believe, to be honest.
So you don't know what to accept without evidence. That's amazing.
I don't know how to gather evidence myself, you see. I don't have like the means to do that.
I got it. So that's what you said when you said believe. So what you said was redundant.
Alright.
I'm not making it awkward or anything.
You kind of made it a bit awkward, to be honest. How do I know you're not a lizard person?
Well, you know.
What was that guy's name? Ike. He started that shit like
David Icke.
David Icke like decades ago.
Yeah.
David Icke. What? Who was David Icke? I'm not familiar with this guy.
He's probably. I probably watched him on YouTube before you were born. There was all kinds of stupid UFO shit, and they said that people would drill tunnels and whatnot, and then all of a sudden break into a whatever, like, oh, here's a tunnel, and they'd go and they discover lizard people. I mean, I'm telling you, it gets.
It sounds credible to me.
Okay.
I mean, like, believe what you want to believe.
No, I used to be into it.
Accept without evidence what you want to accept without evidence is what he just said.
Yeah, I used to be into it, but then, as QE said, there's never been a shred of evidence. Just internet garbage.
So you said believe what you want to believe. Well, I don't believe shit. I either know it, I don't know it, or it can't be answered.
You're making this really awkward for both of us.
I know.
Not to be rude, mate.
I just say he used to be an Eskimo.
You're probably looking for the
Eskimos aren't real.
Lizard people server. That's 2 doors down.
Mm-hmm.
You got a link for that?
Huh? What?
You got a link for that server?
No, we don't. We don't
No.
play that horse shit here.
All right. Only
Yeah.
facts and truth here.
Exactly. Nothing but the facts, ma'am.
I just dropped the
Um,
instructions in the chat. The instructions are right there.
which chat?
Yeah.
All right. Wait.
Up your ass and to the left.
All right. Thanks.
Nah, in the 80s when I was a kid, there was a TV show called V, and then V the Final Battle, and it was about lizard people. Aliens.
Lizard people.
Yep. It's a cool show.
Before I go, can someone like explain how gravity and flat Earth kind of like work together?
Gravity. What's gravity?
You know, force.
No, it hasn't been a force for 109 years.
All right. What about the electromagnetic force?
All right. Electromagnetic force. We're not talking about that. You said gravity.
Yeah, but like
You don't know
what makes that
electromagnetics
believable?
are. You don't know what electromagnetics are, and you don't know what gravity is. Which type of gravity are you talking about? Let's stay with gravity.
The one that the Earth has?
The one that the Earth had. Oh God. You're
Oh,
a fucking clown, aren't you?
Am I a glober?
Yeah. You don't even know your own religion, for fuck's sake.
I
You don't.
Listen.
What type of gravity are you talking about, sir?
The one that's keeping me grounded.
No, that's not a type, you dumbass cracker. My God, are these people
My
fucking
God.
stupid? You're just a pretender clown. So let me show you what your religion is. Are you in voice text? Let me start right there and just fucking expose you right now. Right? So at 38 minutes after the hour, NASA lessons for students. There are two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein, you dumbass cracker. My God.
All right. Thank you. You've
Yeah.
made it really awkward now, by the way.
Yeah, it's not awkward. We just expose you as a pretender clown, numpty dipshit. What's electromagnetism?
It's a force, one of the four
Oh,
fundamentals.
really? You sure about that? What is a force, by the way?
What is it causes something to experience acceleration.
No, what's something that experiences acceleration? Holy shit! Citation, please.
Citation.
Yep.
It's trust me, bro.
No, we don't do that shit here. You don't know what a force is. Gravity hasn't been a force for 109 fucking years, man.
All
My
right.
word.
Okay.
Okay.
So, do you want me to make your argument for you, Platypus?
Sure.
Okay. Here's gravity, therefore it's a ball. That's your argument.
All right.
Is that your argument?
Sure.
Even if, well, yeah, it's
stupid.
Even if we granted that, wouldn't you still have to measure the ball part to confirm your hypothesis?
He didn't have a hypothesis.
Well, whatever your speculation, your rampant speculation.
Rampant. There you go. Yeah, that just about covers it. Of course,
go ahead.
Of course, he doesn't know what gravity is. We just exposed that. So anything beyond this, I mean, maybe we should start out the basics. Say your ABCs without the fucking song. Let's start there.
A, B, C.
We can tell you're singing
B.
in your head.
F.
You forgot fucking.
Well,
You forgot the fucking E, man.
B, C.
Oh
B.
boy. B.
B. Wait, I did B.
Beta.
B. C. D.
Yeah, great. So this gravity thing that you don't know what it is, you think
Wait, can you please not interrupt?
He's still
so,
getting it.
Yeah, so let me get this right. This is your logic.
F.
I'm being held to the ground, therefore Earth's a ball.
H.
He's still going, Indio.
I'm almost there. I'm like halfway.
You're
not.
J.
You already
you're
failed,
halfway,
dude.
all right, mate. Halfway shot in the head. That's what's halfway.
K. L.
A-L.
H.
Good job.
Yeah.
I.
H.
J.
Here you go, brother.
Do I have
Try
to do
these
this?
There you go, brother. Platypus. Try these on for size. This is just the first 1/6. Right there at 41 minutes after the hour. Can you see that?
See.
Shut the fuck up. Can you see this? 41 minutes after the hour. You already fucked that up. 41 minutes after.
I don't know where I'm
41
looking.
minutes after the hour.
Live stream voice text. I pinged you in it a while ago. So it's the text channel right above this.
I see.
So go all the way down to the bottom.
I see.
Yeah. You see Quantum Eraser sitting right there? I'm your Huckleberry. See this from Scientific American, Harvard.edu, Caltech.edu, And then you got Brian Cox, George Mooser from Scientific American, and the universetoday.com. They all say that gravity's not a force. For
All right.
fuck's sake.
Thank you for
Yeah,
pointing
welcome.
that out. Do you want me to finish my ABCs?
Not really. Yeah.
No,
Alright.
because you already fucked it up, man. You already fucked it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head out because this is getting really awkward.
It is
You
getting
keep
awkward.
saying that. Why do you keep saying that?
Because he's socially retarded or something.
Beta!
Who called me a beta? I am a
Jesse.
Sigma male.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse called you a beta, bro.
That is not okay. Yeah, I'm an alpha.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone that says they're an alpha is not an alpha. He
Did
left.
you know that Oh, he already left?
Yeah, I'm the alpha.
That was cringe.
Very.
Dude, he legitimately messed up his ABCs, man.
I think he was trolling.
Well, yeah,
I'd like
but
to hope.
I don't think that part was trolling. I think he actually skipped E.
I'm just trying to be optimistic that he's not that retarded.
Gotta deal with reality, bro. So Wong, you got listening past, which means you can't talk, so I'm gonna unmute you, man. Got something to say. Say it.
Say something, Wong.
And take the pressure.
India, I'm laughing my ass off. That was really on TV, wasn't it?
Yeah, someone like
Yeah, I
hacked
know.
their teleprompter or something.
Yeah. I think I recall someone reading it out loud or something like that.
Yeah, it's some
Yeah.
I think it was a chick that did it, some news anchor
Yeah.
or something.
She said, holy fuck. Bang team. Bang ding ow.
Bang ding out is the funniest part, man.
Oh shit! There it is.
Dude, I'm gonna play it.
Coroner is still trying to determine the cause of death and whether she was already dead when the truck hit her. We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao. The NTSB has confirmed these are the names of the pilots on board Flight 214 when it crashed. We are working to determine exactly what roles each of them played during the landing on Saturday. Investigators will be...
Dude, that's too funny.
Oh, tears. It's hilarious. A new device may someday allow astronauts to drink purified water made from their filtered pee during spacewalks. Didn't they just rob that from the movie Dune with their still suits?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just curious. Wait, does anybody? Oh, there we go. Quantum erasers here. We're cooked. All right. I was just curious on the stance. If like you go in a straight line of plane, how do you end up in the same place if the Earth?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Your hypothetical straight line in a plane, is that actually possible?
Well, okay. So I mean, if you were to use a compass to go perfectly straight, you would end up in the same place, right?
Have you ever done it?
Well, no,
Well,
I don't. I'm flying on a
you
plane.
wouldn't go in a straight line
Yeah,
though, not
boy.
even on a globe, right? You'd go in a circle.
Yeah, but you're gonna. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, if you go straight for so long, you'll end up in the same spot, right?
No,
No, that's your
No,
claim.
I was just
that's your
curious.
that's your claim.
Where would you end
No,
up?
no. You're not gonna go on a
Well, wait,
straight line.
actually,
Wait a second. How can you even fly on a plane on a globe?
what do you mean?
Yeah, how does that work?
Well, you're
Um,
gonna have to account for the curvature beneath your feet for your elevation. So if you're traveling 500 miles, let's say you're taking a commercial flight.
well, I don't want to get. I'm
Hold on
just
a
curious
second. No,
about going.
just wait a
Okay,
second.
well,
Yeah. So my question still stands. How do you fly on a globetard when, let's say you're taking an hour flight at 500 miles an hour, right? You're going to have to negotiate the curvature of the Earth for an hour flight at 500 miles an hour. That curvature, that's vertical drop, is 31.7 miles. That means that you have to negotiate 2,789 feet of vertical drop per minute on average.
why do you just have this pulled up? Okay, then
Wait.
so
Who are we negotiating with?
what?
We're
Who
not
are we
negotiating. It's not negotiations. Have you ever been on an hour flight before?
Yeah.
Yes, I've been on many
Yeah.
hour flights.
Yeah. Did the nose of the plane ever
But
fucking
gravity,
go below
though.
horizontal
Big D Flyer is a pilot. You ask him how it works.
for every minute?
What'd you say?
Did the nose of the plane dip every minute?
No.
At 2,789 fucking feet?
Absolutely not.
Of course. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Did you
So wait, so then how do
dude,
how do
RS
magnetic
Village?
poles work?
Hold on, RS Village. You asked a question about. You said using a compass. Okay, right. So
Yeah,
did you
that's
look
what I
in?
was gonna
Did you look in the
talk
live
about.
stream voice text chat? Did you look in there?
About what? Where? Oh, the North Per. Oh, wait, what is it?
North Pole circumnavigation. That's literally a compass. Right. If you just
Last
follow the
time I looked, that's not a straight line.
Yeah, it's not a straight line. But you're just following your compass heading, right? You think, hey, I'm going in a straight line. I pointed the plane east. And it just keeps saying east. I must be going in a straight line.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Those directions are only 90 degrees
So
from each
you're
other
saying
at
that
that
essentially
point.
you're going in a big circle, but if you're following like a compass, then you're actually going in a circle if you're following like the direction the compass.
Because the
is
globe
going.
is a ball.
No, that makes sense. I was just wondering because I thought someone said that. I was like, that's a pretty fair point. I hadn't even
Yeah,
really
that's a-
thought about the fact that
That's
like
a
a
fair
compass.
point. You can get away from my point. How can you fly a plane on a globe? You can't do
Well,
it.
because gravity and stuff, you know.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with 2,789 feet every fucking minute that plane has to negotiate, and gravity doesn't exist any fucking way. It's irrelevant to the conversation. Even
Gravity?
as a fairy tale.
Why is gravity irrelevant?
To gravity.
It's measurable.
Why
It's
is
not real, dude.
which gravity are you? Oh, we're gonna do this again. This is gonna be fun.
No, I'm not gonna.
Which gravity are you talking about?
I'm not
Gravity
sure
wall
what you
number
mean.
2.
The one that makes the ball, bro.
Which gravity are you talking about there, friend?
I'm not sure what you mean. There's multiple gravities.
Black gravity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm unaware of that.
You,
What are the
you don't
multiple
know that?
gravities?
Okay. Are you in live stream
I mean,
voice text? Just relax.
yeah. I'm
You in
aware of
live
like
stream?
the normal gravity. I'm not sure.
Just normal. There's not a type of normal
9.8,
gravity.
whatever,
At
9.7,
58, just shut the
something like
fuck up
that.
for a second, and then I'll expose you for good. So at 58 minutes after the hour, from NASA lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. You would fail like first grade intro to pretender clown fraud behavior. So there you go. You're finished.
Okay.
Yep. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Come again.
As soon as you see me come off mute, you knew it was your ass, right?
No, I just know you're aggressive.
Yeah, you knew you were fucking done.
Oh, I know you've studied up a lot on flat Earth, so I know you'll give me a good answer.
I was out here long before flat Earth.
What do you mean?
I was in the Evo-tard realm.
What is that?
Evolutionist.
Oh, okay.
It turned out the same way it just turned out for you right here.
I think the question is, why aren't you studied up on your religion?
Exactly.
Yeah, you.
I'm a Christian.
No, your other religion, your heliocentric altard religion.
That religion. Yeah, you got right in there, Helio. Helio. Holy shit.
Should I start drinking?
Not yet.
Shout out Helio.
Yeah, he's talking about your other religion. The heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. That's the one he's talking about. You don't even know what gravity is. Don't worry. The pseudoscientists don't know what it is either. You're in good company.
So you believe in Jesus, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My Lord and
Do
Savior.
you have any primary knowledge of Jesus? Meaning your
Um,
knowledge.
Could you
Primary.
elaborate?
Have you seen Jesus in person?
But what sort of? What are
Would you
talking
admit that Christianity is a religion?
Yes.
It's faith-based?
Based off of eyewitness accounts.
But it's faith-based, though, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're correct. I mean, it's historically Jesus did exist.
Yeah,
but
fine,
fine.
but all that's
Esau
fake.
Ham. Say that it's
The
face
point
based.
that you're missing the
Esau
point. The
Ham, the
point
space
isn't the
monkey.
truth or the point isn't the truth or falsity of the claim. It's the nature of your belief in the claim, right? So it's faith-based. You have no
Mhm.
primary knowledge. Your so-called knowledge comes from testimony of other people.
Yes,
right?
correct.
How is the heliocentric Baltard religion any different?
Well, I'm not very well versed in
Is it
science,
based
but
upon primary knowledge?
well, it would depend on how you would specify science.
No,
I mean, would you say
primary
that?
knowledge, meaning your knowledge.
No, but
Okay, so it's not based upon your primary knowledge. It's based upon what other people have said. They're
I
so-called
think the only
past tense.
difference with sorry.
See, you have more faith in this than you actually do in Christianity because you're actually fighting me on this, whereas you didn't fight me on the other one. That should tell you something right there. Because
No,
you don't
the
want to
only thing I was
believe that
gonna
this is faith-based. You don't want to believe that the heliocentric Baltard shit's faith-based.
I
But it
didn't say that
is.
it wasn't faith based. I was
It's
just
a
saying that you could argue that you could study and actually have primary knowledge on science. Like, I mean, if I were to study, and I mean, I know nothing about science. I mean, I'm a
That's
finance
but
major. Doesn't matter.
even if you
But
studied texts, right?
Mhm.
Even if like the same way, like you studied the Bible, you read the Septuagint, fucking Torah, every religious text, man, all the fucking, like, everything. You could read everything about Christianity ever written, and it would still be faith-based, and it wouldn't be primary knowledge. And you could so-called educate yourself and learn, quote-unquote, learn science, whatever the fuck that means, and you still wouldn't have any primary knowledge. You'd still be faith-based, right? That all the books you read are
but I
correct,
feel like
and their
testing science is tangible.
characterizations and their interpretations of the data are actually correct interpretations, right?
I mean, when it's proven time and time again, like through science trials,
How
whatnot.
is it proven?
I'm not sure how they measured gravity, but I'm sure that there was.
Which gravity
Oh
might
God,
that
he
be?
just like looped right back to the beginning. This is
Yeah.
crazy, dude.
Well, I told you I don't have primary knowledge on science.
No, stop with the primary knowledge. Which gravity are you talking about?
Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about, man. It's like it's just like a buzzword you say.
Yep. Oh,
like
and
buzzword earther.
Oh, the buzzword earther. That's a good one. I got to remember that. Can you define faith?
Me?
Yeah.
Don't answer him.
What?
Don't answer him.
Okay.
No. Don't answer that question.
I'm not really sure of how to formulate a word that you're not going to use against me in my way of defining faith.
No,
Why don't you
not
just speak the truth and stop trying to win?
Yeah, not how you define it. It's not a personal thing. What is faith?
It's confidence in a belief.
What's a belief?
Okay. This is the point. It's like faith, yeah, it's a strong belief. Like I have strong faith that, like Christianity is my way. I'm a follower of Christ.
Okay,
So
that's fine, but I'm just wanting to get you said strong confidence in belief, but belief is acceptance without evidence.
okay, didn't say that I have faith
That's
in
what
the
that's
earth
what
being
belief.
a globe.
I'm just saying that's what belief is, and faith is just a mere half step away from the same thing. So Christianity, as a matter of fact, is not a faith at all.
Why do you say that?
Well, because it's not a belief. I don't believe in Jesus Christ or a creator. I know it for
Isn't
an
the
absolute.
literal definition?
I know it for an
Is it?
absolute fact.
Strong belief in God or doctrines of religion based on
Strong
spirituality.
acceptance without evidence of God, that sounds pretty stupid.
Strong belief in God.
Now, if you would have listened to what I told you,
What are you
that
saying?
I don't know, and I don't believe that there's a God. I know it for an absolute fact, and I know Jesus Christ is that.
Amen.
There you go. So it's not a belief. It's not faith. Christianity is not a religion, by the way. You need to check out one of my videos on scientific evidence for a creator.
I'm posting it right now. Right now.
That video,
but
I got a
they
website.
mention faith in the Bible like multiple times.
Yeah, because there's two different definitions. One, there's a biblical definition of faith.
Yeah, well, the other thing is I don't know how the translation works.
I wasn't
too.
done yet. There's a
sorry.
biblical definition of faith. And then there's the colloquial secular definition of faith.
Mhm.
That colloquial secular definition of faith is what I just told you it was. But the Bible has a little bit of different definition for faith.
Faith in the Bible means devotion, right?
What, faith?
It's in.
I'm asking.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
in Hebrews 11:1.
Well, there's a bunch of mentions of faith.
Yeah, but it's defined.
Corinthians and
Yeah,
Romans, too.
yeah, but it's defined in Hebrews 11:1.
Actually, gotta look up it because I don't
All right.
know that off of
That's,
heart.
that's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Hebrews 11:1.
RS Village. I posted QE's video in the chat. Don't watch it now necessarily. Just add it to your watch later videos and definitely watch it. Just do it.
What is that about? I'm just
We
curious.
can also give him
The creator versus atheist. Oh, is it just argument of atheism versus faith, or like?
Yeah, but we can give you more cowbell than that, because that's just, yeah, that's a train wreck. You can go to the website. Scientific proofs of the creator, right there.
That's something I will
By the
read.
way,
You might be
there
interested.
is no argument for atheism. Atheism is stupid on its
There
face.
is no argument for it. They can't even define it.
There's so many arguments against atheism, I feel
Now,
like.
what's atheism?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you have to believe in a higher power to be an atheist.
What's
In
atheism?
my opinion.
What's atheism?
Believing that there's no God or higher creator. What's
So
the
they
actual
accept
definition
without
of
evidence
atheism?
that there's no God or a creator. That doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
Is that the actual definition of atheism?
I was the one who was asking.
Dude, if you ask 10 atheists, you'll get 10 different answers.
Yeah.
Say that's not the atheism I believe in.
Hey, QE,
That's not the atheism that he accepts without evidence.
Do you know Cosmic Skeptic? Cosmic Skeptic, famous atheist.
The
dude gave two different.
I wasn't done yet. I train wrecked
Oh, go
his
ahead.
dumbass years ago, and then I did a formal treatment on him not that long ago.
He was recently having a discussion with some famous guy. I can't remember who, but the point I'm making is that he was talking to him, and in one sentence, he defined himself as an atheist two different ways in the same sentence. One, that he doesn't know whether God exists, and two, God doesn't exist in the same freaking sentence.
Yeah, double speaking morons. I did a treatment on his ass not that long ago. Alex O'Connor. That's Cosmic Skeptic.
Who's that?
Right?
Who's Alex O'Connell?
Cosmic Skeptic.
Pseudo atheist apologist.
Yeah, he thinks he's some type of intellect. He had a sit down discussion with Mr. Atheism. Or Mr. Evolutionist. What the fuck is his name? I can't believe I can't remember it.
Are you talking about the
Dawkins. Yeah, that one.
I think I've seen what you're talking about.
Yeah, I treated his ass. Just go to my channel and hit the treatments and scroll down to Alex O'Connor and Dawkins. I probably called them different names though. It's like shooting hippos in a fucking fishbowl. Intellects. They're actually retarded and contradict themselves, like Indio said, within the same breath most times. If not, within 30 seconds. They're fucking
It
idiots.
don't take long. They're just like
Nope.
Glovers, right? It don't take long, man. Just let them talk.
Yep.
You can almost get them to debate themselves.
Just give them a piece of colored tape, but keep them busy for hours.
I just posted a really good link as well. So Stephen Meyer, if nobody's aware, he's really big in the evolutionary.
Yeah, he's a pretender.
Atheist. Yeah, but this video is pretty good in the sense that he critiques the like there's this a priori adherence to materialistic causation, and therefore you automatically rule out any supernatural cause. But he goes in this little interview here, he talks about how simple it is that we understand that there's agency is a sufficient cause for a lot of things, and scientists, quote unquote,
all of existence.
Yeah.
Stephen Meyer, he's a philosophy of science major from Oxford or Cambridge. He doesn't know what fucking science is. That's why he pisses me off.
I did hear him recently point out that Newton and the gravity in the Newtonian sense is basically a fucking tautology. That it's basically, oh shit falls, therefore mass attracts mass. So it's like that circular loop, right? It's the cause and the effect at the same time.
Yeah, it can't be. Yep. Well, at least he got that far. Maybe in another 10 years he'll figure it out. He doesn't know what natural science is. That's for damn sure.
What do we think about Dave Farina? We don't.
Cream of wheat.
That was
Retard.
Stephen Meyer's point too, is that when you have an a priori adherence to material causation, you end up with a lot of tautological loops because you can't have agency as a natural cause, right? So you're excluding the reality that agents cause things, and it's stupid on its face. Like whoever is
Information.
engaging in what they think is science and they're excluding agency as a possible cause is just a retard.
Yeah. Information, they're finished. As soon as information comes up, it's over. It's over. Anywhere from genetics, quantum mechanics, it's over. Done. It's over as soon as you open your mouth up.
That dude.
I think he said to get a sequenced information by random chance in the folded proteins.
No, he's fucked up. No. Information is not sequence or random chance. Has nothing to do with it.
That's the point. It's saying that in order to get a positive, like if you're making computer code and you randomize it, the chances of you getting a productive code string are like, he said 10 to the 77, like with a certain amount of characters.
Yeah,
like
but
10 to the 77.
It's not probability. He's a fucking moron. You can't have information. Where'd you get the code? Where's the material come from?
Yeah, that's it. That's even forbearing that you have a code in the first place to work with.
Yeah. No, not the code. Let me rephrase. Where did you get the matter to infer a code? It's over there. Done.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have exclude agency as a cause. Matter comes from nothing, and you have a sequence that can occur when there's not enough time in existence to even get to that point. Yet atheists and secularists.
Matter can't come from nothing. No. Can't do that. Nope. Then you need information for matter to exist, so it's all over.
Yeah, but specific theists are the retards, right?
No, they're retarded. It's at the first step. It's all over. It's.
Well, you want to know what they're going to do, right? They're going to change the definition of information. I mark my words, dude. They will change the definition of information.
Yeah, they already tried to do that, and it won't work. Doesn't work because all an atheist can believe in, whatever that is all an atheist can accept without evidence, which is fucking moronic on its face. It's too moronic to even mention. Yeah.
That guy in the that guy in the chat. That guy in the chat next to Dave Farina, the Derek Myth Vision. He's a former Christian that turned away from the faith.
He's a former Christian. That's like going to divorce your wife, right? So he was a Christian. And then going in to divorce your wife, and your rationale for divorcing your wife is she never existed.
Then you just need an annulment.
Yeah, I found that out recently. I've been kind of watching random stuff here and there, like when I have time. Like I watched the reason why a brain surgeon got out of that field and started hiking and getting away
Dude,
from all
you
that.
saw that shit too? They gave that to me. I watched that. I thought that was pretty good. actually.
Me too. It made
Poor
me
guy.
really understand, like, they're not actually progressing or doing anything good as brain surgeons, and they're not helping people. And
Well,
he was
his
saying,
problem was the spinal surgery. The spinal surgery was pretty much useless. And I thought about this a little bit. Is that I remember, like, when I was young, right? I knew older people, and they'd be like, "Oh man, my back's fucked up. I got a herniated disc. I need spine surgery." And they told me it's only 10% chance that it's going to be successful. And that was like well known back then that like spinal surgery was pretty much just a fucking gamble. How did it not become that all of a sudden? Like, you think you're going to get spine surgery and it's actually going to do something. It's been like well known for decades that this type of surgery is basically good luck to you. Basically gambling.
yeah, he pretty much said, the real cure to everything is to be healthy and happy, like eat better and all that. Somebody should have really told him is that they need Jesus. But I
Good
would say that
social structure. That's what he also said. He said
good.
a good social network.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, you did watch the same thing because he was getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, dude. I was like,
Dude, that shit was triggering the
it,
fuck out of me, man. Like, I was starting to itch myself watching it.
I know it was driving me insane, and I was like, how is he so calm getting eaten alive by mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes tear me apart, man. That's why that triggers me. Mosquitoes start getting itchy. Yeah, but he said people that got better had nothing to do with whether they had surgery or not. It's people that like ate healthy food, had good social networks, basically good mental health. You know what I mean? That they would basically self heal. I mean,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that's been known for a long time anyway.
I know, but it was something else to see him say it. Like, people are always like, you're not some brain. They always talk about it being something, being a brain surgeon. I mean, yeah, you do have to go through a lot of training,
I
and you have to be really
I
good
saw
at.
another I saw another like a reaction video to that from a female spine surgeon that does basically the same thing. And she was like, what'd she say? She said that basically what's happened is over time, the insurance companies will cover less and less procedures, right? Or they'll pay less and less money for procedures. So the only way to make up the revenue is to increase volume, right? But when they increase volume, which makes you think, are they doing some unnecessary procedures that they don't need to do to increase volume? He said what would happen in their meetings is basically they're prioritizing the medical procedures that make them that have the highest profit in the procedure, and that's how they're basically scheduling and doing everything. Is that the most important part of their job? So they have meetings between like all the physicians or whatever, you know what I mean, staff meetings, and basically they're prioritizing medical procedures and treatments and drugs and whatever that makes them the most profit. And she was like, I hear everything this guy's saying. It's like, this is like a problem that we've been dealing with. And like, something has to change. Yeah, yeah, no shit, something has to change. We know that for a long time.
Yeah, they'll. If you have a serious problem with you, and you go to the hospital, and you're at like a really nice hospital, I guess. Maybe it's even at like where I live too. I don't know, but if you have to have something done, these people will go while you're waiting in your room, or if they even have, like, if they have you in a room somewhere and you're wondering what's taking so long, more than likely it's because they have a meeting going on how much money they can get out of doing whatever they need. Even if they do something that you don't need done, they will come to that conclusion in a meeting while you're waiting in your room for whatever's going on.
Well, they got to justify it to the insurance company, right? They got to, like, whatever procedure they have to do, if the insurance company challenges whether it was a medically necessary, then now they're fighting with the insurance company over the cost. And the whole, it's a fucked up situation, man. I don't even know how to describe it. It's horrible.
Yeah, the last couple of times that I went to the ER for excessive vomiting. I guess I had like some sort of food poisoning or something, but I needed some relief. So I was like, I need fluids and relief. So I went to the ER, and I refused treat. I've refused treatment of something that they every single time I go. When I went for some sort of emergency while I was pregnant with my son, they tried to give me two different types of nausea medicine, and I refused the second one. And they didn't like that. They're always so mad when you refuse treatment. I refused an X-ray one time, and I refused a COVID test one time. They got mad every time though. They were so mad at me every time.
Yeah, that's weird. Why would they be mad? Like, that's a messed up thing. Like, why would you be angry?
Well, for the X-ray, oh yeah, the first time was when I was pregnant. I don't know, that lady just
But the thing
like
is,
she was.
anger is kind of like a personal emotion. Like, why would you be angry? Like, out of everything, you know what I mean? Like,
Because
Yeah,
they
they just
think they know better. They know better, and you're just being stubborn. You
so it's
idiot.
ego.
Yeah, you
usually
dummy. Yeah.
usually when I go to the ER, it's because I have something like I've been throwing up for hours and hours. Like that's usually the only time I ever go to the ER. And anyways, I think one of the last times they tried to give me a COVID test. So it was the time before that they wanted to do an X-ray, and I was like, no, no, I don't need an X-ray. I just need fluids because I'm so dehydrated and I can't keep anything down. I just need fluids and something for the nausea because I was just like miserable, guys. I can't even tell you. They've
Well,
quit
you could
giving
just
out.
tell them saline,
They
vitamin
quit.
C, and
Yeah, but
Panagen. Panagen will,
yeah, they
will
quit giving
give you a fix.
that Finnegan. They don't do that anymore. You can't get that. So you have to do
Oh,
the
'cause it
Zofran.
hurts. Oh no. Say
Like
no.
that, which
Yeah.
is it almost doesn't even
Yeah.
help. Yeah,
Bennigan's probably off patent, so they won't prescribe it anymore because it's cheap.
yeah, it is, and it helps immediately. It's some I don't know
Right. It works.
fast act
You know what?
stuff,
You know
man.
what I know about it? It boosts narcotics. All the freaking all the junkies love it.
That's how I know about it.
What does it do?
All the junkies, so they like don't get dope sick and shit.
Oh, well, yeah, okay,
Because
that makes
when you get off opiates, right, they feel sick or whatever, if they don't have it, and then they want that, so they don't feel sick.
I gotcha.
I don't know about the boosting part. I've never heard of that. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I've been told by doctors how well it works and how quick it
Speaking
is
of blood pressure
to work.
medicine, the clonidine, that's what most junkies want if they're getting clean and they don't have anything. Finnegan's all about boosting your medicine. That's what they want it for. Believe me. I've known a few.
Yeah, I know more than a
I
few.
know a guy.
I know
I
a
know
guy.
a guy.
Someone I met. Someone I met in the mirror. No.
Paraplegic lives in Baltimore. I think he knows.
I know a few. So what they'll do here is Neurontin, which is like it's an anti-seizure medication, but kind of makes you feel drunk, I guess, which will kill their withdrawal symptoms. I don't know if it boosts. I don't know about the boosting shit. I'm not too familiar with that.
Nah, dude, that's only Finnegan. Well, other things
What do you
boost
mean
it.
boost it? Like, why do you need to boost like that shit?
Clapton, Xanax, all kinds of the clonidine. They like taking the blood pressure medicines. It lowers
Yeah,
the blood
yeah. I
pressure.
know what all those are, and I know all the
Put,
junkies take them, but I
put a
didn't know
belt
they took it
around
to
your neck.
boost it. I thought they took it to like stop being sick from
No,
withdrawals.
the sick from withdrawal. The only thing that helps that is clonidine because it affects the same nerve endings dope does, but it's just a blood pressure medicine. And the Phanergan is just for motion sickness. It happens to boost stuff. And the Neurontin is damn, it's that stuff they want to put everybody on. It's another name for it.
It's
I
gabapentin.
forget.
Gabapentin.
Yeah,
Is the name.
gabapentin. Yeah, the one everybody knows. But
Wait,
that's one of the
wait a
first things they put paraplegics on for nerve pain.
yeah,
They
that's
love
yeah.
putting people.
It's a nerve medicine. My friend, he takes gabapentin, I guess, every day at 8 o'clock p.m. So I'll go over there to get water because he's got reverse osmosis water, and we fill up all of our containers there. And if it's around 8 o'clock, I'm like, oh, you got to take that gabapentin.
Yeah, like it was developed for seizures in old people, and then they started using it for like neuropathic pain. But you could take like, so if you read about it, they don't even know what the mechanism of action is. So they just know it works, but they don't even know how it works technically in the brain. And I guess you can take like freaking something like
bunch of them. Yeah, they sell it for
4,300
nothing.
milligrams
Right.
is like the
And it doesn't do
recommended
an
dosage
OD
or
on it.
something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old Darvocet. You could take a ton of Darvocet and nobody OD on it. You know, it's like the new Darvocet, Darvon, all that crap.
Yeah,
They
all
quit making that shit years ago. So. Same like Demerol. That was the first thing they used to give you. You want to do a, and you need payment. Now it's always Dilaudid. That's the first go-to thing now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Bro, shit, I haven't heard that in a long time. Fuck, man. I'm out of the loop.
I don't take anything except coffee in the morning.
Take lots of caffeine, lots and lots of caffeine.
You know, Indio, you would have eaten this guy alive earlier in the politics server because he was talking to Timbo, and I was like imagining you being in there and you being the one he was talking to. I was like, man, this guy's getting on my nerves because he was talking about the equations that they used to like he said something about like the curvature of space time during an eclipse, where the stars seem to
Oh,
just,
Jesus Christ.
you know, and he was saying that they predicted it first of all, and then he was like, with these equations, he said they predicted it with these equations, and I already knew that was bull crap. And man, somebody on the flat Earth side was like, "Here's the math for the equivalence principle or something." I was like, well, you're getting off track. He has no evidence for what he's claiming, and he's acting like Timbo doesn't understand. But Timbo knows. He knew that if he got him to start talking about the math that he was parroting, that he wouldn't know what he was talking about. And he was accusing Timbo of not knowing what he's talking about. And maybe, who knows? But Timbo knew how to come at it at that angle, and he was right. But I was like, man, if Indio was in here right now, he would know exactly what he's talking about and be able to
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
expose him for not knowing what he's talking about.
I mean, a lot of these guys, they're repeating things they heard. They don't have any idea what the actual experimental result was, how it was done, who did it. They don't know anything about any of that crap. They're just like I saw on the Discovery Channel that they predicted the eclipse and it matched. Like, no, it's not exactly how it was done. They try to oversimplify things to make it like a cool story, than like the messy details of like how actual these things actually work, right? Because they use photographic plates, and then they have to measure with like a micrometer, and then like, basically it was close enough to, it was within the precision of the instrument, right? It's not exact, it's just like within the precision. But what they always leave out is that they did it again. So, and there was another eclipse like in 1921, or maybe it was 22. It's either 21 or 22, where they had to replicate Eddington's result, and they didn't replicate it. That's why they don't talk about it today, right? You never see them doing this eclipse experiment today. So why didn't somebody at the last solar eclipse, why didn't they replicate Eddington's experiment?
Yes.
Why don't they do it at all these eclipses, all these solar eclipses every year? Why are we relying on Eddington in 1919? Think about it.
Oh, I got you. He was
You
just
don't have to think about it very long, man. Like, yeah, because Eddington is full of shit, okay? And he was. His which they won't release, but it's alleged. So his diaries are in Princeton, and it's alleged by his nephew that inherited them, and then he subsequently donated them to Princeton. That in the diary it says it rained every day that he was there, because he went to like I can't remember the name of the. He went to some place in, I can't remember the name, but it was like some freaking remote jungle place or something. And they sent a team. So there was him and his wife, and then there was another team. The other team couldn't get anything because it was cloudy. He claimed to have taken a photograph on a partly cloudy day, but it's claimed that by his nephew or whoever inherited his what do you call it? His papers or something, that he said in the diary that it rained every day and they actually didn't do an observation. Because this observation, it made it in all the newspapers, it made Einstein famous, yada yada yada. So it went from, and Eddington was like a lot of people at that time, you gotta remember historically, there was like a full page ad in the New York Times from like 200 physicists that said fucking Einstein's full of shit and blah blah blah, right? So it was controversial back then. And Eddington supposedly confirmed Einstein's theory of general relativity, right? So this was the confirmation, was done once, a long time ago, blah blah blah, right? So it's the whole story. It's just a big bullshit story as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, I agree. Just
I mean, it's sus. Just from the historical perspective, it's totally sus. And then there's some discrepancy. I haven't seen this in a while. I haven't looked at this in a while. But there was some discrepancy, like the original plates are missing. Eddington's original photographic plates that he took the photographs with no longer exist. They're like gone or vanished or some shit.
mighty convenient, or if they even existed at all.
Yeah, you got to remember, these are glass plates. But so these photographic plates are glass plates. So because they're taking pictures of stars, they just have like a dot on this glass plate. The plates are coated with a chemical, and then they expose them, and then you basically just get like a fucking dot on the fucking glass plate. Like, they're so easy to manipulate. It ain't even funny, dude. Like, that's like not even a problem to just displace it, right? So basically, so what they observe is, right, the stars are supposed to be in one position, but during the eclipse they're displaced into another position, right? They should be here. This is where we're expecting them to be, but we see them over here, right, on the plate. And that difference in where they should be is measured in arc seconds or something. Now, you can only measure that And the plates are only certain level of precision, plus they have a bunch of corrections for atmosphere. Well, I don't even think they corrected for that. They do all these corrections and they make a prediction on how far it's supposed to be displaced. But I mean, all this shit's been refuted a long time ago. I mean, but it's still like it's a narrative that's still like spun out there into the world. There's all these confirmations of general relativity. Yeah. You ignore all the falsifications of general relativity and the freaking just the complete illogicalness of it.
Well, the idea that he would set out to confirm an idea, like a premise he already had, like it's not already established.
Oh, yeah. Flatsy.
Einstein was also under a lot of pressure at the time. I mean, like, I've known this for a long time. I don't know where I learned this from. But, so Einstein came up with theory of special relativity, but the public or the scientific community, like, they're like, yeah, that's good. But how does this make sense? Like, how do we have a general theory, right, that can explain or that we can integrate into our astronomical observations, right? So we make these observations and so it took Einstein actually a bunch of fits and starts to actually come up with the theory of general relativity because he kept promising it over and over and over. And he came up with different formulations. So there's like a whole history behind this. It's not just like this genius came up with it out of the blue. He was under pressure to come up with something. Academic pressure to come up with something to fit special relativity into it, because the special relativity was used to explain some astronomical observations, like why they can't measure the motion of the Earth, right? But he needed to come up with a reason, an explanation on why this existed in the first place. So, come up with his space-time geometry crap. But it took him years to develop this because the time between special relativity and general relativity is something like 30 years. And then he admitted that he only was trying to explain one thing, the precession of the perihelion of Mercury, and he was only trying to explain that one thing, and this is what he came up with. But he came up with a bunch of different hypotheses, cosmological constant, variable speed of light, so he used a bunch of different things to even come up with this. And then it was controversial, like I said, to the point where 200 physicists said that this is a bunch of bullshit. Tesla said it was a bunch of bullshit. Not that Tesla's the end-all be-all of everything. I'm just saying a lot of people didn't believe it at the time, and it wasn't until Eddington came up with his crap that it was a confirmation and become accepted based upon the result of one fucking person, right? That was Einstein's buddy, right? They were friends. They both teach at the same university, right? There's no conflict of interest there. And Eddington actively promoted Einstein's freaking theory. Like it isn't just like the straightforward thing of like, oh, this is just science. No, it wasn't just science, dude. There's a whole PR behind the whole thing that still exists today.
Tap, 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 tap.
I think you can buy like little Einstein audio tapes for your children's and shit.
Yeah. My favorite tape is why Newtonian gravity has a cause of motion and Einsteinian gravity doesn't. That's my favorite one.
Saint Einstein.
What? Saint Einstein?
Yeah, I've seen people say that Saint Einstein. Right? Not as a it's sarcasm. It's not serious. It's just being sarcastic. That people have basically sainted this guy. As far as in the as far as like scientific knowledge, Einstein's considered like the smartest person that ever lived or something. which is crazy to me. It's fucking crazy. That idea is crazy to me that this clown is considered the smartest person that ever lived.
Listen,
Yeah, I almost. Sorry, I
let
was.
me ask you this question: Who invented pasta? Think about it. Pasta.
Some
That is
Chinese,
way smarter. That's way smarter than Einstein. Let me tell you.
yeah, no, some Chinese guy, or could be girl.
You know how good pasta is,
You had
and
to
you would
call.
never think. Yeah, you would never think how to create that. Just that takes some skill.
Yeah, I kind of like almost on the verge of Karen level if somebody calls Booger an Einstein. For real. No, I'm like, no, he's better than that.
It just always it stuns me on who, like, I guess in the zeitgeist are considered the smartest people. It's Einstein, Newton, Galileo, right? Freaking Archimedes. At least Archimedes, there's a little validity to that. At least he actually invented stuff. I'm just saying, in the modern era, the people that are considered the smartest, I don't see it. I just don't see it, man. Newton is just sus all the way around. That dude is just totally suspect.
Hey, now that I'm remembering to ask you, what you remember the book where the foreword of the book is something like Copernicus or Galileo or something, but the foreword to the book mentions the rotations of the bodies would cause a perspective effect on a couple of planets, and they should appear like 4 times the size or something, but they don't. So therefore, so this is wrong. But read it anyway. Do you remember that
Yeah,
one?
it's Galileo's. It's called Dialogues of the Two Chief World Systems. So it's like a mock debate between a layman, someone for the heliocentric model, and someone for the Ptolemaic model. And one of the arguments against the heliocentric model is that the frickin' size of Mars and Venus don't change enough in angular size to account for the orbits.
Oh, what was it? What was it?
Something like
Galileo.
it was supposed to be because Mars's orbits are 100, its farthest away is something like 151 million miles. I don't even know if it was that far back then. I think the difference might have been farther in their calculations. But now it's 43 million and 151 million, right? So you got to think how much that since that's linear, right? So Mars would appear double, another double. It should appear something like 8 times smaller.
Yeah.
Or 16 times smaller or whatever. Right? And Venus should be something like 7 times difference in size. The Dialogues of the Two
Exactly.
Chief World Systems. That's what it's called.
Dialogues of the two chief world systems. Ooh, I like it.
I think that's the one Galileo might have got tried for, but I'm not positive on that one. The one where he forged the imprimatur of the papal censor.
It reminded me of that because there's a lot of dudes recently came in and they were saying they were on the kick of the sun doesn't change angular size. And so I was telling them, oh, so
Yes,
you
it
think
does,
that
man.
if
I'm so sick of him saying that, but go
yeah,
ahead.
I know, but I was thinking like it should change dramatically in their view. So I was like, okay, so you're telling me that if a view has something that's not changing angular size like it should, then it's wrong. And they're like, yeah. And then I told them about the Galileo thing, but I couldn't remember where it was from.
Yeah, I've brought it up. They just shut up after that, usually. Because what changes angular size in the sky? Can you name anything? I mean, significantly. Like nothing. And their excuse for that is, oh, it's so far away. I mean,
A guy, a guy.
basically it's a special pleading, right? That's all that really is. Right? If we said, hey, the rules up there are different, they go, oh, that's a special pleading policy. Like, what do you think?
Well, you could
Saying
do.
everything is so far away, it doesn't change angular size like everything else we ever observed. What is that? That's a
Yeah,
special
but
pleading.
it's like the range at which it does is like they really don't understand that. I mean, you could do that in your own home. You put your thumb in front of your eyes, right, and then have someone else put their thumb on a wall across the room, and their thumb will appear way smaller than your thumb. But if they drag their thumb from one side of the room to the other, it's barely going to change at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, because the change in relative distance from the point of the observer isn't that much.
So there you go. That's the answer that they're all too dumb to realize.
Yeah, but you have these straw man flat Earth models in their head, right? So they think, oh, the sun's 44,000 miles away, and the moon is like, whatever, right? So they think if it's directly over your head, it's 4,000 miles away. That if it's on the horizon, it's 25,000 miles away.
So do you remember? By the way, I got to find this thing. Somebody else did find it. The Curious Life of a Flat Earther a long time ago. He was one of the first ones that did a lot on perspective and stuff. And
Yeah, there's.
the sun
Is that channel
charted.
still existing? Does that channel still exist?
No, his channel got gone, but other people had mirrored it. But hey, he had that like where when the sun. What he did is he took the angular resolution of optics, right, and then he took the wavelengths of light to get a maximum triangle of resolution. And he I can't remember the exact number, but it was like in the 10,000, less than 10,000 miles. Like the sun is going to be at an angle away from you to where all the light is entering at below the critical angle in less than 10,000 miles.
So are you familiar with Shane St. Pierre? He's like a flat earther.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a webpage. He's come up with a bunch of different formulations of like a dogma vision and like formulas for angle resolution at different wavelengths, and he's done a lot of work on this. I haven't had a chance to review its correctness, incorrectness. But one thing he did, so this is a funny thing, he took Walter Bislin's app, his Flat Earth Dome app, and Walter Bislin claimed, oh, none of this will work unless this, that, and the other thing about the globe. It only works the globe math. And then Shane went in and took out all the so-called globe math that was required, and it still worked.
Yeah.
So now on X, instead of Glober's addressing what he came up with, they're like, you plagiarized that. You stole his fucking app without his permission. And that's what they argue about all the time. They don't address what he did. They just address whether he claimed it as his, dude. It's so sad.
It's fruit of the poisonous tree, so it's dismissible as evidence.
Yeah. And then some of it's open source, like some of the stuff on the website, but the JavaScript, I guess, top, it says, but Walter Bislin's in Germany, so I just ask him who the fuck you, Walter Bislin's a lawyer, dude? You a German copyright law? But it's plagiarism. Well, plagiarism number one ain't illegal in the first place. It's not against the law to plagiarize, and he isn't plagiarizing because everybody knows it's Bislin's fucking app, and he never claimed it was his. So it's not plagiarism. Plagiarism is when you try to put something up as someone else's stuff as your own, right? So he didn't. But I mean, it's just stupid. They end up dragging you in into the argument about where it came from, right? Some genetic fallacy, as opposed to addressing the fact that he got this to work using no globe model at all. He took out all the globe shit, and it still worked. The so-called globe shit that Bislin said would only work, because Bislin made all these rays, Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen Bislin's flat Earth dome model. Have you ever seen that, the app?
I haven't seen the app, but I heard of the dome thing way back when we did it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's app embedded in a web page. It's not like a standalone app. So what he does is he puts the sun, like there's like a dome, and then it's on the basically the Gleason's map, and then he takes it and he like has these like curved rays, these absurd fucking rays, and he puts the sun in like an absurd position. Well, Shane took all that out because those rays weren't actually like ray traced or like anything like that. They're just shit he put in there to make people think that, oh, the light has to travel in this absurd way for it to work on a flat Earth. So Shane just like took that and like took it out and just like fixed it, right? And like they're mad because he made it work and it doesn't look as absurd. So they're mad because he did that shit. I mean, and they won't actually address what he did. I give Shane a lot of credit. He's actually done a lot of stuff on there's a lot of his technical. He's taken some of the. He's
Yeah,
kind of like a
it would be
kind of like a
interesting.
autistic math nerd.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be interesting to get a group of dudes that are that committed and have been involved to start working on programming an AI to create a essentially something similar to Walter Bislin's but multi-point. So rather than one observer, like a trillion observers. Know what I'm saying? So that you have all of their perspective maps and personal domes intersecting, and it would essentially create something similar to a celestial sphere in a way because everybody's looking out radially. And then you have the radials, right, which are competing against the reduction of perspective. And you really would need something like an AI or computer program to crunch that in order to decide where two different observers are seeing an object from their perspective simultaneously. And if you could do that for thousands of observers, I think that would elucidate quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, Shane's come a lot. Like he's put a lot of things that like a lot of this stuff is just like mathematical games of coordinate systems, right? They're just like transforming one coordinate system into another coordinate system. And this globe, right? This globe is just coming out of the arbitrary coordinates that they chose. They chose an arbitrary dual polar coordinate, basically a globe latitude longitude system. And there's only certain ways you can express that just because of the mathematics. It doesn't mean that's what it is, right? It's just a mathematical expression. And I think Shane says basically that we have a personal dome of vision, which is like the claim a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot of people, which I think is legitimate. I think it can construct like, I have two hypotheses on how it would work. One hypothesis is the Snell's window hypothesis, which is like that. And it just appears that way. So basically refraction makes it ends up being like a linear projection. I mean, almost linear because it's only linear for a certain portion of the sky. It's not linear for the entire sky. They even admit it's more distorted as you come to the horizon. So you can't use this linear relationship for like celestial navigation anymore, right? So that's basically their argument, right? The stars, they follow a linear track through the sky, right? I can measure linear angles and they correspond to a linear distance. And because of that, it has to be a globe. But that's only true in reality for a small portion of the sky because the accuracy gets worse as you get closer to the horizon. So if you look at something like Snell's window, right, where you're under the water and you're looking at the sky, that's how refraction works when light in the air hits that water interface. Now, water to air has a higher refractive index, so you're going to see that change in angle. It's going to be more drastic as opposed to some rarefied air versus thicker air, right? So it's less of a drastic change. It's not going to be instead of like the angles going from 40 degrees deflection to 70 degrees deflection, it's going to go from 40 to 42 or something like that, and just making
Yeah,
it
then
just throwing out a
you got the
number.
compounding. You got the compounding factor. So Curious Life, before he was, I don't know what happened to him. His plan was to, and he had already started doing this cursorily, is study the visual differences between Fresnel diffraction and Fraunhofer diffraction, which is basically near field and far field diffraction, and how it has like a hyperbolic.
Oh yeah, I remember
It's
that.
hyperbolic. This is a problem with Glovers. They think the world is like artist's perspective. They don't realize that vision has multiple geometries competing against each other.
Yeah, the mathematical idea of perspective is just like that's like an approximation. It's not like how we actually see. It's like, hey, someone noticed, hey, if I do this math, I can replicate kind of like what we see, and I can just use these mathematical relationships. But like, put it this way: if I created a picture, right, purely based upon mathematics and the mathematic relationships, no one would be like, that's photorealistic, right? No one would say this is exactly the way we see the world. It would be approximately the way we see the world, right? It would be pretty close, but no one would be fooled to think my artist rendition using mathematics is a photograph, right? They wouldn't be fooled. They'd be able to tell the difference. Okay, that this is the photograph. This is the one they used. Purely the formulas to create the image, right? The so-called mathematical geometry that they say exists in reality. They would clearly be able to tell that this is a fucking artificial image created by mathematics, and this one is an image of the real world. Okay, these Glovers don't think there's a difference. They really don't, which is fucking batshit crazy to me. Makes you wonder if they're fucking blind sometimes.
I was talking to a science teacher, a high school science teacher. He's a good friend of mine, though, so I try to kind of take it easy on him. But he wants to talk about it, then I'll talk about it. Is usually the way I see it, and he'll engage in the conversation, and I just kind of try to give him the answers here and there. Not trying to trigger him, but he still gets that way sometimes. But anyways, yeah, I was talking to him about perspective and how we were right next to each other. He was in one pool, like those little chairs by the pool that you can lay out in them. He was sitting in one of those, and I was sitting in one next to him, watching the kids swim. And he was telling me that he didn't understand what I meant by the ground appears to ramp up in the distance, like from under your feet to out where you're looking at, like straight out. And he was acting like he didn't understand what I was saying.
Wow.
That was aggravating.
That so some point. Have you ever been outside? Like, did you just get out of the house today, man? They probably unchained you from the basement. Like, how do you not know that?
Well, and that was kind of the point I was making. I was telling him, like, this is the reason why optics are the horizon is a result of optics. It's not something else.
We had another guy come in one day, and he denied that mountains turn bluish gray, and they become the same color as the sky in the distance. He's like, that's not true. I was trying to teach him
Wow.
perspective, and that you have to do that with your art. It's called atmospheric perspective, right? So you start adding more blue and gray to things that are in the distance.
I wonder if these guys have ever like. Have you ever taken your nose out of a book and looked at the world? Like, where have you been your whole life? So here's a perfect example of this: how this mathematical perspective So we have all sorts of video games. They have massive amounts of fucking horsepower in the GPU. Now, those renderings are purely mathematical, right? They're using like homogeneous coordinates and quaternion rotations, and it's all completely mathematical. There's still no photorealistic video games. And even ray tracing, it's easy to tell. It's easy to tell that that's artificial, right?
You know when it's real easy to tell? When you rotate the camera and you see the change in perspective relative to the portions they don't maintain.
You know what I think that is, to be honest? I think that it's like so you have what's called the I don't know how much you know about this, right? You have it's called the view frustum, right? So you have a front plane and a back plane, and the entire scene's inside of that. So what it does is it'll take a line that's on like the far plane, right? And it'll like in the computer program, and it'll go, okay, all the pixels that are in a line between you. So your screen is the near plane, and then the far plane is like they'll project a line from some coordinate out there, and it'll project it onto your near plane, which is your screen. And I think it's because in the real world, right, we have a little teeny pupil and we can see a large world. But I think like the proportion of their like near plane compared to the world that they're looking in, right? They're not actually modeling. You know, I've talked about this where like the lens size is not the scale. I think in video games it's the same thing, right? So like the projection plane that they're creating the image on is large, right? They're not modeling like a little fucking pupil, right? They're not using like coordinates like 0.000000 freaking 1 inch. They're actually just modeling it at a larger scale because they think that it's mathematically equivalent, right? So, if all my coordinates are like 0.001 of an inch, if I just like multiply all the coordinates by a factor of 1,000, it's the exact same thing, right? But it's actually not. It's actually not the exact same thing. Because me and you have talked about this before, like when they do these, like, oh, I took a freaking basketball and took a picture, and then I zoomed in and zoomed out, right? At the scale of the ball in the camera, your lens is gigantic, right? Your lens is equivalent of like 1,000-mile fucking lens, and when you zoom in, you just move the lens like fucking 2,000 miles fucking closer, right? Like these types of little. That wouldn't happen if you were like in outer space with an actual real camera, because your camera size opening compared to the fucking Earth is tiny, and you zooming in and out is basically not moving it.
Yeah, yeah. It baffles me how they don't understand that.
Dude, I argued like on X for like 3 days about this, dude. And these people are like so-called photography experts. Yeah, okay, dude.
Yeah, they imagine the camera. They imagine the camera as a single floating point of information.
Yeah, they don't
Like that.
understand that the lens is an actual surface, right? And it has geometry and it has dimensions, and those dimensions matter if the scale of that lens is in some order of proportion to like whatever it is you're taking the photograph of, right? So this is why like when they do like miniaturization, like when they try to do like special effects, right? And they use miniatures, right? And they like it still looks a little fake, even though they made a miniature city that's freaking perfectly fucking detailed, right? But when they stick their camera on like on the gimbal or whatever they're using to like move through the city, their fake miniature city, you can tell that something's not right. It's because the lens is so fucking large compared to the goddamn little miniature city they have. Now, if they could make a little teeny pinhole camera, right, that they could do the same thing, it would look more realistic. And I think people in the profession probably know this, but like these stupid anti-flat earthers on the fucking internet, dude, they can't concede anything. There's some people, the anti-flat earthers on the internet, they say things that nobody else says, dude. Nobody else, in the so-called field of science that they're quoting, nobody says that in that field. But they all think it's true because they're like this little freaking echo chamber of bullshit that they tell each other. All right, I'll be right back. I need a timeout.
Oh dang! I was about to ask you a question. Oh well.
Flatsy. I just licked the salty, buttery corn dust off the sides of the popcorn bag, and I think I may have engaged in a lethal dose of sodium. So, how much sodium does it take to blow your head off? Because that's what it feels like.
I don't know exactly, but I do know that there's this one thing that I've watched before, um, some sort of true crime thing, and this mother kept uh, giving her son a bunch of salt water, like making him drink salt water to cause him to have like some sort of reaction to it that she had to take him to the doctor. And he was constantly in the doctor's or at the hospital in a room where they would check his sodium levels and they would monitor them as they stabilize. And then she would take him into the bathroom and make him drink salt water so that his sodium would spike again and they would have to keep treating him.
To what end? Was she just like being in the hospital?
Just so she could talk to the people there and socialize.
Oh, she had a crush on the doctor. All right. I see.
I think it was more like she wanted to socialize with the adults there, not necessarily a man, but like all the women and nurses and stuff like that too.
Oh, yes, yes. So that's called, I think that's called Munchausen by proxy,
That's messed up, man.
basically. Yeah, you force a disease onto somebody else, basically.
Yeah, for your own gain. Some really
Yes.
stupid
Oh,
minimal.
my poor kid, my poor child, he's got a condition. You want to talk to me about it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, ugh, like I have such a bad taste in my mouth just even talking about it. But you know what I just ate? I ate the leftover uh, country fried steak that I had. I made country fried
All right,
steak
hold on now. Hold on now.
with white
You gotta
gravy.
have to explain that. You're gonna have to explain that for the uninitiated.
Okay, so it's chicken fried steak. Cube steak, they're probably the cheapest, like one of the cheapest things you can
Oh,
get.
hold on now. Hold on now. That didn't really help anybody.
I'm about to help you. I'm telling you the cut of meat and I'm telling you the process. All
All
right,
right, go ahead.
this is what you do. Now, I use the air fryer, but the last time that I cooked it on in my cast iron, it was in oil, so I had to fry it in oil in my cast iron. Anyways, what you do is you get yourself up this flour mixture. You put your seasonings in the flour, dry seasonings in the flour. And what I did with the wet mixture, like with the egg, the dredge, I put one egg, a little bit of a spot of milk. I should have used buttermilk, but I didn't have buttermilk. But anyways, and instead of hot sauce, because my husband's kind of allergic to spicy stuff, I put in a dash of Worcestershire sauce, or however you say it. So I substituted that, and I mixed that up, and I put the cube steak. If they're nice and tender, and you don't have to tenderize them, that's good. They're already pretty tender because they're like the cut of them. They're kind of slit all throughout them, like with what do you call them, striations or whatever. Anyways, you coat it in the flour mixture, you dredge it in the egg mixture, then you put it back in the flour. You let it sit for about 8 minutes so it settles in pretty good, and then you fry it. You can fry it in a skillet with, olive oil if that's the way you want to do it. But the way that I did it is I used the air fryer for the first time with country fried steak. or chicken fried steak is another way of saying it. And it turned out really good. I just couldn't make my homemade gravy because you use the leftover grease from the when you fry them up. You take about 2 tablespoons of the grease that you have left over from cooking them, and you put in the flour and mix in the flour really good, that grease, and then you briskly whisk in like a heavy cream until it gets really good and thick, and you pepper it really good because you have to have it's like a peppered gravy, and it's so good because you get all the like scrapings off of the pan from where you cooked the steak into your gravy, and it's delicious. We call it country fried steak here, but it's called, I think, everywhere else chicken fried steak.
What you described to make gravy is called a roux. To
Yeah.
take the grease and add the flour, and then what you have
Yeah.
to do is cook it till it slightly browns the flour.
Yep.
Yeah, and you could even add butter if you
Yeah,
want
you can
to. Yeah,
if you don't if you didn't cook it
enough
in the
grease.
yeah, you can add butter or just use butter, but I don't know, man. You got to get the scrapings.
Yep.
You know, that's just the point of it. I'm a bit of a good cook. I'm not like officially like culinary approved or anything, but I'm pretty good at fixing anything, especially all types of eggs. One thing I don't think I've tried is poaching eggs, but I can cook any style of egg and it's dang good. I know how to make a soft boiled egg, and you put that soft boiled egg into like a ramen. Oh my gosh, dude, it's so good.
I hate it with my wife. Like on Thanksgiving, and she takes all the turkey grease, right? The turkey fat, and she adds cornstarch. I'm like, no, no.
Cornstarch is actually a really good way to clean dirty grease. If you heat the grease back up and you add cornstarch to it and you just scrape out the cornstarch, you'll have the clean grease left behind so you can reuse it.
Yeah, but I mean to make turkey gravy. Don't do cornstarch. Add the flour, right?
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never done that. So,
Well, it's the same thing as what you described to make a roux.
yeah, but I would never use cornstarch. I would
I
use.
know. Yeah, that's my point. I'm like, God, don't do that. So I always try to step in and like wedge in, and I'll do the gravy.
You always got to have somebody in your household that knows how to do that. So, kudos to you for knowing how to do it.
All right. So since Flatsy failed to actually tell everyone what chicken fried steak is,
I did tell you. I explained
no.
it.
Yeah, where was the part where you cook you get the chicken grease and then you cook the other meat in the grease?
That's not what you do. You just
Are
you
you
just
Fried.
sure?
It's fried like fried chicken. It's
yeah.
literally a steak
It's
that is
steak
fried
fried
like
chicken.
fried chicken,
That's why it's
and it is delicious. It's
yeah. It is.
absolutely delicious.
Wow.
It is a
Okay, so you don't
staple
know
in the
how to
South.
make it. Gotcha.
Well, I don't, but I know how to eat it.
It's
Hey,
it, it's in chicken fat, for goodness sakes.
No,
no,
it's not. No chicken fat. You just fry it, just like a
Yeah, it
piece of
is.
fried chicken.
No, you're wrong.
no, I'm not
For
wrong.
goodness sakes,
This
you're
isn't my
wrong.
first rodeo, buddy. And I live in Alabama.
Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, you guys are so wrong. It's unbelievable.
All right, you just made a claim. I'm gonna need you to back that up.
Apparently, Alabama isn't south enough.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
Flatbreading on any and everything they can.
Yeah, do you know something we don't know?
Yeah, you cook it in you do it in chicken, dude. It's the whole reason why it's called chicken fried. You're frying it in chicken, dude.
No, it's called chicken fried. Well, we call it country fried steak, but it's called chicken fried because you make the steak like you would make chicken, like you'd fry up chicken.
Yeah, that's amateur hour, lady.
Okay.
I am. Well, no, I'm curious. Go on. Go on. If that's a real thing that you're telling me about.
Yeah, you cook it in the chicken grease, homie. That's how you get the chickeny flavor. Yo, I mean, good grief.
See
That is
that?
not accurate.
Yeah. I mean, I believe it's not accurate as well.
Yeah, you just call it fried steak, dude. For goodness sakes, where's the chicken part?
It's the way that you
Well,
bread the steak. You would bread it like you would bread the double fried chicken. Because you gotta, like I said, you put it in flour, then you dredge it, then you put it back in flour, and then you fry it.
and then you pour gravy on the top of it, and you cut it up with your little knife, and it
Yeah.
is finger licking delicious. I don't know about that air fryer, but I'll just take your word on that.
Yeah, that was my first time ever doing it in an air fryer. So I was gonna let you know if you wanted to make really good chicken fried steak faster. Yeah, that's a way to do it. And without so much grease. It's not bad. It was really good. So, like I said, the only drawback is not having the leftover grease to make the gravy or roux. You gotta kind of do something else or figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Now AI.
So it's official. It's official. Flatsy is not a Southerner. All right, she's been fired and excommunicated.
Yeah, I'm definitely by my. And if you take that tag off of me, I'm gonna be very upset with you.
AI, post a recipe, please. How do you accumulate enough grease to fry this steak? Just curious. I'm not
From
calling you
cooking
out.
from
You know
cooking
that
chickens,
Flatsy
bro.
didn't know what roux was. I was like, you don't know what roux is, Flatsy? Are you kidding me?
Look, she said that right there. When you cook something, it has residue behind in the pan and stuff. You save that, right? You keep it in a jar, and then when you cook other food, instead of using like canola oil and all that other plant-based bullshit, you use the stock that you've made from your previous cooks. So what you do is you take the chicken stock one and you fry your steak in it, and that's how you get the chicken fried steak. For goodness sakes.
Well, I tell
So let me put it to you this way: the idea of just breading a steak and frying it normal, right? Like that's not chicken fried steak. That's just fried steak.
Well,
Got it.
that's what they call it here in Texas. I can tell you that for sure.
I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, because you're not Southerners.
I feel like he's got some idea in his mind, and he's not gonna let it go.
No, I
I feel
get
like
it.
you
I
can.
get it. I get it. AI is saying you fry it traditionally in chicken fat. No, I get it. Now, Flatsy was not wrong because I only added the word roux. She didn't use the word roux. I did. Just to clarify her, she described the process. I just clarified that that's called a roux. She was
Right.
right.
Gravy is not a roux. A roux is different. I mean, it's the same process per
Yeah.
se, but there's a different uh, final outcome that you're going for. Like if you're trying to make a gumbo or something, then you want a roux. But
It
if you're trying to make
starts with
gravy,
butter and freaking flour and some drippings, pretty much.
yeah, you're just
Yeah. So
cooking
part of the
flour. That's all you're
reason,
doing. You're frying flour.
yeah. So part of the reason why this is the way it is because the idea of plant based or olive oil based or even peanut butter based oils to fry things in, right? was not really popular in the the poor South. People had to use to fry the stuff that they had, which is what they did from the animals.
Yep.
I got you. Yeah.
Tallow. Tallow. Like beef tallow, pork tallow. I get it.
Bacon
And
fat.
chicken
Everybody's
tallow.
got a
Yeah,
jar
chicken
of
fat.
bacon fat, right? Bacon
Yep.
fat on the side of there. Everybody keeps that.
Yeah, they made like squirrel brain roux,
Well,
like
here's another.
roux from squirrel brains.
Well, here's another thing I do. To make a roux, I make what I call a home burger helper. It's like those little boxes of hamburger helpers. I make a homemade version of that, but I make it like when I finish making the meat or cooking the meat, I remove the meat and I use the grease from the hamburger meat left over.
That's hillbilly helper.
Yeah. Anyways, and I make a roux from that. I sauteed really finely chopped up onions, and so if I'm really feeling fancy and I have garlic cloves, I'll chop up garlic and I'll add it 30 seconds before I start adding the flour to it.
Yeah.
And I add the flour to it and brown the flour, and then I start adding the beef broth to it. And once I get that to a simmer, and then I add well, sometimes if I don't have tomato sauce, I will make it from the tomato paste and I'll add that to it. But either way, it's tomato sauce and all of the seasonings, and I use that to make the pasta. So I add the pasta in and I cover it at a simmer and I let the pasta sit in there for a while. And then after that's done and the pasta's ready, I add all the cheese and milk to the mixture and until it gets nice and creamy and not stretchy, and then I add the meat back in and get that all perfectly mixed together. And let me tell you something, guys. Just follow those steps, and you'll have yourself some amazing home burger helper.
Hey, so I got a hypothesis that the true chicken fried steak and other such recipes were antiqued by franchising of restaurants and obviously the plant-based industry as well, to where they weren't allowing restaurants to do this methodology because you'd have to keep the fat, and they don't let restaurants do that. They make them throw it away on the
I
table.
agree.
So
I totally agree.
I think that's where it was lost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
canola oil, everybody, and you have to, or, whatever. All of that crap that's plant based and it's terrible for you.
Yeah. So what do you fry what oil do you fry in?
I'd use the air fryer, so I didn't fry it in oil.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
wait,
Gotcha.
chicken
Gotcha.
fried steak is usually like Salisbury steak or like a cube steak. It's not like a good steak.
If
I
I use it,
mean,
if like
typically.
the last time I did it in a
Correct.
skillet.
Not a lot of fat. Yeah, not a lot of fat in a chicken fried steak. Not like a fatty piece of cut.
I don't know, man. All I know is I had chicken fried steak in Georgia, which it's made in the chicken, and it is good. Good. Let me tell you, good.
If you find yourself in Houston, there's a place called Hickory Hollow. It's been around forever, and they serve it on a plate. I mean, it's almost like the size of a pizza. If you go look up Hickory Hollow, if you Google it, I mean,
It's
this is something
pretty
you
slick.
definitely
That
want to share.
machine, the machine that makes cube steak, the thing that puts those little cuts in it, that will do wonders for a cheap piece of meat. I don't know what
Yes,
that machine's
exactly.
called.
Yeah, we've got a mallet, that I've beaten down.
Same type of thing, but you put it through there. It's kind of like shit.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen somebody
I do.
put like beef fat through one of those machines? It looks like one of those
It's the same thing that people in burn units get with the cadaver skin, and they put it through that thing and it stretches out like a net. Well, they're doing it with like beef fat, and they're stretching this like net of beef fat over like something they're cooking in the broiler and shit. Crazy. I think it's the same kind of machine.
You're stretching.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude. Have you seen this? The cadaver skin being stretched over a burn unit patient. They make like one like cubic feet of cadaver skin. Like they put it through this scissor. Like it's not a. I want to say a perforation machine, but it makes it like stretch out like
one way and then
freaking 5 feet in like this big net.
You're making me hungry.
They're doing it with beef fat and
I
shit.
know. I've seen people do that with potatoes and then fry them, but they could stretch out because they cut them in one direction on the bottom, they cut them the opposite direction on the top.
Yeah, dude. The first time I saw that, I was like, "What the frick, man? Was that magic?"
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Are you AI? Are you a cooker, or just more or less more of an enjoyer of the?
Man, I have been known to heat up some food now and then. However, I do like to eat food as well.
What's one of your like go-to meals that you would cook?
All kinds of pasta. So my one pasta that I really like to make was so you start out with your pan with your red wine and your mushrooms. You simmer that, get them all soaked in there. You put them aside. Then you fill the pan with milk. You get that hot so it starts to coagulate. Then you put your chickens in there, braise them up. Then you add your Parmesan cheese, and that really soaks in the milk and coagulates it really nice. Makes like a clotted coating on your chicken. That was one of the ones I liked the best. And you put your little red wine soaked mushrooms back in there over some penne, which you have to cook just right. It has to be al dente, and it has to be
Yeah, I was just
to
gonna
where
say
you
that,
don't
man. You know,
strain it.
I hate macaroni noodles because they hold the water. I prefer
Yeah.
spirals,
You gotta learn.
wagon
You
wheels,
gotta learn.
or definitely not
Yeah,
shells. I know you got to shake it,
penne is
but
good,
still,
but
if you
you
do
got
it
to
in
learn the
water.
right amount of salt. You got to learn the right amount of salt and the right amount of water, so that when you're done cooking it, there's no water in the pan to strain. It
Somebody said
just
al
doesn't.
dente means cooked to taste. Is that true?
Well, I mean,
If it
could
is,
mean that
if
literally,
your
but
taste is mushy, al dente could be mushy to you.
no, dude. It
I know
doesn't
it
matter.
means
Look,
firm. There's different people that
that's fine, but
argue over it.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's connotation and denotation. The literal meaning, the denotive meaning might be to taste, but the connotative meaning is, firm,
The macaroni
just
noodle sticks
to
to
the
the
point.
wall. It's okay
I
as long
don't
as it's
drain
not
noodles. I
sliding
don't
down
drain.
the wall.
Listen,
You
I
know
don't
what? I
drain.
hate butter noodles. I hate butter noodles.
I don't
That's what
ever.
I hate.
I don't ever drain noodles because I
Now, hold
never.
on, man. I gotta finish my recipe, you sucker.
Okay.
So then,
Yeah, I want to know.
after you get the pasta al dente, you then put it into the pan, which is currently hot, that has the chickens in it. But you separate the chickens out real quick. You throw them in the pan, and you bronze them up so that they have like a patina of grill left over from what's in the pan,
Oh,
almost like a
nice.
little
That's
brown
what I'm
spot,
about.
right? So that they're
Mm-hmm.
mush. They're not mushy, but they're soft on the sides, and they got a patina on them. Then you put
Mm-hmm.
that real quick back in the
Like
plate. Then
macaroni
you
and
put the
cheese gets done in
chicken.
the oven when you bake it.
Yeah. The
Mm-hmm.
crusty, like people like that. And then you put the chicken back on top, and then on the top of that you put the little red wine soaked mushrooms. and then you're ready to
Oh
go with your,
shit.
whatever salt, pepper, or seasoning that you like.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to go back and ask you two questions. You said put it back in the pan. You're talking about the milk Parmesan pan. That's the same pan you were talking about?
Yeah, so
When you
there'll
said I
still
put
be
it
a
back
little
in the
bit
pan.
left in there. Yeah, so
Gotcha.
that you still have the hot pan. You took all the chickens out because you don't want it. You don't want the sauce and the pasta to all be mixed together. You want it to be toppings on top of each other because it changes the whole flavor profile if you stir it all up.
Okay, and my next question, or you talked about you have to have the right amount of salt. Now, I've heard you want it to be as salty as the Mediterranean Sea. Have you ever heard that term where when you're cooking pasta, you want the water to be, they say, as salty as the Mediterranean Sea? So you like dip your finger in it and lick it as if it were, I guess, ocean water, sea salt. But I don't know. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
That's a
Well,
bit much.
look, dude. What I do is I take the water and then I get a chunk of sodium metal and I drop it in the water and then it explodes. Then I take that broken pan and I put it to the side. Then I put a new pan and I put regular sodium chloride in it.
Dude, there's some Italian people that would fight with you about putting the noodles in the gravy so that the noodles can soak up the gravy. You know what gravy is. So that, the pasta actually gets some of the tomato inside of it.
Listen, homie. Let's be clear. Italians,
Yeah.
tomatoes weren't even native to Italy. They were brought to Italy from the New World, so the Italians can just
Dude,
suck it.
don't tell Tony Soprano that.
To be fair, you're
Dude,
not.
Jewish
You're
mobster.
not.
once you find out that tomatoes aren't even in antiquity in Italy, that changes your whole life.
Yeah, it's just
And
like French fries. You're like, damn it, I thought the French freaking invented them.
They call them chips. But
You
anyways,
know what really screwed? Go ahead,
I was
Flatsy.
gonna say
Go ahead.
never drain pasta noodles anymore because I have an instant pot, and you only put enough water in there to where when the pasta's done cooking, there's the rest of the pasta water. You want to keep that because you're supposed to take a scoop of your pasta water and add it to your sauce.
Okay.
Well, I don't even have to do that step of acquiring some of the pasta water because
Wait, well,
the
that has something to do with the starch, probably, is what I'm
yeah,
guessing.
no, yeah, that's exactly it. But
It thickens it.
right, but the
Yeah.
leftover water from when I cook noodles in the instant pot is the perfect amount of pasta water, so I won't drain the noodles at all. So, what about that?
And is your Instapot also your air fryer?
No,
No?
I have
Okay, I was just curious.
appliances, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have just one.
Hey,
Yeah,
Flatsy,
no
I
experience with
just did
instant pot.
a recipe in the chat. Just saying, try it. It's amazing.
Here in Texas, we cook a lot of crawfish because we're right next door to Louisiana. So we do a lot of barbecue and do a lot of crawfish, and that's what everybody chest bumps about around here. And of course, I think mine's the best, and my neighbor thinks his is better, and that's just kind of how it goes around here.
Man, I used to get down on some
Don't eat
crawfish.
a lot of pasta. Oh man, I love it.
I used to get down on it, man. We have crawfish boils around here all the time. And well, in that season anyways, but like somebody's going all out when they do a crawfish boil. And you got the potatoes and the sausage and the corn on the cob. All of that has the same
Yeah,
spicy seasoning on it. And I used to tear it up, dude. I'm telling you, I could eat like pounds and pounds of crawfish in one sitting. I
but
would,
what I love about the crawfish boil is a lot of people don't like it because it's not a lot of meat for the work that you put in, like a spicy little tail. but it's a social event. Like everybody stands around you literally pour it out on top of a table, and like everybody stands around the table and just
I
starts
think that's
cracking
why.
crawfish with their beer.
Yeah, that's why I like it so much because it's like a community like meal together. Because you're not just going to have like a couple of people there doing that with you. It's a whole bunch of people, and they've been waiting on
Yeah,
that crawfish to be ready and to be dumped out in front of everybody, and you just sit around the same table and you just go at it.
and they only sell it by the sack, so you've got to buy 30 pounds of it. Like, I mean, some places may break you off a little piece. These days, not really. So, like, if you're doing a crawfish boil, you've got 30 pounds of crawfish. So it's in and of itself going to be a community event of some sort. You're going to invite your friends over, your neighbors over.
That's
Yeah, I
right.
love crawfish.
Well, I
It's
worked
good
at a
stuff.
brewery, and we did a crawfish boil every year around the same time, and they went all out for that crawfish boil, and people showed up by the droves. Man, there were so many people, and I was working behind the bar, so I wasn't able to really um, sit down with everybody and eat. But I would get a nice break to go get my own crawfish. Like even the owners would give us a break at the bar and let us go eat with friends and stuff, like a plate to ourselves, that they just give us. We didn't have to pay for it. Everybody else had to pay to get a plate. And it's just a pound a plate. So they're like over there just you get a pound a plate. Yes. And then you get another plate with the potatoes and corn and sausage.
Because of that, I
You're a
think it's a
robot.
30-gallon. You know, my
You
robot.
were, yeah. But
Anyway,
you've cleared up now.
but yeah, point is, yeah, it's a great little, Louisiana, Southern, anything close to Louisiana, uh, has that kind of cultural thing from March through summer, basically,
Yeah,
right now.
Alabama. Yeah. I missed out on this crawfish boil that happens um every year. He usually does it on like June. So I missed it though. I didn't get to go. But
We'll throw
anyways,
like mushrooms, cauliflower. I mean, we throw green beans. We throw all kinds of stuff in that mix. And so when you pull that vat out and you dump it on the table, and usually you lay newspapers and all kinds of stuff down to soak up all the juices. But yeah, it's good stuff.
yeah, folks here in Alabama love a good crawfish boil. Sorry, they like a good iron bowl. Alabama versus Auburn.
Orange got your roll tide last year, huh? It's gonna be an interesting year this year. Can't wait. It's gonna be a fun year.
Without Nick Saban,
College football.
yeah, that's gonna be something.
Well, I know that's okay. Fair enough. It's fun for everybody else. Fair enough. I did see they just named the field after him. So anyway, I'm going to shift gears for a moment, if because I was listening earlier, and somebody was talking about something with a medical. I was gonna anyway. I pulled my back about 6 years ago, like tore 2 discs, herniated 2 discs, and luckily I had such shit insurance that they were telling me I was never gonna walk again. They scared the shit out of me, and I mean, if you never experienced back pain, there ain't no pain like back pain. Like I was in a fetal position on the ground, for days.
Oh,
Anyway,
dude, are you that they wouldn't pay for a fusion?
Fusions are the
Well,
biggest scam in the world. You're lucky you didn't
they,
have good insurance.
I
You would
know.
have got a
That's what I'm
fusion
saying.
going,
I'm
dude.
so lucky. And honestly, I went to a chiropractor and they laughed me out of the room.
For a minute,
Um,
then they fail above or below the fusion. It's one of the country's biggest scams.
yeah, and I didn't know all this back then. I wasn't, as skeptical. And so, like, I probably would have done it. They were trying to have me go get full-fledged spinal back surgery.
No, don't do it.
Well, once again, I'm totally normal now. No drugs, no nothing. Just totally a normal, like it never happened. It like
Yeah,
literally healed itself.
yeah, it'll do
Praise
that.
God.
You're happy. Yeah, absolutely. You know, um, I do know what back pain feels like, but here's the thing, man. I broke I broke, or well, let's just say they're fractures. Okay, so I fractured a vertebrae in my back. My sternum was fractured, and I had a fractured rib, all at the same time. Oh, that was a nightmare.
Accident you were in or something?
Yes, I was in a car accident.
Yeah. Wow. Well, then I mean, I hadn't been through that, but man, you'll start having like real talks with God. I was
Had
in
the
so
most
much pain.
most. I win.
Yeah, I'm sure there's exactly.
Yeah,
But pain's an interesting
is
thing.
paraplegic is a paraplegic, so he's got the worst of the worst.
Yeah, fair enough. Can't argue with that. But
Well,
yeah,
he
no,
could,
I'm just so thankful I didn't do what they told me to do. Like
actually,
looking
he
back on it.
quadriplegic, so he doesn't have the worst of the worst, actually, but almost.
Hold on. You could be a quintuplegic.
He
Yeah,
could be.
dude. You know, I got a buddy that was like jujitsu and all that, and bare knuckles fighting in like Thailand and shit all the time. And he blew out his C3 and C4, and it swelled up really bad, and like he thought he wasn't gonna be able to walk, and he talked to this one guy that had also had a bad thing happen, and he was like, "Look, I'll look. You can look into fusions, and you can look into what's called a reciprocating knuckle." And he ended up getting this reciprocating knuckle. They've been doing them in Europe for like 35 years. Basically, they're less invasive. You can bend above and below where they insert it, and it like he's still doing freaking jujitsu, like, and it actually works. It doesn't just fail above or below. Not some big scam. See the the um the fusion's all about getting you in for appointments, shots, this, that, massage therapy, pain pills, billing your insurance as much as they can until finally you need the fusion because you're not going to be able to walk ever again. You won't be able to walk. You'll be in a wheelchair forever. Blah blah blah. They get you to give that. What they tell you? Yeah. You won't even be able to control your bowels or anything. They scare the living piss out of you, literally.
Scare
So
the living piss out of you, dude.
yep, yeah. So then they tell you we got to do this, and then they do it, and then you're like, oh man, this is better. I feel a little better, and then like depending on how well you take care of yourself, if you really, really try to not do a lot and then not have any extra weight or whatever, it's gonna fail eventually. But you know, then they sell you another one. They go, well, now it's failing above there now. Go through the same old shit. 6 months of pain pills, 6 months of shots, 6 months of this, 6 months of that. The whole scam, man. Just one after the other.
Yeah. And I don't know, like after that incident, it really got me questioning it, like everything, because I was like, right wing type guy, where it's like, well, yeah, we don't need universal medicine. That's the worst possible. The whole incident has got me reshaped. It really reshaped everything that I thought I ever knew. Like that was the first thing, and then of course like COVID happened, all these other things happened.
How did yours heal again? Just
What's that?
what diet? Exercise? What? How did it heal?
Oh, so I went to a chiropractor, a very kind of a good referral, and essentially the guy said, what we're going to put you on is called decompression therapy. Now, what is decompression therapy? It's essentially like when you hang from a bar, it stretches out your back. But nobody can hang from a bar for very long. So they put you on a bed that kind of slowly stretches out your back. Well, that actually, and this is the way he described it, which is what I believe happened to me, is it pulls your vertebrae apart enough for those discs to heal themselves.
It's a torture machine, basically.
It is kind of yeah, it is, and like I say, like you can hang if you can hang off a bar like for an extended period of time, it would have done the same thing through the weight of my body pulling that. Basically, they needed to separate those vertebrae in my back.
They had you remember Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo? Remember the dude in the beginning of that? He's got those. You got those like two little ankle things you put on, and guys that are like super buff, they hang from the ceiling and do like sit ups and shit, from hanging position. Yeah, that was like a big thing for like people with fitness and shit. Yeah. Hey, Flat Earth dude, what's up?
Hey,
What the hell's going on?
It's a fascinating conversation. I love back related healing and things, and obviously you know everything about it, Bear. You've been through, huh? But why did I gotta ask Genius, man? Why did the chiropractor laugh you out of the building, man? What happened with that?
No, the doctors did. I
But
said,
not
well, should I go see a chiro? No, not at all.
Thanks, AI. Have a good night, my man.
Yeah, it's
All right.
just like Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that the Earth's freaking a sphere. Like you're an idiot. The Earth's a sphere.
I threw my back out a couple times, man. Like you said, you're laying on the floor, you can't move. But the chiropractor fixed me, man. Like, no, it was unbelievable.
Me too, man. I am one of those people in the comments of those chiropractor things where, keyboard warrior and like, I'm just yet another story of like, they did fix me. I do believe that.
Totally, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And coming from a place where they were telling me I was never going to walk again and I needed full-fledged surgery.
Yeah. Wow.
It's just like,
thank God for shitty insurance, bro.
Yeah. Tell me. I know.
Yeah, I was listening here. I go, I got to chime in because, I'd seen all kinds of crazy people getting all kinds of crazy surgeries. And it's like,
the only thing more is
go ahead, Bear.
We're gonna fix you. We're gonna with our chemo. That's the only thing more evil than freaking fusion surgery that I can think of. I mean, I'm sure there's some other crazy crap, but we'll fix your prostate probably. That's probably on the big long list of gnarly shit that wouldn't let them touch you. I had a guy, buddy of mine. He's in a wheelchair because he had a crazy prostate doctor do some crap and put all these instruments up in him and messed him all like for life, like neuropathic pain. He's in a freaking electric wheelchair, dude.
Oh,
It's not
shit.
even crazy, dude. Then he found out the guy was doing all kinds of like evil shit to women and people. It's just crazy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah, I saw a documentary like that. I think
Baltimore Buster he used to play an accordion out in front of Bertha's Muscles down in the middle of the Fells Point in the harbor. That dude. You ever look him up on YouTube? He's all messed up. Man. He's a buddy of mine.
Oh man.
Bad.
You'll drop me a link sometime, bro. Yeah, I love chiropractors. And I mean there's a few other I like diabetic doctors. I like those guys. They've Yeah. Anyway.
You were talking about a documentary.
Yeah, I saw a documentary about some evil surgeon, man. He was just like this evil guy. He just fucked everybody up on purpose. It was kind of weird, man. It's kind of crazy, man. I was like, what?
I do think they have a god complex. Like honestly, they how couldn't you? So I'm not going to
Right.
judge them on that.
Right.
But there is a bit of a god complex in a hospital.
Doc, that one guy that would do his love surgeries, he would reposition girls, to make
Right.
them better. Blah blah. He like
Crazy.
butchered all that it was sick, man. That was like
Crazy shit.
40 years ago. Yeah, he had a wife. Was like, oh, I had the surgery. It's great, Meanwhile, there's like 40 women that are all just messed up, like just damaged.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly a lot of malpractice out there. Crazy stuff. Miguel, you're funny, bro. Evel Knievel broke every bone in his body. Everyone. He's broke them all. Broke all his. Did you guys have a good weekend, man? Mine was pretty chill. Not bad.
Just wanted to have a tune called Barra Believel Knievel, where I jump like helicopters, or
Dude,
something like that,
I've seen some of those.
I make the jump, but then I rest horribly and break like 33 bones every time. Like
Perfect. Every time.
Yeah, like hurtling ball of
Hey,
death
Bear.
after I lay.
Hey, Bear. You ever seen those half pipe guys with the wheelchair and shit?
That dude, little Adam, whatever.
I think there's like a whole team of them, but I've
Red
seen
Bull's sponsoring them now. Red Bull has them now.
right. Yeah,
It's wild.
It's cool, bro.
Fucking unbelievable, actually.
Yeah. I figured, man, if they could play basketball, why not a half pipe, bro? Let's do it. Put some shocks on that shit. Let's go. Yeah.
He's insane, man. And I don't know how he handles freaking slamming too, man. He'll just come out of his chair and just be like,
bam,
like
wrecked,
evil.
just wrecked.
Yeah,
it's pretty.
I don't even have femoral heads anymore. Like I couldn't handle it. I'd have like femurs sticking out of my head or something, That'd be a mess if I tried to jump. Oh man, but that kid's badass. His name's what do they call him?
We've got to get you a better mic set up, man. We got to do it, bro. You gotta text me what you got. I'm gonna hook you up, man. I'm gonna send you some gear or something, bro. You got too much to say. You need to be more clear. That's all I'm saying, man. And you got a good sense of humor. But a lot of times you'll start talking and we don't hear like the first 3 words. It kind of craps out, You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Well, Sunday night, man. Speculate. We got about an hour. I got about an hour still.
Speculate. Paraplegic lives out in the middle of the desert.
Nope.
No?
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even
Anybody?
close. He does visit the desert. He does visit the desert. Are you at your girlfriend's house, Bear?
Coffee.
Are you really at your girlfriend's in Arizona? Really?
Power.
I can't hear a word he
Man,
said.
that microphone, bro. That microphone.
I can't hear a word you fucking.
Mine's terrible too, but
That's it. Bluetooth off. Shitty earphone off.
There you go. Better. Much better.
Earphone off.
Go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say hey, and then if I can get back in here with my actual headset on, because I just came in from outside, so I wasn't like looking forward to like talking. But then I heard the back stuff, and
Are you at your girlfriend?
I had to outdo everybody with how injured I was. I can't have anybody taking my handicap glory.
No, nobody's here taking range, bro. Nobody's.
Yeah, you got it.
Can't have people outdoing me.
There's
Well, hey,
there's
that's what had me jump in. I said, whoa. I've done this before. I've been through this. Anyway.
yeah. Are you at your girlfriend's in Arizona? Or are you at home? Bear Pelagic. Lost him. Anyway, he bounces between there and Maryland. So there you go. All right.
Yeah, India.
Is that any better? There's a real headset. All right, now if you guys want to talk, I can actually say something that's long. Sorry.
Are you at your girlfriend's in Arizona or are you at home?
Yes, I'm in Arizona right now.
Okay.
Until
Well, the
September.
Oblivion was close, man. You nailed it, Oblivion. Why did you say I think he lives in the desert? Why did you go with that?
Because
he knew.
girlfriend is in the desert.
Yeah, roasting coffee in the desert. But Kenny also knew. Kenny also knew. I used to be in Washington. That's where Kat lived for. I'd fly to Washington 3 months at a time for 14 years. So people would be like, "I thought you were in Washington." I'm like, "No, Maryland." They'd be like, "Nah, Washington." Yeah, they'd be like losing their minds. So I'd be like, "Nah, I go to both places."
I know you visit, but I just wasn't sure, man. Anyway, well, that's great, man. You get to be with your girlfriend right now. That's great. But yeah, desert has really bad internet, or is that what you're thinking, Oblivion? I don't know.
Oblivion. My joke was that his mic was shit, and I just blamed it on the desert.
Yeah. No, it was the crappiest Bluetooth earbuds you could ever imagine.
I'll buy you a fucking top of the line set, man. Just tell me what you want.
What the hell, dude? No, you're not buying me. Just tell me what the hell to get. I don't want to have to spend $350 like freaking Flat Lloyd Wright, though.
I do like the Apple AirPods.
Dude, I'm not wearing them freaking gay things. Hell no.
They work really, really well, man. They work like 100 yards. You could be like 100 yards away, and the fuckers will work. Yeah, they're crazy.
Can't I have like a trucker headset or something that's decent? I gotta get AirPods. They work better than a freaking stupid headset. I don't know shit.
Oh, you sound good now. So whatever you're using, keep using that. Cool. Quit dicking around.
I need all the deets, man. Give me the deets.
Quit dicking around. Gotta say hi to Neil, Miguel, legend. What happened to Roundy, man? Roundy got muted, server muted. Bummer. Flatsy's legend. Mic check. Neil, go ahead.
I got a question. Does anyone know about those portable power stations? I'm trying to do some off-grid living.
Dude, I know there's some expensive ones that really are supposed to run your whole house, or literally. I mean, like fucking crazy.
Dude, I'm running two 6,000 watt freaking EG4 inverters right now, so most of that stuff. Oh, you're not getting that crap. But dude, like, what are you talking about? What are you really talking about? Like grid or just running for a weekend? You're gonna need at least a 4,000 watt inverter. That's my guess.
Like
something small, like 3,000. Well, it depends on how much. Dude, just take my number down. My number's everywhere, dude. Just take my number and we'll talk about it.
You can fucking Google search paraplegic coffee, and his number's like on the first page. It's like crazy.
All right, man. Cool.
Hey, do the Humpty Hump, bro.
Dude, how pissed off do you get with people that are like, oh no, the refraction, this and that? I'm like, no, dude, people be hanging out. They'd be hanging out at the hump. It would be the spot. They're like, here I'm gonna disappear. Here I am. I'm coming back. There would be a flag out there at the hump, right at the spot. Think about it. It would happen from all the way around. Like the hump would be it would actually be the bump. It wouldn't even be the hump. It would be one big bump, right? Like right in the middle. Like no matter what side you were at, it'd be one big hill, right?
That's it.
Like the same round sphere thing from all sides, right?
Dude.
Somebody talking about taking big bumps around here?
Doing big bumps?
Dude, that's from the 80s, dude. The fish scale's over, dude. No more fish scale. Yeah.
When you said that, man, I just got to tell you, man.
That's pretty good. Not bad, huh?
Even the people on the panel laughed, but I was laughing super hard because as my genre of music back in the day. But
Yeah.
dude, the Humpty Hump,
What you're
bro.
doing.
That was hilarious, bro.
Dude, there'd be millions of videos.
Of the earth, man, and Bear comes in with people would be doing the Humpty Hump, man, going over the hump, going, "Hey, man, I'm over the hump. Can you see me? You can't see me. Oh, I'm back. Here I am. I'm on this side of the hump now. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go back over on the other side of the hump. I'd be doing the Humpty Hump, man." It would be fun.
I can guess, actually.
It was real. If the hump was real, we'd be doing it, man. We'd be doing the hump. We'd be all over that hump, bendy water humps everywhere you look. It'd be great, man. There's no bendy nothing. That's the point. There's no bendy water anywhere. Sheesh. Unless you're surfing. If you're on a wave, man, the water's bending. I checked it out myself, man. It actually bends when there's a wave, but yeah.
Hey, can I go back to perspective for a moment? You guys
Sure,
were talking
man.
about that right before I joined in.
Okay.
So last night, where I was at, probably about midnight, the moon, it looked freaking huge because
Yeah,
it
it's
was
like a
closer
full
to the
moon.
horizon.
Yeah, it's huge on
Well,
the horizon. Huge.
It's huge. So, and here's the thing: every single time.
Yeah.
And so my question is, and we're speculating here, is that an effect? Like if you go and search like Wikipedia, optical illusion, they have some interesting examples of optical illusions that your brain cannot like sort out. Like you'll see it and you'll be like, that color should be black. So like things definitely affect our brain.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they say is it looks bigger. Like our brain is going back to the video game you guys were talking about earlier. Like our brain does things to the things around us that the video games haven't captured. Basically, I'm kind of summing that up.
Right. Yep, you're right.
And so, but my question is, here's my question: is there also an optical effect because of the atmosphere? Also, do you think they're both factors, or do you think it's just the first factor that I was throwing out there?
Well, certainly the air is going to give it magnification. We've proven that back in 2016, but there's no doubt magnifications make things bigger, but on the horizon especially. But yeah, that's just looks so huge, man. Especially if I've been up on a mountain one time. It was like 9,000 feet, and I saw the moon come up over the horizon. And I swear to God, man, that thing took up like an eighth of the fucking my view. It was so big. We were jumping up and down and going, "What the fuck?" This is before I had a camera with me everywhere I go, but we were just freaking out, man. It was crazy. It was just looked so huge, man.
Can I sidetrack for a second? Oh my God, paraplegic. you start at 6:33 a.m. and you close at 3:33 p.m. on weekdays, and then Saturday and Sunday it's 9:11 a.m. You're so funny, dude.
How can y'all see that? I guess so.
I don't know what she was looking at, but that's hilarious. I never caught that, bro. Is that on your website? I don't think it came with any of the coffee that you sent me, or did it, man? I don't know. Or chocolate.
Yeah, my buddy fell off a ladder. He was cutting a tree, fell off a ladder, and broke like 4 vertebrae on the way down. And while he was all like in bed recuperating, he's my print guy. His name's Bud Bear. and he prints all my labels. So while he works all the time, so he was kind of like going stir crazy. He made that freaking whole website for me in like 2 days as a joke. But it's funny, and I just leave it up, and then you can't order from it. You got to email me.
Right.
You know, because if you think we went to the moon, you can't order coffee, so you got to email me. You know?
Email or just give you a call, bro. The phone number's everything.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I put it in the chat. His hour.
I see it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
So funny, dude.
Saturdays 9/11 to 6:33. You should go 3:33 on Sundays, bro. Why are you going so late, man? Saturday, Sunday. You gotta cut out a little early, man. You can make it 2:22, man. You know, cut out 2:22. You guys know about that anyway. You guys know about that. Or 2:37. What about 2:37 or 2:30? Is it 2:37 or 2:38? One of those. 2:37, I think.
It's just hilarious because that stuff is when you see it, when you know, and you could tell it's just him being hilarious.
Sometimes you just have to put it out there, obviously, but they put it out there, obviously, for us to find. And we went and found it, and we were like, hey, man, what's up with this? And they're like, we're going to delete your channel from YouTube. And you're like, fuck you guys. And they said, all right, well, fuck you too. They just delete your shit, man. Yeah. We just point out the obvious, and we get deleted on YouTube. Be careful out there. Anyway, they'll find a way to, at some point, Discord's going to get compromised, man. You're not going to be able to talk about fuck all, man, at some point. You have to come in here with baby gloves on. They're going to fucking destroy this place just like they destroyed every other cool place that we had for the last fucking 30 years. They just, if it's cool, it's too good. People are getting too much information. They got to get rid of it, man. And they can't
Sorry. If anybody has a chance to watch that video I posted of that neurosurgeon, the MIT neurosurgeon, and why he quit being a neurosurgeon. And Indio and I were discussing this video, so I went and found it to post. This is what we were talking about when we were talking about backs and spinal surgery and stuff that got everybody to talking about that.
There you go.
This guy.
Okay.
Listen to the things he says.
I imagine it's horrific. I don't have to. Dude, I saw some stuff this weekend. I fucking red pilled me. I was like, all right, fuck. Okay, here we go. Here's the next rabbit hole. Here we go again.
Yeah, well, you know how neurosurgeons.
You want to hear a guy talk? There's that guy that he's done like over 6,000 open heart surgeries, and he's like, oh, the cholesterol isn't the bad thing. It's the inflammation in the artery, and that's where the cholesterol collects. He's like kind of getting the news out, and they're like, oh, that's it. We're gonna freaking take you down, dude.
Oh yeah,
you're telling the truth. Yeah, you're gonna take down the freaking the $5 billion a year stent industry. No, buddy, you're going down.
Oh, dude, man,
it's funny.
Rick Simpson got fucking destroyed. He had to fucking leave. I think they kicked him out of Australia. Then I think they had warrants for him everywhere, man.
Yeah, they put him in jail, dude.
And bro, this guy was just like giving some people some fucking, plants, bro. That was it. Like, here's some plants that could help you. And you're like, no, you're arrested. And yeah, you got fines and we're shutting you down. Yeah, it was Rick Simpson got fucking destroyed, man. And he was just selling plants. Here's some plants, bro. Wow, that's the kind of world we live in, man. If you got something that really works, people figure it out and they'll use it. And Rick was all over that stuff, man. He was super involved, and he
wasn't even selling them. He was helping people. Sometimes he was helping people. Like my sister, she died when she was 4 from having so many seizures. She had like 18, 21-hour seizures a day. She died when she was 4. And now they're stopping like some of the worst seizures with CBD, and that's what he was doing. He was helping people like that had little kids with seizures, and they were like, Like they were just like so grateful, and then like, oh hey, lock him up. Oh, get that piece of shit. Yeah. He's helping too many people.
I heard him on an interview, probably like 2016. I think it might have even been on. I think I don't know if Crow handled it or somebody. I don't know. Anyway, it was around back then, and I had never heard of this guy and what he was doing. He was talking about how he's mixing it, and he had these burns on his hands, and the doctor said, "There's nothing I can do for you." And then he put this shit he was mixing all this stuff together, and his hands healed. It was like, and the doctor was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "That's great. Yeah, it works, man. I can see it right here in my hands." Anyway, he took it to the next level and figured it out. And man, oh man, what an amazing plant. I mean, why do you think they made it legal almost everywhere now, man? I had a theory about it. I was thinking about it today. I was like, they had to do something to relieve the pressure. Because remember, I don't know if you guys remember, the Yellow Jackets were going, and then they came in with, I mean, they had to have something in there that the people were rioting in 2018, man. People were fucking rising. I mean, all of a sudden, like, oh, weed's legal here in Colorado and California. And then they had to like give the people something, man. They had to give back something, bro. They had to take the prohibition. That's my theory. I don't know, Genius, man. He might have another take on it, but
Yeah, but it still doesn't affect the medical industry that we
right.
live in.
Well,
and so as long as we can separate those two things, right? Or
I mean,
that's how they think.
I know that, yeah, it's not going to majorly affect. It's only a few $1 billion here and there. I mean, they're talking, that fucking cancer business is trillions of dollars a year, bro. I mean, it's fucking huge. And, you know, and for you to come in with some other potential thing that could help with that, you know, if you make $2 billion, they don't care. Or 10 billion, they don't care. But yeah, once you start cutting into their trillions, man, they're gonna get pissed. Yeah.
And by the way, as we all would, you know, like we just are the peons.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't have anything to do with that. But if you were in power and you had trillions of dollars, and nothing amazes me more than people's ability to morally look the other way when it affects their paycheck. And I see it in almost every industry, actually.
I'll go back to 2014 with you, 10 years ago, at least. Might have been 2012. Yeah, man, I was sitting around with my buddy, man. He's a therapist, got his master's degree. We were talking about cops. It's like, okay, so let me get this straight. He goes, he proposed this to me. He goes, hey, man, if you're on the police force and you know that one of the cops is dirty and you don't say anything, does that make you dirty? And I was like, I need to think about that for a minute, man. I mean,
it's a great question.
It was a fucking great question, dude. This is from a therapist, bro. This guy went to fucking, and he's a really smart guy and funny guy. And he smokes a lot of weed, but he popped that question on me, man. I had to sit there for a few minutes and go, yeah, it makes you a fucking dirty cop. That was
it does, but you know what? You it's like, oh, well, you're just not going to be a cop anymore because you don't cover for all the dirty ones. You're not a cop anymore. I hate to say it.
But that
was, what are you going to be? You're going to be Serpico? You're going to be Serpico, Dirty Harry? I don't think they exist, you know? The one guy. No, you're dead. The one guy that goes against all the other dirty cops. No, that's when you die, dude. Like you don't exist anymore.
Nobody, Flatsy doesn't know about Serpico. Neil, you're too young. Oblivion, maybe. But yeah, a Serpico is a cop that went against the cops, you know, in a movie. Al Pacino. Anyway. And yeah, you're not going to go against the system, man. And people ask you, you know, well, everybody's in on it, bro. I mean, they're all in on the fucking scam space. And I'm like, no, ain't fucking nobody in on it. They're just doing what they're fucking supposed to do. And we checked it out. It looks good. And, you know, it looks nominal.
And they're making money. They're making money.
They're all making like, you know, $50, $100, $500 an hour or whatever. Yeah, they're just making money, bro. They're not going to turn their buddies in. Cops don't turn their buddies in, even if they're not their buddies, man. They're like, oh, that fucking cop. It's very rare that a cop bust another cop, man. I know of a few situations where it happened, but if you know one cop's bad and you don't say nothing, that makes you a bad cop too, man. By the way. But as soon as you say something, man, you know.
Well,
You're
it
not,
does.
you're not
I don't
having,
disagree. I don't disagree with you on that, but I'm going to push back for a moment
Go ahead.
because I think there are, degradations, if I'm using that word right. Maybe I'm not, but basically levels of bad in
Sure.
everything. And so, like,
Right.
I'll give a crazy example, like an abortion at the very, very early stage. I don't view that. I view all abortion terribly, obviously, but I don't view it the same as like a very end of term abortion, for example. And so perhaps I'll look at the cop situation in the same way. Like, yeah, you're bad for not speaking out, but you're not doing it. Once again, I'm more or less hypothetically pushing back here. Like,
No,
I get, obviously, I agree with what you're saying.
I think you're
I'm just not going to
hypothesizing.
judge him. I'm not going to judge him the same way as the bad cop.
No, absolutely not. And if you're just
Right.
like, dude, just
But that
I don't
wasn't
want
the
to do any of your dirty shit. I ain't gonna tell on you, but leave me out of your nasty shit. I'll be like, I don't even want to know. That's
Right.
what I do.
Well, let me ask you guys. I mean, how many guys in
That's the only job you had.
how many guys in the space industry are like, all right, I know we're faking it, but I can't say shit, man. I'm making too much money, man. Fuck that. Shit. Fuck you.
I would bet that 20% of the people in there question it to some degree. I'm going
Right.
with Pareto's 80-20.
It's a good
And
number.
of that 20%, there's 1%, or basically 1% of the total, that kind of knows it's bullshit. And by the way, I think it's the same in the medical industry and all the other industries.
Nah, I think it's more like 20%. 20% know it's flat, and that they're just going along to get along. But think about this: like, you found out after you had 5 kids and you've been working for the company for 15 years. You're like, what the hell do I do now? I got all my eggs in one basket. I work for NASA. I'll just freaking, I'll whatever. I'll cuck like a little bitch. But I don't know. It's hard when you got a bunch of mouths to feed. So who knows? Luckily, I'm not in that situation.
I thought it was a good turnaround. Bring it back to the.
Go ahead.
Talking about we got after hours with the admin. Oh shit! This is after hours. I did not know. Yeah, so that's the way to bring it back around to like whether people are going to be honest in the world or they're just. I mean, I tried the honesty thing, man. I was dating back in the '90s, and I was like, I'm just gonna tell the chicks the truth for like a couple of months, everything. I was gonna tell them everything. And I had a lot of, yeah, I mean, at some point, man, I got a little kickback, and they're like, "Damn, you're just too honest." I was like,
"Oh gosh,
what do you mean? I'm too fucking honest? Come on. I mean, I'm just telling you the truth, and they couldn't handle it, man. Most of them could. There was a couple that were pretty cool, but
yeah. Well, he started acting like Andrew Dice, like back like.
Yeah, I was like that, man. I'm like,
They're like, hey,
I got this girl
get down there. Like, what's the problem here?
Yeah, I mean, I pull out. This is my history. I'm telling the truth. You want to know it or not? I mean, let's see how this goes. It was kind of a little bit.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that truth? Like your male sexual
I
nature
tell them
truth,
about
or
past girlfriends or past
yeah,
exes
dude.
or whatever. I didn't hold
never.
Nothing. I just went.
Never goes well.
I just went straight in, full on. Here's what happened. This is what's up, and we, everything, man, from partying with the boys, the stripper clubs to whatever. It was crazy. I just went full honesty, and I remember a good friend of mine. She's like, "You got to stop it with the honesty thing, man. People aren't ready for that." And I'm like, okay, I trust you. I've known you 20 years. Yeah, I'll let that shit slide. Okay. Yeah, so you got to bullshit people sometimes. They're just like, you can't tell them everything, all the, your past.
Anybody who has a quote real job, which I do. I go into the corporate world.
Right.
Everyone's a bullshitter. Every single person in there is a
It's
bullshitter.
bullshit, man.
Like
It's
you
all bullshit.
immediately see through it. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, you can see
everybody
right
in here
through
is
it.
propping
100%.
themselves up. Yep.
Yep. But you can't come out and
The whole.
you can't come out
No,
here.
no, I'm bullshitting too. I'm
Yeah,
bullshitting too.
you have to
I'm just
bullshit.
holding it
too.
together. Yep.
You're way
I'm just
better
holding it
at it.
together.
Hey, by the way, your bullshit's good bullshit. Their bullshit is bullshit, man. And I'll give you that because you're going to bring up something that has something to do with reality, man. And I do the same thing, man. I mean, like, wow, check out the full moon tonight, man. See that? Damn. Does that look 237,000 miles from here? Damn, it doesn't look that far, man. I don't know. What do you think?
You know what? I used to do that, but I started getting on board of just totally, because like I've worked with companies that are in the green energy sector, right?
Mhm.
And I will full-fledged just go all in on like climate change and everything.
Oh, okay. You can retard on that. Okay.
I totally go full-fledged. I'm like nodding my head, absolutely. You know,
Right.
basically whatever the
mean,
truth is, and I only feel like I can tell you guys this, God forbid this comes out, but yeah, I mean,
we're after
but
hours. Hours, bro.
yeah, but yeah, no, I definitely I play the part, whatever part I need to play, I
Oh,
will
dude,
do
I
it.
did the same thing, man, for years. Yeah, it's a job. They pay you really well, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna show up, man, and hump these things, and we're gonna move over here and go do a conference here and whatever. I'm like, cool. I hate corporations. I love working for myself, but I've helped out with different corporate events and shit. My wife's got me into. And I'm like, I got to show up like wearing a suit. What? Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's put the suit on, bro. Got to look the part. Okay. It's I figured it as an acting job basically. I'm like, I'm just scared to look the part. That's good. Yeah, man, it's a weird world we live in, man. So many fakes and cockery and spinning, and I think I saw an interesting quote. I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's the entire everybody is doing it, like everybody.
Yeah, so why do you think everybody's not everybody's doing it? Man, I've met a lot of independents, and they're just
Well, it goes back to
they are not
go
full of
back.
shit, bro. Guys that
Okay,
build
go.
motorcycles, I went to their shop. These guys don't fuck around, man. They build that shit, and I watched them do it. You know, guys that build the most crazy muscle cars and shit. I mean, these guys don't bullshit, and I like that because everything they're looking at is real because they have to bend the metal and get the bearings in there just right. And yeah, it's a lot of work, man. But they
Yeah, but
do
let's
it.
go back to that cop example, right? So that machine shop, that mechanic, he
Yeah.
sees a guy that isn't as keen on what prices should be. He takes advantage of that, that is what you see in every business. That happens. And so, like, what do you expect the mechanic that works under him to do? Like, speak out? No, he never does. So, like, basically, all bosses are taking advantage of people one way or the other, and the underlings, they know it, and they never speak out. And it's akin to the like cop example.
Yeah. I recently,
Oh,
I recently had a car breakdown. I took it to this German shop. I'm like, hey man, I think it's blown, and they're like, and I pull up, and the guy's like smoking a cigarette, and I'm like talking to him, like, yeah, I think I blew the timing belt. What do you think? He goes, oh yeah, man, that's gonna bend the valves, and it's gonna be fucked up, man. It's gonna be like $4 or $5 grand to fix that. It's like, and I could tell the guy, he's not kidding, man. I know if you guys know about physics, two objects cannot occupy the same space, and when a timing belt breaks, the valves stay put, and then the pistons keep moving and they smash the valves, and everything gets bent into fuck all, right? So I left my car there. I'm like, let me figure out what I'm going to do. I'm going to salvage the car or trash it or whatever. And the next day I go in there and I go, hey man, how much do I owe you guys? And she's like, nothing. You're good. I was like, let me buy you lunch. I threw her like $60 and let me buy you guys lunch.
And that happens. And
You know,
once again, like, yeah, it does. But
it was honest.
it's
They knew. I knew. I mean, I know enough about combustion engines. I know what happens when the pistons are moving and the valves ain't. That's a problem, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. And it.
they probably knew you weren't. They probably knew that you were keen on the situation.
Oh yeah.
But like someone who isn't, like God knows what kind of advantage they would have taken of it.
Well,
Even
here's
the
what
best,
they would have done. They said, "Well, look, we have to take the hat off, and we got to look. We got to look in there, and there, the top end. Let's take the top end and take a peeky poo, and it would have cost like $400, man, or 500 or whatever, right?
Right.
And they would have just
timing
said,
belt.
"Yeah, your timing belt blew, and your valves are all bent to shit. Fuck off." And that's going to cost $5,000 to fix it. And you'd have been like, well, the car's only worth $2,000. So what's the fucking point?
Hey, what kind of motor was it? What kind of motor was it?
That's a Volkswagen 1.8 turbo.
I'm not sure if that's the kind. And like some cars are like if you know like the old an old 350 with a timing chain. That's the kind where if it fails, it blows, you're screwed. It could blow in the perfect spot, and you might be able to get away with putting a new one on.
Maybe. Yeah.
You got like my Honda Odyssey. That's the zero clearance. If the timing, if the serpentine belt breaks, you're bending the valves. You're screwed. My Toyota Sienna, on the other hand, that's not the same way. If it breaks, you're good. You have clearance. It's how they build the motors. Different motors have clearance. Like no matter where it's at. No matter where it's at. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're absolutely 100%. But I knew that. But my particular engine, that 1.8, it was one of the ones that don't. And it's got 24 valves in it, man. It's like, well, fuck, man. 12 of them are trashed, I'm sure. And then the pistons, who knows what chewed in.
Cost is that?
You don't know. Yeah, physics is a fun thing. Man. But engineering's a whole nother thing, man. I love engineers that build these engines because the combustion engine is one of the greatest inventions in my opinion. Electric motor beats it, but definitely a combustion engine is second place, man. Second place. But I do love the electric motor. Those things are badass. Yeah. Thank you, Tesla, for that one, man. That's genius shit, bro. Genius, man. It works both ways.
Dude, I'm digging the videos of the old gray bearded guy who rides that little rocket freaking sled, like a little like 4 freaking mufflers and like it's like 4 like jet engine chambers, basically. I was doing motors like a little bike that put the jet little thing on the bike. It started with like a leaf blower. You ever seen that?
You're roboting, man. You're roboting bad.
Mr. Roboto.
Come on over.
Oh my God.
Hey, actually, only because he was roboting there. Let's go back to the electrical engines. I'm kind of fascinated. Yeah, I'm fascinated that you said that because I feel that way too.
No doubt about
it. I feel that way in the minority big time.
If it wasn't for electric motor, man, we wouldn't be talking on the internet right now on Discord without it. And that starts the beginning of all of everything that was awesome in our lifetimes, or maybe our parents, grandparents. The electric motor changed so much stuff. If you go back and look at the history of it, I mean, without it, man.
Yeah, actually, run me through that thought process because I'm a little lost
the steam
on
engine. The steam engine was before that, and the combustion engine was after electric motor. But that motor, the way it worked, from the way I understand it, is Tesla came up and he just designed the fucking thing in his shop, bro. He put some magnets here, he drowned some coils around here, and he spun the motherfucker, and it started doing shit. He didn't write any math down according to my sources that told me, man. He goes, you guys figure out the math. I don't know. I just make it work. And it worked. I mean, you can build an electric motor, man, with some pretty basic shit, from your hardware store, if you want to get busy with it.
When we say electric motor, are we talking just like essentially like a battery storage
No,
of
the motor.
energy?
It spins. Magnets spin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Magnets
As opposed
spin,
to like little explosions pushing the
little
pistons.
explosions that keep pushing that little bitch around. It's
Yeah,
amazing,
instead of
man.
that.
And if you stick that in water, like with the turbine on it, it reverses and it creates electricity. It works both ways, man. It's so an unbelievably perfect invention, man. In my opinion, is
But
the
hey,
electric motor. It's
yeah, let's
so
just
good.
talk about that is, yes. I now I know where you're going with that.
There's nothing better than the electric motor, and if anybody wants to like argue like something else, have at it, because I think without it, man, we didn't create resistors, transistors, and computers without the electric motor, man. You can't build shit without an electric. I mean, you can, but man, the steam engine sucks, bro. I'll tell you. But they didn't have combustion engines when fucking Tesla came up with the electric motor. I mean, but at the time, man.
All right, am I still red button?
Yeah,
Still red button.
you're still totally No, I can kind of hear you.
All right.
Back off your mic.
I shared a video
back off your mic like maybe 3-4 inches. You shared a video. What'd you share?
I shared the link in the text.
I don't see it. I don't see it in there.
You'll see it. It'll come through in a minute.
It's not coming up, man. But no, without a doubt. I mean, electric drills, electric turning saw blades. I mean, my goodness, man.
Can we talk through like electricity? I was having this discussion with my buddy the other day who is a glober and thinks he has all the answers to everything. One of those guys. But it was an interesting conversation I had with him. So,
sure.
If you spin something, and if Paraplegic comes back, we'll table this.
He's here.
What I'm saying.
He's here. But go ahead. Spin.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. So let's talk about electricity, like how it gets to my house where I can turn things on. So there's something out there that is spinning, whether that be through coal fire that's spinning or however that's made. It can happen many different ways, but at the end of the day, let's just go with the spinning thing. And because that's spinning,
Hoover Dam. I love the Hoover Dam. Anyway, go ahead.
Hoover Dam, yeah, I've been on that dam tour. Anyway,
really, you went on the tour? I never been on.
I went on that dam. Yeah. It's a great little tour. Now the things that are spinning. How do we? So we put these different metals, and you probably know way more about this, obviously, than I do. That rub against each other, right? Like, how do we go from spinning to electricity through a line to my house?
Yeah. So, with the copper coils around the magnets, when the magnet passes across that field, it's like an energy field, because the magnets have a field, right? And it pushes those coils to create electricity, man. And goodness gracious, man. I wish Tesla, he would have loved Discord, bro. He'd have been all over this shit. But yeah, I wish he was here.
But at the end of the day, it is a reaction.
They're spinning magnets, bro. They're spinning magnets.
Spinning magnets with a coil. Yeah, with a copper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Solar's completely different.
Yes. Agree. Yes.
And that's a different thing. But as far as like for the last 100 and something years, 50 years, they've just been spinning magnets around with dams, with wind, with
steam.
Currents. Yeah. Sea. They've tried the sea thing. Yeah. They've tried everything. And, they're just basically spinning magnets, and we got power at our house, man. Now a lot of them are coal fire plants, or gas burning, where they just create steam to turn those big giant turbines. They're called
But at the end of the day, when you're turning, and same thing with wind energy, right? So you're turning this big thing, and that's got a lot of power. You're turning it, and inside that there is these magnets with this coil of some sort. I don't expect anybody to really know that, but basically, and that creates this field of electricity that can shoot down a line.
Yep.
And provide us with what? Okay, interesting.
Electricity. Yeah, it's like copper wires. They like copper because it's cheap and abundant, and apparently very easy to work with, man. It's a very nice metal. I like copper myself, but to each his own. You might be a titanium person. I don't know.
No. I like copper. Look, I was in the gutter business, man. I love copper gutters, man.
Love copper, man. It's good stuff.
Copper's great. Copper's good stuff, man.
Copper's good. Plastic,
okay, yeah.
Plastic bad. Plastic bad.
Plastic bad. Don't like the plastic.
Don't like the plastic. Right. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, I just wanted to articulate that through.
That's basic. We're super day one. Fucking, we're gonna create some power. We're gonna spin some magnets. We're gonna run a lead off of that to something else we created. Light bulb. Oh my god. That was apparently that was attributed to Edison. I have my doubts, but my opinion. But yeah, Tesla was all over Edison. It was like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs kind of at the time, or Rockefeller versus Carnegie. It was like those Mongos, or like he used
Beta VHS.
Beta VHS.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
It's another good example.
I know you lived through that though. Yeah,
I did, bro.
I know, I did too. I was a younger lad, but well, hey, can I throw out? I'll stay on topic here, but since it's speculation, I know we're all about to leave here quickly.
20 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me throw out some real speculations now. Okay, because I have a few theories about the pyramids. So supposedly, the pyramids had a golden top, correct? At least that's what the mainstream narrative says. It had a big old gold top.
I've seen some animated video of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like if you Google, did the pyramids have a golden top? Google says it did. Okay. What if, and I'll cut to the chase here. What if it was a power source, but essentially a way to get lightning to strike it. And then it would distribute through this pyramid because there's a lake underneath, right? And underneath all these pyramids, there are lakes, which is very odd, but water is a conductor of energy. So my theory is, and this is a hypothetical genius original, I want total credit for this, but basically, the lightning, they've put up lightning rods in a fashion, and then when you start to do the research on the limestone and stuff that they encased the pyramid in, and then on the inside they have the granite, like it's almost like a conduit in a way to hold in the electricity that could possibly, and all these little channels and stuff going through this pyramid that are like not normal size. Like maybe they filled it with water or something of that nature. Like they filled this thing with water, it would hit the lake. So basically you could take lightning strikes, because supposedly that at the time that the pyramids were built, supposedly, it wasn't a desert, which is a whole separate topic in and of itself. But if it wasn't a desert and you had a lot of lightning strikes in this particular area at the time, I could see you put up a golden topped pyramid. You're literally taking the energy from the air, which makes me wonder why we're not trying to do that. I mean, we have literal energy in the sky.
Oh yeah, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's keep going.
Let's do it. Yeah, we're in speculation mode, so I'm just throwing these things out here. Why aren't we trying to take the lightning strike? Why aren't we trying to? Because you can have like a lightning pole and stuff and get lightning to strike the pole.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess like Ben Franklin's one of his best inventions was that is like he found a way to do that. So anyway,
Oh
point
my.
is, like why are we? Yeah, no, hey, I know I'm lost. I'm just throwing this out. Hey, it's speculation Sunday.
Throw it, man. Throw it out.
Yeah. So like why is that not a conceivable way of getting quote unquote free energy from the sky, from the lightning that we all see, we all experience? Like why are we not trying to grab that some way or somehow?
There's a term for it, right? It's called antiquitech. You ever heard that term? Antiquitech. No?
As you speak.
And antiquitech. No? You ever heard that term?
Antiquitech definition, I'll read it, refers to ancient times, especially before the Middle Ages. Show more. Tartarian architecture is a term used to describe okay, so I have heard it then, probably. Ornate architecture, including middle.
I mean, there's a mounting amount of evidence that a lot of these buildings had little antennas on them, and they were pulling energy from the atmosphere for somehow. Because I mean, all these old buildings, man, they didn't have they had a fireplace, but it never got used. And it's like, how did they heat these giant buildings or cool the building or whatever? I mean, somehow, some way, they were pulling something from the energy. But dude, we're living in a place that we're just absolutely trying to figure out where the hell we live, and it's amazing that the technologies that maybe come before us that they didn't tell us about potentially, and we're just like we're just on the heels and on the we're just pulling at the cape, man, saying, wait a minute, we're pulling at the cape here. Let's pull at it. Could the pyramids be an energy source? I've heard everything, man, from energy to generators to they line up perfectly with the Orion's belt. I mean, the pyramids are a whole, that's a big giant rabbit hole to go down it every day. If you want to go down it, there's people that do.
Well, let's hold on. Let's actually, I want to, if you don't mind, let's shift gears to what you were getting at of these kind of antennae that can actually pull the energy that we all know exists in the air. Nobody.
That's the theory. I'm not. I got zero.
Right. Speculation Sunday. Speculation Sunday.
Totally.
Nobody's going to hold it against you. Nobody will hold it against you.
Nobody's.
No matter what is said right now, I implore anybody who may be listening, Globers, we are simply speculating on perhaps the nature of this architecture, and I'm including the pyramids in that.
Yeah, I mean, there was a guy that comes in here occasionally. He did a really cool flat earth song, like a Cheech and Chong. MacGyver's my bro, man. But he's done. He's in the business of like climbing up like towers, like way to the top. Anyway, he knows all about how high you go up and how much energy you can pull depending on what you're trying to do. But he's measured all of it. He knew that you could put a line up and potentially get a reading of electricity by just dragging a copper wire up in the sky, bro. Just one copper wire.
Quite literally putting a copper pole in the sky.
You put a copper wire
in the sky, electrify.
Like,
you can electrify that copper wire.
200 feet, 300 feet. It is without a doubt you can do this and create an electrical current, no doubt. And that's pretty been proven. But his question, his point was, some people are quoting different numbers on how high you have to go to get how much current. And there was a lot of people saying they'd done this and they did this, but since he's in the business, man, he was kind of debunking the fact that you could just put a wire way up there and power a city. You can't fucking do that. He's kind of, but that it was getting down to some rabbit holes back in the day, I remember. But it was
perhaps not one wire, but what if perhaps
what if you had thousands, or What if you
or a big golden top on a pyramid that just
There you
constantly
go.
got.
There's a whole other thing. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The whole golden tops of these giant buildings that have these domes, and they're gold, and you're like, that's weird. Okay, could be. And then they got a big antenna on top of the dome, and you're like, okay, that could be like a a reverse satellite dish for all I know, man, that creates electricity. We're just pulling electricity from that satellite up there in the garage point. We're just no, they're just pulling the shit out of the air. And there's no doubt, man, there's electricity in the air, man. Have you guys ever experienced static electricity? That fucking shit pisses me off sometimes. Damn.
I mean, I think lightning, like lightning alone, I mean, if anybody's been close to a lightning strike, it will it will.
Yeah, it lights you up.
It lights you up, bro.
Lights you up, right.
And what's interesting is there's places in the world today in the ocean and stuff that are like well known as. See, I've wondered that too, because there's like these places in the ocean that are just constantly bombarded with lightning.
Yeah.
And so, like, why don't they try to, like, I don't know, put a copper wire in the water or something and try to disperse it out? Or I don't. What do I know about this stuff? But I'm just throwing these things out there.
I like your ideas. Yeah, they who knows? I think they might be putting a copper wire in the ocean. In fact, they've laid millions of fucking miles of copper wire in the ocean, man. Do you guys know that? I mean, hey, apparently, when I'm talking to our buddies from Australia and England and wherever, that's a copper wire going under the ocean, man. That's connecting us. That's the way I've heard. Time magazine.
Right.
I don't know. That's what they said in Time magazine. They said that 98% of all communications are done through undersea cables, bro. What? Okay. Undersea cable.
Yeah, and we have very little time here, so if you don't mind, I do want to ask. There was a guy yesterday on this Discord who had talked about a gyroscope, or a essentially, here was his claim, which I've heard this before several times,
right.
that essentially a very expensive good gyroscope will show a 15 degree per hour shift.
Right.
And so, my first reaction to that is, okay, I've heard that before. Anytime I've heard something before, I always question, does that even make it real? Like, is what they're saying real anyway? But there wasn't a good rebuttal to this at the time, and I was just listening at the time. But here's my question. And here's why I think a lot of people want to, and once again, it's Speculation Sunday. That's the only reason I'm bringing this shit up. So,
speculate.
Yeah, so that quote-unquote 15 degree per hour, obviously, I question that even to begin with. How steady is that? How accurate is that? Is it truly 1 degree per? You get what I'm saying.
Hey, genius. Just remember that it's pretty verified that we observe the sun moving across the sky at about 15 degrees an hour. No doubt. That's a fact. We can put some money on that, bro. And that's pretty solid. And whatever's happening after that, man, is pure speculation. But we observe that without a doubt. Now, if you create a device in your lab that spins and rotates, at
the 10
million, whatever RPMs or whatever the fuck those things spin at, they're crazy. It's not that many. It's like 6,000 RPMs. But anyway, yeah, they spin and they drift. But they drift in different places on Earth in different directions. They spin, they go left, they go right, they go. There's no rhyme or reason.
Well, and it goes back to that place where all that lightning strikes, where all that lightning strikes famously in like Indian Ocean, wherever it is, I forget. Yeah, dude, that place would probably throw that gyro. That place would throw that gyro all over the place.
Exactly. So yeah, you take it to Alaska, you take it to South America. They're gonna get a bunch of different fucking shit, man. There's never
Yeah,
gonna
I
be.
don't buy it for a
I'm
second,
not
for
buying
sure.
it. I mean, yeah,
That
we.
there's like some steady, where you can just simply say that, and then I will grant you, I won't grant you, but just from a speculation standpoint,
Please
if indeed you could go anywhere on the earth and this gyroscope, which I don't even really fully think I understand, I kind of get it. Like there's a spinning thing, and when you spin a thing, it tends to almost like a top
Yeah,
stay in its place, right?
oh, there's some great physicists that have gone. They're professors, and they've demonstrated the gyro and how it can. You can spin a gyro on the end of a pole, like a broomstick or whatever, and you can lift that thing over your head, man, and spin it around. But if you just tried to lift it over your head, there's no fucking way you're gonna lift it over your head. No way, you can't do it. But as soon as you spin that bitch, man, it creates this. This beautiful force, man, that you can feel. It's like a gyro. That's why they call it a gyro, because it moves in every single direction. And you can lift that thing while that thing's spinning over your head with super ease, dude. You don't even have to try. It's crazy, man. That's physics.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that
You've
professor
seen
that
that,
did it,
right?
right? Yeah, it is crazy. So,
Crazy cool physics, bro. I love that stuff. I mean,
well, I've heard. I don't know if you've ever ridden dirt bikes. I haven't, but I played a lot of Excite Bike, and this is the way it, back in the day. Like when you rev your front wheel, like in midair, you take a jump and you rev your front wheel, it will pull you down.
wow.
At least that's what I've been told. That's what I've heard, and that is the way it played on Excite Bike. So like you take a jump, and as you're approaching your landing place, you can pull yourself down by simply pulling your whatever it's called.
Wheel.
You know what I mean?
Swing your
front wheel. Yeah. So you can like in midair, you can level yourself out by doing that. So there's something about this spinning thing in space,
man. But to take a gyro and say, hey, man, it follows the Earth's, the sun's 15 degrees an hour perfectly everywhere on Earth. And anybody that says that, man, better back it up, because
that's right. Yeah.
From what I've read and heard over the years is that there's nobody that's ever taken a fucking 15-degree drift everywhere on Earth, bro. South, north, east, west, whatever. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. If you got something, I'll check it out. But I don't think anybody's got anything, because we've been looking into it for years, man. Back in the day, man, Bob Nodal and the whole fucking ring laser gyro shit. Oh my god, that was a fucking nightmare, bro.
What a nightmare!
People be using that one for until the end of time to
exactly.
talk shit.
Okay, well, hey,
you know what?
Go ahead.
Have you seen that one? That one professor. I've seen her on YouTube where she's got her students in front of her. She's got that gyro, and she just says that thing. It's like,
I haven't seen that one.
So what happens when it falls? And she goes, gravity, and like takes it down. And she goes, and then she takes this like string. It's not, you said a broomstick handle, but she takes a string, just a little rope, and she spins the gyro, and she hangs it from the rope, and she's like showing it in front of her students, like, yeah, that's gravity, yeah, like.
That's exactly the video. That's a video. I know exactly the video.
Oh my god!
Yeah, she's like a Russian.
Oh, so let me get this straight, Bear. That is one of those.
I'm gonna go find it.
Gotta find it, man. Yeah. But yeah, I could see that like being a the one the Globers would use to like, hey man, look at this one, bro. And they would say, hey man, you flat earthers want us to look at that.
There's another famous video of a professor, and he has like a bicycle wheel, and he spins the bicycle wheel, and then he holds it on its side, almost, and that's another kind of famous, quote unquote famous, viral ish video of a professor in front of a college class. showing that.
Yeah, like TikTok or on X or kind of famous.
Yeah, I mean, this is back in the day, like early YouTube, but that's out there too. Is he just simply spins this bicycle wheel? He's got it on some, I can't remember, but
I just shared it.
Okay, cool.
Not the lady, but the guy he's talking about, the one he's talking about right now.
Yeah, it's the same guy that did the one with the gyro, where he lifted it over his head.
Right, exactly. Yeah, same
guy.
one. Yeah,
Same guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same
All
guy.
right, Walter Levin, Professor Walter Levin. That would be Professor. All right, here we go. I'm watching. Oh, okay. Angular momentum, bro. Yeah, he's drawing it on the board. There's a straight line. Here's a straight line, and then he's walking around. He's got the wheel. Dude, this is like 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Yep. Great physics teacher, bro. I'd love to have been in his class, bro. Like, hey, let's spin some shit, man. Let's spin a little shit over here, there. Cool, man. Check it out. It works. Spinning shit works, bro.
Yeah, right? It does, and it's so.
No doubt. Spinning magnets works, bro. Right? Spinning magnets. We go back to spinning. Spinning magnets. I had somebody, older guy, tell me one day, man, he goes, the answers to the world are in spinning the magnets. And I was like, okay, I'm going to think about that for a couple decades. I'll get back to you, bro. And I think he was right. Yeah. Yeah, look at
that. Fuck, I forget what they call them. The big, like nuclear power generators, what do they call them? Oscillators. There's a word for them. Where they're spinning things so fast that the particles separate.
Oh, you're talking about the CERN
colliders.
Yeah. What do they call that though? It's called a
colliders.
Yeah. I was looking for another word.
Colliders, man.
Maybe that is it. I don't know. But
we're gonna
regardless,
we're gonna collide a couple basketball balls. We're gonna collide a couple of how fast can we collide a couple of cue balls, bro? And what kind of effect would we get? But no, they took it down to like, we're going to collide some fucking particles, man, and we'll see what happens. And like, why don't you guys just collide a couple of fucking cue balls, man? Why do you have to go particles? But you could get the same effect if you collided a couple of 8 balls or cue balls or whatever, man. Yeah.
Yeah, so what are they doing with those big colliders? Or God, I forget the name I'm thinking of. But what are they? What are they doing? What are they doing with all that?
CERN's the big one.
Yeah,
they're the big guys in Switzerland. Those are the big guys. And they came up with like some unknown particle, bro. Unknown. We got an unknown. His boson, something, whatever. They came up with a particle that didn't exist before the colliders, man. It's called the God particle, man. You can Google that shit, bro. You want to Google something, man? God particle. That's it. That's what they came up with. We got the God particle, bro, right here in our lab with our $1 trillion fucking collider.
The Higgs boson. The Higgs boson.
Higgs boson.
Also known as the God particle. It's a subatomic particle discovered at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, in 2012. The Atlas and CMS experiments at CERN, large, Switzerland, observed the particle after a 40-year search.
Two of them. The first one, she spins the wheel. She says, "Did I get the spacecraft?" She acts like she's getting the spacecraft, and the thing's still spinning like it's some kind of nonsense. Okay. So, then the second one I shared. Okay, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
just
go
wanted to
ahead.
say I shared that other one where she's
Well, just
saying
because
it's
we're on the
gravity.
God
Blah blah
particle.
blah.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I know that one. Yeah.
I'm listening.
Back to the
So this
God
is the
part.
claim. The God particle, the Higgs boson, is responsible for giving almost all other particles their mass, which is the foundation for matter and everything in the universe. It has a mass of 125 billion electron volts, which is 130 times more massive than a proton. The discovery of the Higgs boson confirmed the existence of a fundamental field that gives particles their mass, which scientists believe allowed for the emergence of stars, planets, and life itself. That is the top answer on Google. That's like what pops up before you even got to click an article.
Isn't that amazing? So there was one word in there that said it could be. Could it be? Could it be? Go back like half a
Yeah,
paragraph.
I'm going.
Could. The word could. That's always the word I'm always looking for, is the ones that get it's called a weasel word. I don't know if you guys have
Oh,
heard
here it is. Here it is. The discovery of the Higgs boson confirmed the existence of. Yeah, that's what they say. Hold on, just keep going.
That's totally
Confirmed the
different than could.
existence of a fundamental field that gives particles their mass, comma, which scientists believe allowed for the emergence of stars, planets, and life.
Oh, there we go. The word believe. That's even better. That's even more.
There you go.
That's always my dead giveaway in these articles, man. I was like, believe, maybe, possibly, could be.
Isn't it ironic they use the word confirmed?
They confirmed
at the beginning,
but
yeah.
I believe.
But what did they actually confirm? When you read, what did they actually confirm? The existence of a fundamental field. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Okay.
I love
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Read between the lines.
Yeah, I remember a guy back in the day, man. He was this Russian guy, man. He would go through these, like his boson or whatever. He would read the articles, and he was just really good at pointing out, like, it could be, believe, possibly, maybe, and he would just point that stuff out. It was pretty good, man. I miss you, brother. But yeah, it's funny, man, when you really break down these.
It's always like that. They cover their bases. They use that word confirmed on purpose to make you hear the word confirmed. You go, oh, okay, well, this is unequivocal.
But just shorter down the sentence and said believe, right?
Yeah, well, this is what's making scientists, quote unquote scientists, believe, quote unquote. Yeah, it's all bullshit, bro.
Yeah, man.
I know
That's why we're
everybody
here.
in here knows.
That's why I'm here, man. Is to point out the bullshit and laugh at it,
Yep.
because it does become laughable at some point to some of us. Hope you guys get there, but it becomes so full of cock, man. Full of cock, and we have to point it out. And when they believe something and confirm something, and then they change the definitions of believe and confirm. By the way, they changed those definitions. Anyway, those Mongos, yeah, they changed the word. They changed the meanings of words.
I always like to say they rape the meanings of the words.
I like that. They raped them. They raped those words, bro.
They rape. You're a rapist of words, bro. You're a rapist,
dude.
Of the definition of the word.
Level has been, defined for millennia. Everybody knows this. Level means horizontal, and they changed the definition, bro.
No, they raped it, bro. They raped it.
They raped the fucking shit, and they stole it and said, "No, we're gonna redefine and rape your word that you've known for fucking thousands of years as level, and we're gonna change it, bro." And like, wow, these people are desperate, man. They're desperate. let's keep going. Let's keep going. Calling them out. That's the way it is, man. It's just the way it's going to be, bro.
You can't let rapists get away with what they're doing to the words, right?
Can't let them get away with it, but we can point it out.
It's funny because it does make sense, actually.
Hey, welcome to Monday morning, man. Monday is morning. What are we mourning on Monday? I would love to know what we're mourning. Let's mourn something. Can I bring up a subject? I'm going to mourn the fact that the president of the United States has given in and decided to just go home and retire, and he's going to leave. He's going to leave, and he's got a great replacement. Oh my God. And, you know, people are like clamming at the bit to.
Do we know his replacement?
Well, I think in the comedic world, I think her name is Camel Toe, but in reality, in the mainstream media, her name is Kamala. Anyway, Kamala.
Well, hold on. Is she really going to run on the front of the ticket?
Well,
I thought they were going to like redecide all this.
Well, no, she's the president. He has endorsed her because that the fact is that if I don't know, as far as I've heard from my sources, they say, hey man, the reason they had to pick her is because all the money that's been given to a presidential campaign if it wasn't her, then all that money has to go back. And I thought that was an interesting point. I mean, do I know? No. But
you want to bet they rewrite those rules after this year?
Dude, all I know is if you're in politics and if you just end up being a senator or whatever, man, you become a millionaire real quick, man. It's weird. You know, what do I know? I don't know shit. How does that work? Well, yeah. Shit works.
Dude, I had an investment strategy at one point. Just bullshitting around, obviously, where you would basically take what the senators are investing in, and then you compare that to what Google says, and you essentially basically do the opposite, or you read between the lines of Google. And so, like, if whatever you think's going down, you basically Google whatever may be the situation of a certain industry, and whatever you can read the narrative that they are trying to portray, you just assume that they're exploiting that, and you bet the opposite, or bet the way that you think that Google, reading between the lines, tells you to bet.
There actually is such a fund, and it doesn't involve Google. It purely tracks senators' purchases and sales.
I've heard that. Yeah, there's a hedge fund that literally tracks Pelosi in this. Yeah, I've heard that. The problem with that.
How does a six-figure salary turn into millions?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying, man. How does that work out, man? How do you become a fucking 27 millionaire? Yeah, whatever.
Whenever you come across
way more money than all of us can fucking imagine, man.
Whenever you come across a senator that doesn't have a lot of money, especially like when they retire and they just like retire very modestly, then you know that person was probably honest.
Yeah, a guy has like a retirement home in Montana.
Wait, wasn't the reason they would get rich is because they would be in like a hearing where they would like get some information, like we're gonna stop whatever, we're gonna put this law out or whatever that stops, I don't know, like a certain drug from getting out, or I don't know, certain things. They would use that, or if they know some really bad news is coming out, then they could just short stuff.
Shorting.
Exactly.
Real quick, speaking of shorting, there is a story out there. I don't know if anybody's heard it. It is a subsidiary fund of the Soros Foundation, which includes the Vanguards, Black Rocks.
The
Actually, they did.
Vanguard, BlackRock.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
They shorted TMT whatever Trump organization by 12 I want to say 12 million shares, whatever it was. It came out to $420 million. They shorted of Trump stock the day before the assassination attempt. The day of the assassination attempt, and this is according to this one guy, so take that for what it's worth.
It's still speculation Sunday in Hawaii, man. So aloha.
So yeah, but I will say this: what it appears is there's this organization. It's called the something Austin. Austin's in the word somewhere, and it's a subsidiary of the Soros Foundation. Basically, shorted $420 million worth of Trump stock and this is on the ledger. And then that's the day before the assassination attempt. The day of the assassination attempt didn't go through. That line item on the ledger disappeared. And they have people have screenshots and all of this stuff on this.
Right.
I don't know if you guys have gone down that rabbit hole.
That's a big rabbit hole, man. It's a big one.
It's worth going down. It's something called like the Austin. I could post a video where I originally, heard that.
All right.
But
all right, let's check it out, man. I'm always down with checking stuff out.
The problem with that video that posted that is in that same video he comes out. You remember the lady that was in the back that like was very callous and held up her phone and was like hiding her face?
I haven't seen it. I've avoided most of the drama. Personally, I had shit going on. That's all. Family going on. Anyway, I've avoided most of the videos. So, but yeah, I've heard some rumors that there's discrepancies in the videos. A lot of discrepancies, and I'm like, okay, that sounds normal to me. I mean, I'm flat-earth dude, man. Of course it's gonna sound normal to me, man. I mean, there's discrepancies on people speculating about what happened. What the hell happened? I mean, you could take any event and speculate about it.
Yeah, cool. You can go so many ways with it, but regardless, it's not adding up.
And I don't know. I'm gonna post a quote, man, from somebody that gets it a long time ago, man. And he points out that at some point, man, you have to be. Yeah, I'm gonna post this quote here, and
Well, as you do that, people are starting to turn over the rock.
People can believe lies, man. That's basically what this. How did they do it, and how does it get done? And is there a master that can figure out how to get most people to obey something? Yeah. Well, we just saw it, man. We just saw it in the last 4 years. My goodness, people can be manipulated. Oh my God, it's weird. How do they get manipulated? Well, there's people that figured this out a long time ago with rats and mice and people or whatever. Yeah. Can people believe things in the world that are just not absolutely not real? I mean, was there really dragons? Do you guys know about dragons? Anybody know about dragons? I mean,
I know that. Yeah, I've gone down that little rabbit hole.
Dragons are a thing, man. I don't know if you guys know that, but
yeah, no, it's I mean, the rabbit hole that I've gone down almost makes them out to be, yes, they were real. And when they say spit fire, you know how like supposedly dinosaurs would spit like fire kind of thing. And they were these flying, let's just call them dinosaurs for lack of a better term. And they did exist, and they were kind of quasi smart. At least this is the rabbit hole that I went down. Like you could train them, type thing. But yeah, I went down that rabbit hole. It was kind of interesting, but who knows? I mean,
who knows, man? I mean, none of us were there. I mean, Charles will even acknowledge that he's never seen the Earth from space. I mean, Come on, don't be ridiculous. And there are ridiculous things that we are led to believe that could or could not be true. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this world that for
Don't add up.
reality that none of us were there for, bro. We weren't there for the Roman.
Here's my take.
Go ahead, Charles.
The thing is, if you could make the observations yourself, and have them be careful, calibrated observations, not just it kind of sort of looked like something. Sure. Then you could build a body of evidence for yourself. You know, you're not going to convince anybody, and you're not trying to prove anything. But if you build a body of evidence yourself, well, then that tells you a whole lot more than either looking it up in books that may or may not be true, or listening to a website that may or may not. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, man. Really,
that's my
100%.
Math and measurements totally work, dude. I build guitars, for fuck's sake, man. You got to be really, really precise. I know that math and measurements work. We all know that, and nobody's going to dispute us, Charles. Nobody.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's you make these measurements out in the natural world.
I get it, man.
And again, one measurement doesn't prove anything, but the body of evidence will start to form a
body. Yeah, I mean, that's like saying there's like the acceptance that most people believe body of evidence, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about evidence that you personally collect.
Most people, Charles, don't go out and measure fuck all. You know that, right?
This is true. But that's why, when I created my channel, my YouTube channel, I wanted to focus on DIY explorations that people can do.
I love it,
because,
bro.
The thing is, you could explain away somebody else's data, but it's a really, really hard for you to explain away your own. Because you were out there in the field and you did it yourself.
Charles, you know that your own data can be, wrong. You know that.
Oh, then the question is, where's the error in the procedure?
Yeah, I get it, man. Was it atmospheric? Was it temperature? Was it distance? I mean, dude, we've gone into these weeds for years now, bro. I mean, we're not like
what people don't frequently do is they a lot of people are in this because they're like they've disproven the globe. The globe is impossible because of and they got those list of 10 reasons.
I got Jay Tolan, man. Jay Tolan.
Jay Tolan Media. But what they don't frequently do is put up two competing models and say, hey, here's the evidence. Which model does the evidence support?
Again,
because, the globe model isn't perfect. Right? Globe model isn't perfect. Light doesn't travel in a ruler straight line perfectly in the globe model. And so when we have observations that are like, oh, well, light's supposed to do this. And it's like, well, it doesn't. But that doesn't, I mean, people use that as evidence against the globe.
Charles, are we going to go into the inverse square laws of light? No.
It's all good.
Do we have to go in there? We don't have to go there, bro. No. Thank you, bro. Somebody wanted to chime in. I heard somebody else chiming in. Who was that? Anyway, hey, man. I only heard about 4 minutes of you and QE going tonight. And he was asking you to solve a math problem. And he was calling you all kinds of names and like
I'm glad somebody noticed.
Dude, it totally felt like 2016 to me, bro. I was like, holy shit, man. We went back 8 years today. Anyway.
And the thing is, he totally didn't read.
I'm just going to ask you, man, how did it turn out, man? Because I left after like 4 minutes. I had to go.
Oh, no, I mean, I actually had to go. My wife came in and she's like, we got family stuff. So I boogied out. But the thing is, he didn't read my response. At least I don't think
read it either, bro. Yeah. I had to go too.
The thing is, and I don't know if this is going to make sense, so I'm just going to give you an analogy.
Yeah.
What is a shovel full of dirt plus a teaspoon of dirt? What's the answer? And the correct answer is a shovel full of dirt. Okay, because you have it's called significant figures. when you say we have a shovel full of dirt, it's
Right.
not 1.00000 shovelfuls. It's one shovelful. It's maybe it's a little more, maybe it's a little less, but it's a shovelful. We all know what a shovelful is, right? And so if you add a sprinkling of dirt from a teaspoon, it doesn't change the shovel. You still got a shovelful. So what he wants to do is he wants to do a subtraction with two numbers that are 6 orders of magnitude apart. And so instead of a shovelful of dirt and a teaspoon, imagine a shovelful of dirt and like a single grain of sand, right? And it's and so he wanted me to do math with that, and it's you still literally don't do math with that, or you do, and the answer is you end up with what you started with.
All right, I'll
But he doesn't understand this. That's the irony is he's trying to give me a gotcha. Oh, you're a math teacher. You should be able to do this, and he literally doesn't even understand his own question.
Well,
so it's very ironic.
We'll have to check it out, man. I got to go to bed. You guys are rocking. Did you got Genius in here? Bear's still in here.
Ladders, dude, I really appreciate your demeanor, man. You're very chill.
You too, man.
It's all good.
I'm always trying to be like level headed and like looking out for what's real, what we can prove, what we can't. That's all I'm doing. I'm nobody special. But at the end of the day, Robert Bassano is probably my favorite.
That's where I met QE.
That's where QE and Robert Bassano.
Plante Veritas, Robert Bassano. He brought us together.
Yeah,
and that was our first conversation. It was like 2016.
Yeah,
and so I've actually got the whole thing recorded. I've got a video. I'm gonna have to try to find it. I got a video. But basically, QE gave me a toe tagging a bunch of years ago, where he's like, "Oh, Charles is such a genius, blah blah. Charles can't do math," and the irony being, it was the opposite was the truth. And so what I did is I made a video called "Quantum Eraser Learns About Math and Physics," but in there I talk about our history. Because I've got a recording. Because yes, we go back, and so I'm going to say copy link address. So if you get a chance, it's a little bit on the long side. It's a 90-minute video, but in the beginning of this video, and I've got chapters, so if you could just scroll through. But in the beginning of that video, I talk about I literally recorded from Robert Bassano's channel the first conversation I had with QE, where QE was like, "We should be civil with each other. We should treat each other with respect."
No. Charles, man, you got to remember something, bro. John was very calm in the beginning of this journey. He was calm, and he turned into a fucking absolute fucking steamroller after he got attacked so many times, bro.
And you didn't get attacked by me.
I don't know. He's hardened.
After people tell you to drink bleach because you're a freaking dumb flat earther enough times, you start freaking just and I'm done.
Drink
I'm
fucking bleach.
I'm gonna crush everyone.
Yeah, I mean, he's admitted this to me, man. Like you guys that came after me so hard. I mean, they came after him so hard, bro. You can't imagine. I know they came after you too, Charles, man. Believe me, I know. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, QE took more shit than you did because you backed out for a minute, man.
But Nathan Oakley, he made like 27 videos of me calling me a liar, and I've never lied. So
wow.
It's kind of tough.
But math is subjective to how you calculate it, and
no, not absolute math. No.
Wow.
Method, scientific methods.
Dude, I can take you to a couple of scenarios. I can take you through some scenarios that you'll be like, "Well, you didn't add it up right." I'm like, "Well, I just times this by that."
Math is absolute, right? In fact, that's why some people say that the only proof.
Fuck with math, man. We can all fuck with math. It's like a math magician, bro. It depends
But
how
you
you
can
add it
also
up.
bend the rules. Like, for example, what Quantum Eraser was trying to do was take two numbers that they both had one significant digit, and he wanted to subtract them, which is illegal. So he wanted to do an illegal operation, or at least
way over
the
my
end
head.
result would have been. Yeah,
it's way over my head. But I just happened to catch it today, and I thought
sure.
I'd bring
Oh
it
my
up.
goodness! The thing is, I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to some other dude, and then
Yeah,
Quantum Eraser
I get
comes
it,
in
bro,
and
man. It's Discord. It's Hangouts.
right. It's
no
the Wild
different.
West.
You
I
don't
get
know
you.
what you're gonna run into. You have no.
Yes.
Now, if you put out good vibes, you'll run into good vibes. If you don't, man, you'll end up with.
Well, no, I mean, I don't put out any bad vibes.
No, I don't think you do
I'm
either,
a
bro.
disciple of Jesus Christ, and I try to treat people
Yeah,
very, very respectfully.
yeah, me
So
too, man. I was just trying
all
to
the
keep.
bad vibes are coming from other folks. So
Yeah, man, we're not, dude. I'm not
some
here
people
to
have a chip on their shoulder, you know. Like he came in hot, you know. So
But
it's
people
all
come
good.
in hot, people come in cold. You don't know. I mean, that's just the way it is out here. But yeah,
Which
there
I think
are.
you'd get a kick out of the beginning of that video. You should check it out. And I'll have a whole math lesson in there. So if you're interested in some of the math stuff, like scientific notation, there's a lot in there. So.
Well,
All right, Flat Earth
appreciate it.
dude.
Appreciate it, Charles.
Right.
Appreciate
Take
it,
care, man.
You too, man. All right. So I'm a little different style than most people, man. I'm like a little chill. I'm cool, man. But at the same time, man, I go way back and I run into people that I've known from the day, whether it's Charles or Bear, dude. Genius. He's pretty new, man. He's new to the trip out here, but there are people out here. We're just trying to figure out where the fuck we live. And there's people that say, hey, this is where you live. And we know all of every single rock that's ever been created throughout all of human history and the cosmos. We know that there's rocks in cosmos, bro. We know that. We know that for sure. We do. We landed on Mars, bitches. What's wrong with you? Mars is a big fucking rock. We've been there. We did it. How dare you guys ever question us landing on Mars, bro? I mean, we did the moon, did Mars, got rovers on Mars. We're kicking ass, people. We kick ass. The people of Earth kick ass, man. They've been to Mars and the moon. And, send probes all the way out to the edge of the universe, all the way out there. They sent probes, man, took pictures, said, you live here, you're just a little blue dot, you're a little blue dot. You just live on a little blue dot. That's all you are. That's all you are on the little blue dot. That's it. That's all you get. What is it? Pale blue dot? Is that the actual name? They called it the pale blue dot. That's where you live. That's it.
Was it Carl Sagan?
Right. It's Carl Sagan. Yeah. I loved Carl Sagan, man. He made me think. Dude, that light I'm seeing like 400 trillion miles away. Damn. That's trippy. It's trippy, man. I'm seeing light from how many billions of years ago? That's cool. Damn. That's crazy, bro. That's cool. That's crazy cool. Well, how do I verify that light I'm seeing in the sky is 400 years or 400,000 or a billion years ago? How the fuck am I going to get that measurement? That'd be cool. But, yeah, I'm not going to get that. But, it was Carl Sagan kind of thinking, man. Got you thinking. Yeah. All right, well, carry on with the physics of the world that we observe. Do not
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Mention when they're having these conversations. Not only that, but we have in the bottom one that I put there at 31 minutes after the hour. So they're both 31 minutes after the hour, by the way. So you got that one that shows what's happening over. This GIF was posted. It's a snippet of a video from a place called Skunk Bay. The Skunk Bay has like this observation that's being made by a time lapse footage. The time lapse footage is recording what's happening throughout the day, and it's only a portion of that actually. So during a portion of that time lapse footage, it shows this undulation that's taking place. There's a peninsula in the background that looks like it's kind of undulating with the time lapse, as you can see. You see that undulation happening, Kelly?
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So let's just take, for example, right? You and I were making an observation from the distance of the observer to looking at the peninsula at any particular time of that GIF, the moment of the GIF, because it's actually sped up. The video is sped up. It isn't just like occurring all at one time.
I mean,
so I just have to state that because sometimes I do have to be, telling you guys a bit about what's happening. So yeah, it's over time, So if you were to take a snapshot, a still of a moment in time, you would have a specific photograph of what's happening to the peninsula. Like the peninsula will look at some kind of way, but then you'd wait another hour and take a photograph again, and the peninsula will look different again. So what we're showing here is that over time, things will change of how you see it in the far distance. This is absolute proof that we can demonstrate to you that still images are not doing justice to what's happening over time. There's fluctuations in visibility. Do you get what I'm saying, Callie?
Yeah.
So when you and I are making our observation, we kind of are seeing a bit like in motion, but we're not getting the whole full picture in that we can't see over. We're not just staring for hours. What a camera can do is take the time limit from, let's say a whole day and kind of show you in a sped up process of what's happening. So your eyes, and throughout the time that this is happening, it's like a slow undulation, but you can't process that when you're looking over Skunk Bay. You wouldn't be able to process that. You'd have to have a time lapse footage sped up so that you could see that happening.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That's cool. Yeah. Do you think maybe we could just go back to the dome thing for just a minute?
Sure.
I want to understand that. Seems interesting.
Sure. And the only reason I brought this forward is because of the fact that people have their arguments formed around the fact that bottom-up obstruction is like evidence that the Earth is curving. That there's a lot of things that they don't talk about, which is this couple of optical phenomena have to be pointed out. Like there's many things that can occur, and Gregory was actually pointing that out too. But if you can understand that and really like do the research, you'll find out that there's a lot going on with how we see in the far distance.
Okay.
So go ahead if you have your question.
Oh, I mean, so I think we were talking about, you mentioned how I should imagine the Earth not as a disk, but like a flat plane, something like that, right?
Sure. For just the conversation purposes, just so that we won't have to mention topographical, hills and valleys and such. But go on.
Yeah. I'm still kind of struggling to see how the sun could set for multiple people or rise. I mean, whatever.
Right. So
if it were not on a globe.
Yeah. So when we're talking about is every observer that's viewing the sun, it's basically the observations being made are concentric to that observation of the person. So basically, you could think about it this way, and don't get too twisted with it, but you're like the center of the universe. Everywhere you go, every observation you make, think of it like radial spokes coming out from your eyeballs all around, like just like in like in a sphere of vision, like the sphere of vision that you have everywhere around you. There's spokes from your eyes coming out everywhere. So everywhere you look at, it looks like you have like a basically you're the center. Everything is radially out from you. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what everybody has. Their perspective is like they're the center of the universe. They see the world in that way. It's very unique to every perspective. So when somebody tells you they have an angle of view to the sun at a different geographic location, that's because they're telling you this is where I see the sun at. And you can say, 100 miles away, no, the sun's at a different angle of view for me. That's weird. Well, that's not weird because they're seeing the angle of the view of the sun specific to their geographic location. Now, if you were standing right next to them, you could agree with them that the sun's in that specific degree of angle of view. Now, if you are farther away, once again, that angle of view is what you see it as. So it's not nothing crazy. It's just what you see. It's what they see. Everything to them seems like they're the center. To you, you seem like you're the center. So
It's
another
the
way
same.
to go on, Greg.
To supplement Alpha's point, remember what he was telling you earlier with bottom-up disappearance upon the water. It's the same principle that is detected with things in the sky. You are in a position where it is visible or not, whether the object be on the surface of the waters or high in the sky. So when you see the sun, you're in a position that is conducive to actually seeing it. So without adding too many caveats, the sun being invisible from this or that position, right? More simply, when it's nighttime, the reality of nighttime is not strongly indicative nor necessarily indicative that the sun is obscured behind a ball. It is just far enough away or too far away to be visible. But if you if you increase the extent of your eyesight, or if you bring the sun back closer, or if you increase the size of the sun, if you readjust any of these things that affect the visibility of any object to be visible or invisible, then you'll see it or you won't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, remember when I told you an angle of view, Callie, with the street lights?
I understand what you're saying with
Right.
that. Like the sun could,
It's
like if it gets far enough away, yeah.
Yeah, so when it moves above you, when the sun's moving above you, you see it at an angle of view. So everywhere it goes, it's viewed at a specific angle of view to you as the observer. So just like the street lights, when the street lights get far away from you, they're not decreasing in their actual elevation. You just see them at a different angle of view, and that's all that you're doing. You say, hey man, those lights that are like really far away and I could barely see them, they're like at like 30 degrees in an angle of view from where I'm driving right now. But the light that's above me, it's like 85. I'm almost passing it. So you could say that an angle of view is how you use your perspective of your vision. Your vision is seeing everything at an angle of view. So the sun, when it moves atop your head, it's going to seem to lower in an angle of view when it gets farther away from you. Just the way it goes.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, what shape do you believe the Earth is?
What shape? We don't ascribe to shape. The shape would be unknown.
Oh.
Because all we can tell from the place that we are at right now is a topographical horizontal plane. And we ascribe everything to that. We reference everything to that horizontal plane. Everything. All of reality, everything that we do, when we level something, with the spirit level, it references that horizontal plane. So basically, the horizontal plane that you and I are standing on is being referenced daily. You utilize things practically on it. People navigate across it practically as a horizontal reference plane. Like we do it without even thinking about it. Every time you need to get like something that's level, you level it to the plane of the horizon. Always.
Yeah, I'm just the last time I talked to flat earthers was a few years ago, so I'm not aware of this position. I thought.
What do you think about it?
Well, because I was under the impression that you guys still You know the gifs. What I'm talking about with the disc and like the sun and the moon going around
Oh
on
yeah,
top.
no. That was okay. So a lot of that has to deal with the idea that people want a map or a model, but to make a statement to say that the Earth looks like this and then show you that thing, that you can't represent it that way. No one can, for that matter. These concepts that are given to you to think about the Earth as a flat plane can be done so easily with just a primary experience of you actually, viewing what you see outside, navigating across the
Best,
Earth. So
on that
it's
point, at best, those GIFs or illustrations, stationary illustrations, they can be useful to illustrate the geometric cogency of the given cosmological paradigm. Does that make sense?
it
Yeah,
can be.
I mean I think so.
Yeah, I would say that's fine, but at the same time, we couldn't make the affirmative statement that this is the fact. So
Yeah,
this is the
the obvious
problem.
point is that
Yeah.
you can't say that this is reflective of the exact sizes or the exact aesthetic properties of whatever the illustration is in correlation to the cosmos
Yeah.
itself. My point
Yeah.
was that I agree with him on that, and I'm just saying one can use that to demonstrate the geometric cogency of their position.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What happens though is that in this specific arena, as Gregory might want to be charitable, right? The uncharitable will jump in and say, so this is what you have to offer? Okay, now tell me about the 24-hour
Right,
sun in the south. And
right.
so, and I don't mind because like we can refute that too on its face. But
Really?
the problem is, like
I'd kind of be interested
individuals
to hear
such as
that.
yourself could probably deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like in this conversation, yeah. But because it's an open forum, we got people are just licking their chops, waiting for the moment to pounce on someone saying something that's even leaning towards, oh, they have a map, let's go. They send in the clowns. So we don't need that, and that's the reason why I kind of keep it at arm's length.
Hello?
Send in the clowns.
Because that's what happens. They're listening on YouTube, and next thing you know, you got 5 guys in here spiraling, and it's like you're trying to get, playing whack-a-mole, trying to stop them all, and they're saying incoherent shit, dude. And we're just like, no, that's not what I meant. No, that's not what I'm saying. No,
Do
that's
you
not what I.
recognize Send in the
Fucking
Clowns
hell.
from Barbara Streisand?
Yeah,
You
you
So
actually just like send in the clowns.
so
Hey,
if you
Alpha,
don't
quick, can I ask,
Dude,
can
how do
I
you
ask a
even
quick
know that,
question?
man? How do you even know that, man? What you know about that kind of music, man?
yeah,
What's up?
so if you
Look,
don't
listen to me.
Alpha,
I
can I
like
ask a
beautiful
quick question?
music. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, she can sing.
I'm not gonna disagree with that, but be that as it may, like, how the fuck do you know that? Anyway, somebody had a question.
yeah
Hey, Alpha, it was me. Is it okay if I just
So,
ask a couple of quick questions just to get
I
your
don't know if
opinion?
Callie was done though. I don't know, Callie, were you done?
I mean almost.
Oh,
Let him
sure. Oh,
finish.
sorry. My apologies.
New
Carry on.
OG,
Yeah.
if you're not oppressed for time, if you allow Callie to
No, no, I'm
finish.
good. I'm good.
All right. So I was just wondering if you don't have a map or model, how do you sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, my bad.
How do you navigate the earth? How do you get along with doing anything
No,
that's
it's like I don't know, how can you make the claim about like the I don't it's lost somewhere. I'll find it eventually. Go ahead. OG.
maybe if you have a good think, it'll come to you. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna put words in your mouth or try to divine your thoughts because we'll be here all day.
Here's an interesting thing to consider concerning that question with the map. The vast majority of the scientist zealots of scientism are going to resist this, but it still logically stands. Google Maps is a quote unquote flat Earth map, as it were. The elevation profile does not convex into a ball, it remains horizontal.
The clown car is on its way, Greg. You just fucking
Mm-hmm.
you just banged the hornet's nest with a pinata stick, dude. They'll be here in a minute. You'll see. New OG, did you have I think Callie's having a good think about what he's gonna
Yeah,
ask
okay.
with this question.
Cool. Yeah, my question was, For what reason do you reject the photographic and video evidence of the globe?
Oh, that's easy. I thought it was going to be a hard question. That's simple.
Oh, it's just my question. Yeah, hard, easy, cool.
Well, first of all, if I'm going to analyze anything, do I have something to compare it to? Like, for example, if I've seen a horse before, I know what horses look like, and you say, hey, look, this is a horse, and you show me, I don't know, a tiger or something. And I'm like, dude, that's not a horse. And you're like, yeah, that's a horse. I'm like, that's not a fucking horse, dude. I've seen horses before. So in this particular analogy that I'm using, I want you to tell me, what do you have to compare the image that they're presenting to you with? What do you have to compare it to?
Is that a rhetorical question or?
No, I want you to answer it. What can you
Yeah,
compare those images like whatever you can choose your image, right? So
Sure,
whatever
sure.
image that you have in mind, what do you have to compare that to?
Well, when I look in the night sky and I see the moon, that looks like a globe to me.
That's fine. That's fine. But we're talking about the Earth here.
Yeah.
So if we stick to that, we'll be fine. So if they
Well, listen,
show you,
have you ever heard about the work of Charles Hapgood?
You seem a bit either half baked or drunk. So just
you
relax.
don't like Charles Hapgood?
Yeah, just relax for a second. Talking to this guy. So
okay, so your point would be that anything novel, like a photograph of something you'd never seen before, you would reject it on that basis. Am I right in understanding that?
No. That's not it. So
Okay, cool.
if I show you a globe Earth and I hand you a photo and I say, dude, this is the Earth that you know that you can't see. From your perspective and vantage point, you can't see the Earth this way. But trust me, bro, this is what the Earth looks like.
Yeah.
And if you're so accepting as to say, for sure, that's what the Earth looks like, what did you compare that to?
Well, these days we could look at, say, a space launch like we see from SpaceX, and we can look at
that's just
a
another
video.
Yeah, but
and
wait a minute. That's just
we
that's just
see
another...
from the ground level going up.
OG or UG or whatever your name is.
Sure.
No. What I'm saying is this is primary experience. Now, your primary experience of seeing other videos or photographs isn't evidence of the thing you're comparing it to. What I'm asking you is from your firsthand experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
From your primary experience, what can you compare that image to?
Are you making a point about epistemology?
No, dude. Listen.
Okay.
Think about it, right? If I have handed you a photograph of the Earth looking like, I don't know, a donut, and you said, well, okay, then how are you going to compare that image to what in reality? Are you going to go walk outside and say, okay, let me see where I see this looking like this image? Where can you see that looking out like where do you see reality looking like this image that they're presenting to you? Can you actually see it in this way?
Yes, I think we could see it in that way if we use some deductive reasoning. We could say
no, sorry, no, that's not what I'm saying. This isn't going to help. This is what I'm telling you is when you walk outside and you take the image with you.
Yeah.
Are you looking to compare it to something that you can say, I affirm that the Earth looks exactly like this image. Now I've seen it and I've compared it to the Earth. It looks exactly like this. We're all good.
Well, if I were to say
the Earth,
why are other people jumping in? Like, let the man answer.
We had globes before we had photos of the Earth.
Oh my god! Yeah, fine, that's great.
Isn't that an obvious thing to compare it to?
I'm not talking to you.
So
well, the other guy can just repeat that.
Well, he's not going to repeat you. This isn't a share the community brain moment. This is him talking for himself moment.
Other guy, you heard what I said, right? You can just repeat that.
Nobody needs to repeat your bullshit, dude. Are you his mouthpiece? Are you his lawyer? What are you? Sit down. Go ahead, new OG. UG?
Yeah, I mean, the point seems to be that if we're looking at something novel that we've never seen before, how can we verify whether that's true or not? But the same thing would be if, say, I came out of the jungle and said, here's a new animal. And you could say, well, I've never seen one of those before, so it doesn't exist.
That's not
analogous. So that's not analogous.
Okay.
Clearly not.
I must be misunderstanding you then.
Yeah, you are. Because you've brought a new animal out to me and I've seen it. Whoa, it's a new animal. I've never seen that before. So I see it. It's my primary experience that I've seen the thing that you said you're trying for me to look at and say it's brand new. No, I'm asking for something that, let's say, how about this? No, that's a bad example. I would say if I'm going to show you something that's fictitious and tell you that it exists in reality, how can I make you believe that? By showing you more fictitious things. If I have video evidence and I say, well, okay, look, I have a, a flying spaghetti monster. And there's flying spaghetti monster floating around the top of my city. And I've edited it in some way, but you don't know that. So I've got photos of it, I got video of it, and you said, well, I need more evidence. Okay, no, check this video out. I show you more evidence videos, and I show you more pictures. Is that going to convince you that the thing I'm telling you exists?
At some point, there will be a weight of evidence where I would say, well,
like what? Wait a minute, like what? Because I'm only showing you the thing that you think that you're saying in your side with the Earth being a globe is what you would accept. You would accept more videos. That's it. More pictures. That would be clear to you that the thing that I'm presenting would be true.
Yes,
according to you.
At some point, yes.
At some point? You would accept the flying spaghetti monster to be true if I showed you an overwhelming amount of videos of it.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Well then, I guess we know where you stand with your low standard of like presenting evidence. Like all it takes for you is maybe 10 videos. 10 videos of the thing, that's the standard right there. I don't know the threshold. I'm just putting 10 as kind of an arbitrary number, but
yeah, but I mean, at this point, we don't have 10 videos. We have many thousands and thousands of hours of videos.
Yeah, so what, dude?
Well, I would consider that to be a considerable weight of evidence. If someone
but then you can't compare it to anything. Your primary experience is that you only have a ton of videos, but nothing in your primary experience that you see the Earth in this way. So really, you're saying, good, you got videos, I got belief, we're all good here.
Okay, so there would be no amount of video or photographs that would convince you.
Why? I can't see the Earth in the way that they're showing me. Why would I accept that? You know what? That's on
Perhaps
you.
Soto doesn't understand that point. Let me add this very briefly and let Alpha resume.
Yeah.
Soto, like, you see my PFP?
Your PFP? No, I don't think so.
You scroll down to the bottom of the channel list. So once you do that, you can see a photograph of me. That's me.
Yeah.
You can verify that photograph is a photograph of me because you can see me and compare the direct anecdotal detection of me with the photograph and see, yeah, that is a photograph of Gregory.
Yeah, I see.
But that's not analogous with the Earth. You can't look at the Earth the way that the supposed photo is supposedly recording, hence photograph, right? Recording of the Earth. Supposedly that's a photograph of the Earth, but you cannot see the Earth in that way without a very, very humongous apparatus in order to have everything that's conducive to get into the right position to see the Earth that way, then compare and contrast your anecdotal detection of the Earth itself from that position, and then contrast that or compare that with the supposed photo. That's Alpha's point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I had many thousands of hours of video of you, many thousands of pictures, and I also had evidence from people who said, yes, that is this guy, at which point would I be just being incredulous to say, no, I don't think it is. I've never seen it before.
What? But you know what? What happens if you look at, if he goes live right now and he's a white dude with blonde hair?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say then?
I'd say that the picture in the profile didn't match the video that I was seeing.
Yeah. But what would you say though if you saw him on video and he's like talking? He's like, dude, this is me, and you would see him, and he was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual.
Well, from your analogy, I wouldn't be able to make a decision.
Right.
Because I'd never seen him in the real life.
Right. So when would you be able to make that distinction?
We are talking about epistemology here in terms of knowledge and what.
Yeah, but when would you be able to make the distinction?
From a philosophical point of view, I would never be able to make the distinction whether I was with my own mind or not.
Let's not go philosophical with this because we're going to be here till the cows come home. Just stick with the physical and natural world, being able to identify somebody.
Okay, yeah. Well, in that case, I would probably weight the evidence in the live video that I was seeing. I would assume, oh, it's a white guy.
Right. But when would you be able to affirm this is the guy?
If I'd seen enough video and
Okay,
enough.
which goes back to the low standard that you have, because once again, and I've seen this before, people can use ways to mask what they look like online. So even if he had that avatar and you thought that's what he looked like, if he appeared a different way in a video call with you, and you say, "Oh, wait a minute, oh, I thought you were the image of the guy that looked on your avatar. You look like somebody totally different." But
Yeah.
what if he was using something to mask his appearance? How would you be able to detect if you didn't primarily experience a visit with him in real life, a
But
tangible one?
there's never been a discrepancy of the video evidence or the photo evidence that we
Yeah,
see of
but
the globe.
yes, there has. You know, so
We've
you don't
pictures of a
realize
flat
it.
globe.
A flat globe.
A
What?
flat Earth. We have pictures of a flat Earth.
No, we're not even talking about flat Earth. We're talking about your globe idea, this fantasy that you're watching pictures from space and videos, and you're taking them on credit. That's exactly what it is. There's no way that you're going to be able to make a distinction that you're viewing the Earth that you're standing on in that way ever. You can never see the Earth look like that, can you? Let's be
Well,
truthful.
astronauts have seen it.
No, I'm not talking about astronauts. This claim was brought up to you to have either you can prove that the Earth with pictures is proven to be a globe via the pictures, and you're asking us, well, what's not good enough? Of course not. You have nothing to compare that to in reality. The Earth you stand on outside is never viewed in this way. Yet your idea in your mind is that the low standard of evidence you have is just send me enough videos and I'll believe.
Well,
That
your claim is that we have never seen the Earth in that way. I refute that and say, well, there are many, many hundreds of astronauts who have seen the Earth in that way. And come
Those
back
are
with
not
testimony.
you. They are not you. You are you.
So
Have you ever seen it in that way? Not these guys who claim they go
Okay,
to
cool.
this place.
So have you ever been to the United
Oh my
Kingdom?
God! Why are you asking me
Well,
questions?
okay, Yuji, at this
Why are
point,
you
you're
asking
just
me
dodging the
questions?
question.
Yeah,
Like,
why are you
there-
asking me?
Oh, sorry, I must have missed the question. Please ask me again. I'll try and answer.
God, dude. When have you seen the Earth in that way? Not astronauts or bus drivers or your bag boy at your supermarket. When have you seen the Earth in that way?
Through my own eyes.
No shit, dude.
Okay, cool. I haven't.
Fuck. All right then. At least we're getting somewhere. Now then.
Could I ask you a question?
Not yet.
Okay, cool.
So if you weren't able to discern whether or not you can see the Earth in the way the images are given to you and or videos, then how are you making the distinction that that's fucking Earth?
Well, I don't hold that I would have to view something personally in order to ascertain whether it was real or not.
So we're back
That's not what he asked you either.
It is kind of what he asked me.
Yeah, we got another blind painter in the building. We got another blind painter, blind guy who loves colors.
He didn't ask you what is your heuristic. He didn't ask you what would be persuasive. He asked you, how do you know that the supposed photo is an authentic photo of the Earth if you cannot and have never seen the Earth in that way?
I would take it on faith.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the real
So
answer.
you don't know.
No, in the same way
Yeah,
that
for this particular argument, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, can I ask you a question in relation to this argument then? Have you ever been to Australia?
No,
How do you know it exists?
because Australia is a geographic location on the Earth, which is not an extraordinary claim of something that can't be substantiated by a means of logistical travel.
So
That
in
easy
terms
enough
of
for you?
logistical travel, would that include?
Live in Australia.
No.
It's not it's not an extraordinary claim that proceeds to violate the second law of thermodynamics. So
Okay.
that's another hurdle you got to cross that we haven't even talked about yet.
What law
which
of
I won't even get
thermodynamics
into
is
there.
broken by
Oh my God,
astronauts?
I didn't really want to tell you that, but it's going to open up a can of worms for your understanding of like how it's possible that we have gas pressure in a contained environment, which the globe Earth couldn't substantiate because it's a position where it be an open system, being that the Earth is a globe you'd have the vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure area that we have, which means that you could easily traverse matter and energy back and forth through the system that you live in as an Earth, as a globe. So, if that's the case, how is it possible to have gas pressure without containment? Now, wait a minute.
Could we just go back to you said it was no, sorry. You said it was impossible for
I'm
anybody
actually talking
to go
about
into
it right
space?
now. I'm actually talking about it right now.
Okay. So you're making the claim that it would be physically impossible to actually traverse.
That's correct. That's correct. Physically.
Okay. I see.
So I'm laying out the foundation. If you
I understand
please.
now. Yeah, I understand.
All right. So if you're going to persist to say that that's the case, then you're going to have to identify the error, or the problem, I should say, that you'd have to go through if you're going to go into that place that they call the vacuum of space. Now they say it's beyond. This is not an arbitrary place. It shifts from, like, I don't know, years. They say it was at some point 62 miles above the Earth's surface, and it went down to like 100, or excuse me, went down to 55, and then it was just like fluctuate. So there's really no set place where they call, the Kármán line, where they're saying that that's a position where after that would be considered space, and then further past that would be considered outer space. So when you get into this place where they consider it to be space, there's a specific torr value that they ascribe to it. Now that even changes over time. So it's something where it talks about it being something in the negative torr value, but that doesn't mean that it's negative in the sense of saying there's no gas pressure. I'm saying that what they're saying is that it's super low pressure at that altitude. Now, there's a lot of cases where you're going to say, or either think about, there's ideas to how pressure works from where we're at on the surface to where that is up in that specific altitude. The problem is that there's a high pressure differential that's going to cause either the gas where it's on the surface to expand into the available space, so much so that it has so much room to move that it's not going to stay in the location that it is on the surface. It will expand constantly to fill the available space. That's what would happen naturally, because gas law would always state that gas will always expand to fill its available volume. That's just how gas is. If you look into kinetic molecular theory, one of the postulates would state that they have perfect elastic collisions, which means that there is no energy that's lost when these molecules collide, which means that they continue to move in whatever motion they are until they stopped or impeded by something that will prevent them to move any further, which would be considered the walls of a container. Gas moves omnidirectionally as it's a gas, and it's also a fluid, but it will continue to move unimpeded in its direction that it's in. So far, so good.
Unless another force is acting on it.
Well, which we would say is the container, not. And if you say it's a force, then okay, we got problems, right? So now you're going to have to define what force is going to impede the motion of gas. And if there is such a thing, then you're going to have to look at the definition of gas pressure and redefine it. And also, when you redefine gas pressure, you're going to have to show a demonstration of how gas can have no containment to define it, because in the definition or how it's described that gas pressure is defined is force per unit area over the volume that it has due to the fact that it's contained in the walls from its container.
Okay, so your objection is that you cannot traverse this?
No, you cannot traverse this, because gas pressure, the only way that you can hold it is if you have a physical containment. Okay. So physical containment is the only way gas pressure is ever achieved. Now, if you're saying that's not true, then I need to hear your argument for the case that refutes that. Like I said, two things that you're going to need: your redefinition of gas pressure, and the fact that it will negate the fact that it doesn't need the walls of its containment, right? The container that it's in, and you're going to show a demonstration of it. So two things I need from you if you're going to refute this.
Okay, so back to the first point, because that's what this is a refutation of. On the basis of that, you would take that Australia was real on the basis of faith, because you believe that you can travel there.
It's not an extraordinary claim, like I said, because of the fact that this hurdle that you now are going to have to confront.
Yeah, I would suggest that perhaps your understanding of that hurdle was flawed.
No, it's not. There's nothing that you said towards it, except for that it's flawed.
Well, I did
identify the
suggest
problem.
that
Identify the
perhaps-
problem, and then tell me how it's wrong.
Okay, you're suggesting that gas would essentially just evaporate off into space.
Not evaporating.
Not
Well, you know, it would essentially leave the atmosphere
Dissipate.
and disappear.
Yeah,
Dissipate.
dissipate.
Yeah.
Dissipate's the word.
And I said that there was another force acting on it. That force would
Yes,
be gravity.
that's your assertion. That's your
Yeah.
assertion.
Yeah.
Two things.
Yeah, there you go.
Remember
That's
the
my
two things that are required: a redefinition of how gas pressure is contained by the thing
Why?
you're going to assert, and also
Well,
I
it's
need
not
to
a
show-
redefinition. It's an explanation. I gave you the explanation.
Yeah, but the explanation has
Gravity is
nothing to do
holding-
with the definition.
Gravity is
explanation-
holding. Gravity is holding.
No, sorry.
Yes.
No,
yes,
no, sorry.
yes,
Sorry. No,
yes.
look at the definition of gas pressure, please. Go look it up. You can type it in. What is gas pressure in your Google and see what the definition is. Quickly. I think that would help
Okay.
us along.
Okay, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container.
Yes.
Okay. So your assertion is that there is a firmament above us.
There's a wall stopping the gas. Yes.
Where is it?
Where the fuck do you think it is?
Well, you tell me. It's your wall.
It's everywhere containing the gas that we're in right now. We're breathing.
That's a
You know,
digression. Look,
yeah,
that's a digression. That's a red
it is a
herring.
digression. It is a
It's
digression.
not.
but-
You're telling
Yeah.
me that the gas is forced in
Contained.
by a container.
No.
You now
listen,
need
listen,
to demonstrate the
no,
container.
force. No, sorry.
No, that's a digression,
no,
dude.
that right there is, and it's a burden of proof reversal because you're thinking that you're going to make it sound like I need to defend a point. No, you need to either tell me that gas pressure does not need a container with this new idea of a force that you're going to ascribe as gravity, and now it's on you. You got to prove that shit to me. Go ahead and prove it to me, and like I said, once you do, you're going to have to redefine it. Because it's
So
no
why-
longer the walls of its container. Now the redefinition of gas pressure will be held down by the force of gravity. That's a new definition of what gas pressure is going to be redefined by. It's your turn. Go ahead.
But you're asserting that basic gas pressure is the issue. It isn't the issue.
What?
No, that is the issue. Like, there's gas pressure. So besides there being a solid container to contain the gas for the gas to press upon, then in your position, what is the gas pressing upon so that there's gas pressure in the atmosphere?
Okay, so if gas is attracted to the globe, yes.
What?
If gas
That's
is
antithetical
attracted
to
the
gas
globe,
pressure.
No. This isn't the ifs. We're not going to do ifs. I need your presentation to show how things are happening in the manner in which you describe, followed by the definition that describes them that way. I need to see that in a text. Also, you need to show a demonstration of it in action. So go ahead and provide the evidence.
I think what you're talking about is actually the
Oh my
density
God, dude.
of gas.
No, okay,
Not the
look, at this
pressure.
rate, we have to stop. We have to stop the talking past thing. Okay, so like Alpha just said to you, rather than just tossing out a hypothetical, and even with your hypothetical, it's antithetical to gas pressure, like he just told you. So that's not sufficient. So beyond your insufficient hypothetical, that's antithetical to gas pressure. Now you have to give the argument that demonstrates that you can have gas pressure without a solid container.
Would you agree that air has mass?
No, we're not going to agree on anything. The only thing you got to do is
That's
present.
not the time for you to give an
present-
interrogation. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not an
Presentation.
interrogation. It's an explanation. Okay, then
Yeah.
I'll give you the explanation. Because air has mass, Earth's gravity attracts it and gives it weight. Because it has weight, the air molecules are constantly bumping into things. It exerts pressure.
Citation.
You just appealed to the very
Citation.
thing that I just refuted.
Citation, please, right now. I want to see it.
Yeah, go ahead and give the citation, and then
Right
I'll
now.
tell you again. You just appealed to the very thing I just refuted.
Yep.
You're
He
alluding to something
refuted-
that's antithetical. That's-
He refuted
Yeah.
you in an argument, but also
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, I don't care. Right now, I'm only focused.
If you don't care, then what's the point? What's the point? If you don't care, what's the point?
I'm laser focused on you presenting this. Laser. Like, I don't want to detract from this point right now. You need to present the citation that
you
said
actually-
that incoherent bullshit
have made
that you just said.
you made a claim.
that
You made a
you're
claim.
making this entirely too difficult. Right now, go find the citation.
Yeah, that's it.
So you made the claim that it is impossible to travel into
Soto,
space.
you obviously don't have the citation, dude. Just be honest.
Be honest.
The
You don't have it,
citation
do you?
would be from howthingsfly.si.edu.
Post that
gravity
shit.
hyphen F. Okay,
Post that shit. And you know what? It better say verbatim the bullshit you just said. You better fucking.
There you go.
better say that.
So you made a positive claim that it's impossible to travel into space.
Hold
You were
on,
incredulous about that.
man. Just wait.
Is that a positive claim or is it not?
Let me look into your bullshit. Why do you got to keep?
Why are you
flapping
calling
your
it
guns?
bullshit? Why don't you just answer the question?
Because
Can you travel into space?
You're just talking nonsense right now. You
I'm
gotta
not.
wait.
I'm not. Can you travel into space? You say that we cannot travel into space. I want to know why.
Get him, King Glover.
I want to see what he's posted here. Oh, this site can be reached once. Can
Where
anybody
in
click
this
on that?
citation is the exact answer to the question?
That's what I want to know. My computer's not loading this shit.
So you say that
And
we
I'm getting
cannot travel into space, and that you are incredulous.
No. We're not there yet. Shut up. We're not there yet. We're right now examining the fucking elephant that you dropped, which was a sword. Did he dip?
Yeah,
What a fucking guy, dude.
I mean, you muted him, and he bounced as soon as
Hey,
you
I don't
muted
give
him.
a fuck. He's not gonna stop. So, most of these guys that are mute and they dip, good fucking riddance. Give a fuck about them. Like they're just entitled babies. They want to say what they want. I couldn't. His shit wasn't loading for me. Did you get it to load, Gregory?
Say again.
Did you get his source to load?
Yeah, I'm looking at what he posted in the open chat now. I haven't read the part in the article that says this is containing the gas or this is what the gas is pressing upon.
Oh my god, dude. What in the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Anyways, guys, you're at the club.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, I just read the entire article. It doesn't mention what the atmosphere is pressing upon. It doesn't mention it.
Yeah, he basically stated the thing at the very top where it says air is stuff. Air is not just empty space. It has substance or mass. Air has molecules that are constantly moving because air has mass. Earth's gravity attracts it and gives it weight. What? Because it has weight and the air molecules are constantly bumping into things, it exerts pressure. Fucking hell, dude. Who is this clown? Did he make this up? Yeah, he did.
No, he actually didn't say anything. Wait, hold on. He said one thing wrong. But apart from that, he was fine.
He was misinterpreting the question because the habit in this worldview is the gas is not continuing to expand omnidirectionally and fill the available space because there's this silly metaphysical aspect of the world where matter is pulling things to other matter, okay? Pulling matter to other matter. But that is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about things pulling something else. We're talking about what is the gas pressing upon. See, so what this demonstrates is that this cosmological doctrine reduces gas pressure, especially the gas pressure of the atmosphere, to absurdity. You have to deny that the atmosphere is exerting pressure, as in pushing, not pulling, as in pushing upon a container. That's what it's antithetical to. Because there is no container, there's no solid container for the atmosphere to be pushing against.
Dude,
So the so-called gas pressure is reduced to complete absurdity. What they need is something to pull the gas to stop it from expanding.
Yeah, let me highlight this. I'm gonna post the image because I took a screenshot. Look at this shit. This is hilarious, dude. In the highlighted section there, look at the highlighted section. Because air has mass, Earth's gravity attracts it. Really? That's the claim of all claims, man.
Well, let's
think
about it like this. I mean, does air have weight though?
Does it? I'm asking you that. I'm asking all the Globers that.
Well, that's the question I want to ask any flat earther.
Well, it's not about asking flat earthers. It's about asking Globers who thinks that this statement is true. Matt, the statement, because air has mass, Earth's gravity attracts it. that's a fucking claim. You don't think
Does
so,
air
Matt?
air
No,
have
you don't
mass?
think. Did you read the article? Did you read it where it says because air has mass, Earth's gravity attracts it? Did you read that?
I
That's
read the
from a
highlight.
fucking glober. A fucking glober said that. No flat earther said that shit. That's a glober. Why don't you ask their dumbass? Why are you asking me?
Gas does have mass, though, right?
Yeah. So what
Yeah.
is mass, dude?
That's a good question.
Well, no
What is mass?
shit.
What is it?
Well,
No shit.
I suspect that Matt is doing the thing again where he continues his interrogation as though this is not a digression from the initial subject. The initial subject has been completed. He did not account for gas pressure. Now we can move on to another subject, but let's not pretend as though the subject has not been concluded before Matt began his interrogation.
You know what happens when you step into this realm, dude? You get obliterated, man. There's nothing
Me?
here for you. Yes, you and
All I
every
do is-
other, you and every
all I
other
do is-
glober who attempt your feeble attempts at coming against something that is well understood. And this guy, whoever posted this article, is fucking over his head, man. Like I don't know what he's doing. There's something wrong with this information.
Yeah. Wait.
What? Yeah. You
I think
can't
he
redeem.
said.
Can't redeem
What
it.
up?
There's no way. There's nothing in this argument or even in this article. I don't. It's a gold mine. I'm gonna save it.
Either way.
Well, I like it.
Yeah, you do because it's fucking giving your Baal believers something to cling to. Oh look, somebody said it somewhere. Yeah, save it. Fucking, I'd keep posting it.
Well,
fucking, it's gonna be.
Does air?
So let's tie the previous subject with a bow, just so that it's cleanly and neatly concluded. So Alpha pressed him about accounting for the atmospheric gas pressure. There is no such account in the scientist cosmology because the atmosphere is not contained by any solid container. And so there is no gas pressure. So the scientist cosmology reduces the atmospheric gas pressure to absurdity because there is no container for it to press against. And the reason that's an issue because the underlying heart of the matter is that there is this cosmological paradigm that humans are supposedly operating in, but there are glaring discrepancies within it which require the ad hoc appeal to mass attracting mass and or mass curving space-time to really be specific as to what gravity really means as they
Why are
abuse
you
that
going
word.
off on a tangent, man?
It's not a tangent, okay? Enough with the deflective ridicule. Anyone who's paying attention to my words can clearly hear
They've
this
been
directly,
they've been
logically
doing it
pointing
all
to the
day, Greg. I've heard all day fucking long, dude. The
all day
moment
long.
the moment you because you know it's like they're writhing, dude. They don't know what to do. They're in their chair squirming. They can't take it. It's like the fucking flames are reaching their feet, dude. They're roasting, dude, and just like cooking them. And
Dude,
they're feeling
said something.
it's fucking singeing their fucking hairs, dude. So they have to say something stupid. It's happened like I want to say 4 times today. I counted 4 fucking times, dude.
Yeah.
That the only thing they had for you was ridicule. They only ridiculed you. They didn't attack the argument. And I had to remember one of the times I was asking the guy, "You just fucking refute his argument." No, actually twice. I take it back. 2 times I actually had to step in and say that because it was so fucking annoying, dude. That they just attack you. They don't just ridicule you. That's great. That's nice. He called you, all kinds of bitches and hoes. But now
Hey, I can
refute
refute
the
the
fucking
argument.
argument for once.
I got you. You want me to refute it?
But I'll finish it
no,
eventually
man.
because
Oh,
Matt
you're gonna
disrupted
finish
my
up?
attempt
Oh,
to finish
yeah.
this. So
Get him,
again,
Callie, get him.
So again, right, the heart of the matter is that supposedly humans are doing operations in the cosmic vacuum. Problem with this cosmological paradigm is that there's a glaring discrepancy which is not accounted for and irreconcilable. And the only thing that is appealed to try and reconcile it is the ad hoc appeal to mass attracting mass and or mass curving space-time, the former being a category error, an ontological category error, and the latter also being an ontological category error, reifying space and time.
Yeah,
So
I
there
like
couldn't
that
be
one.
any photographs from the supposed cosmic vacuum.
That was a good refutation, by the way. I heard that one. It was I haven't heard that one, but it was good.
You heard me say this before.
Okay, are you ready?
Huh?
He wants to keep talking.
What do you?
In the current prevailing most up-to-date globe model, the outside of the solar system is a denser. There's a dense layer of gas. It's more dense on the outer regions of the solar system than the inner regions. Therefore,
dude.
technically, the globe model suggests that we are in fact in a container.
Oh, hold on. Wait, what
are you
the
fucking?
fuck?
What the fuck?
Okay, you just hit
Yes,
Matt
dude.
upside the head,
There's like
dude.
a cosmic bubble
upside
around
the
the solar
fucking
system.
head.
Yeah.
You just
What are
whacked
you
him on the head.
No, you can look it up.
Hold on, Callie. Can you please give me the citation that says that though?
Wait.
Sure.
Dude.
Are you
So
drinking
we were
again,
just
bro?
told, in case anyone who did not track with what Callie just said,
I
we were
don't drink
just
alcohol.
told
No,
that
everybody
there
heard
is
what I
a
said, Gregory. We don't need your
container of
bullshit.
gas
Callie,
around the
please.
solar system, hence the gas
That's
pressure
not what I
that
said.
our
That's a straw
atmosphere
man.
has.
That's no way.
I just want
man.
I want the citation for what you said.
Is there one?
That the outer regions of the solar system, right, or like the space between our solar system and others, is more dense than the space within our solar system.
And that's the container?
Well, that's so stupid. How do you conclude a container
Hold
from
on.
that?
Is that what he's saying the container is? Callie?
Yes, he is.
How do you
did he say that?
logically come
Fucking-
to that conclusion?
Well, I'm more interested also with the question that you had. Like, where's the fucking citation?
Isn't it the opposite of that? I can go get an article where they're talking about we're basically in this cosmic space bubble, and
Yeah,
then
but
the stars
that's
are.
weird. Hey, eat the grass, because I think I've heard this before. Is what article? What are you looking at, Callie?
There's,
Fuck,
I
dude.
want to see something.
I found it.
Post it in the chat, huh?
Yeah, you got it.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Whatever it is, it's not going to be such.
Let me take this.
I want the papers. I don't want a video. Fuck's that?
Fucking hell, dude. All right, Matt. You're thoroughly
the container you guys
debunked.
think the globe needs for
thoroughly
gas
debunked,
pressure
dude.
above the surface.
Fucking let's round of applause for NASA.
Dude, this is just a video. What's the citation to say what you actually said?
Dude, this is
just a silly video.
Who's the
There
author of the video? That's not NASA, though, is it?
In the heliocentric model, there is no container. It's talking about a physical barrier.
Well, this is what
gas.
Did you find something either?
Yeah, bro, but that's not
look.
Even the citation for what you said, though.
Smithsonian.com.
Yeah, I'm not trying to speak for Callie. I'm just looking up this on my own accord.
Something came up? Like that shit came up?
Yeah, I'm still looking at it. I gotta find an article about it.
I mean, like Callie, like that doesn't make any sense though. Like logically, it makes
so here we
sense.
are. Right, here we are.
Gas giant. You have a bunch of gas giants within our solar system. We only have like really 2 gas giants. You have Earth. You have the sun, which is radiating obviously a lot of energy. There's no reason why outer regions of the solar system that aren't connected to any other stars or anything would be more dense. How is that possible?
That's not even the major issue. That's an ancillary point. So with this latest reply from Callie, it just kicks the can down the road. This is yet another cloud of gas, another body of gas in a cosmic vacuum. How is it staying in a local area rather than expanding to fill the space? Again, it's the same issue.
Here, I got another video about it.
Callie, man, you got to
This
stop.
video seems to get into it more than the other one.
Fine,
dude. I don't want the videos though. I just want the papers that say this shit.
It's past the bewitching hour for Callie.
So I just in the side chat I posted a citation from NASA. Is this it, Callie? Like, would this be something that would be citing what you're talking about?
Nothing good happens after 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the bubble exactly. Yes.
Oh shit.
All right, there you go, gentlemen.
But this isn't a fucking like. Okay, let's just stop with the bullshit though. This isn't a container per se. Like when flat earthers are saying the container, they're talking about the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. They're talking about gas expanding. If you release the gas within the container, it expands. It goes from high pressure to low pressure. That's what they're talking about. So even give that this shit is true, right? Give that this bubble of our solar system is true. technically, within the heliocentric model, by the flat earther standards, I think they're wrong, the gas pressure would still be expanding to the available space, the low pressure, right? So the high pressure, which would be Earth, where there's a lot of gas, would go to the low pressure, which would be the cosmic vacuum. So regardless, this isn't really a container. This is just mumbo jumbo.
Well, Callie said it's a container.
No, it's not. It's not a. It's not. It's definitely not a
Pleasantly
refutation.
surprised by Matt's
The
reply
gas on the
because he
outside
just
of the
repeated the very same
heliosphere
critique I
is
just
more
said.
dense
Yeah, exactly.
than
It's
the
not
gas
a.
inside the solar system. That's the claim.
See?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so we don't need to keep repeating what you
best.
said. Like we can
It's
move
very
forward after we
simple,
just said
Matt
the
Mooney.
critique to what you just
You
said.
know what
it's
I'm
not
talking
very
about.
Kicking
simple.
the can
Wait,
down
hold
the
on,
road.
Callie. Callie,
See,
do you think
gentlemen, this is just cross talking, not actually getting to the heart of the
Gregory,
matter.
hold
We
on a
heard what he
second, dude.
said.
Why are you
There is
just
no hold
saying
on a
stuff?
second. Like we heard what you said.
Yes, you
We
must
can
hold
move forward
on.
now. We don't need to hear you
What are you
repeat
saying?
yourself. There is no hold on, right? We heard what you said, then we critiqued it. Then you just repeated what you said after we critiqued it. That's not moving forward. So once again, and then move forward after this. This is not an account for the gas pressure of the atmosphere around the Earth. It is kicking the can down the road as to how this body of gas is staying in a local area rather than expanding to fill the space omnidirectionally as the behavior of gas.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I agree with Gregory's point in the sense that it's not a refutation of their point. In the heliocentric model, pertaining to the heliocentric model, you can't refute their point by saying, "Well, there's like a bubble of our solar system." No, there's still a cosmic vacuum that exists right next to a very pressurized system, right? That is not contained by any physical barrier whatsoever. So it's still not a refutation to what they say. Well, you
Yeah,
guys have
you're
container.
still
It's just being
you still
pedantic.
close the book. You close the book. You think this cosmic vacuum is causing the gas molecules to escape deeper into space.
I
And
don't
NASA's
think that.
literally telling you
Callie,
that's
stop.
not what they
Callie,
observed.
the thing is, the
Shut
problem is,
the
I
fuck
don't
up
think
first.
that
I
the
just
person.
listened to your
No, I
dumbass.
won't shut the
Now
fuck
listen to
up
me
because
refute
you
your stupid
said
claim.
something that I don't think.
Now listen to me refute your
Getting
stupid
the
claim.
argument completely wrong.
Now
He's being
listen to me
belligerent
refute your stupid
again.
claim. Gregory, you're
No,
not supposed to be
I'm
talking.
not going to listen to you refute. Yeah, thank you, Alpha, for that. I'm not going to.
Gentlemen, please, I'm gonna unmute you guys right now. I just wanted to literally get those two words in. Gentlemen, please.
And Callie was ready to leave this chat.
Yeah, he was ready to leave because he's such an absurd, idiotic individual. I mean, to say that you're going to refute my stupid, how can you refute my stupid claim? How can you refute it? This is not a refutation of the flat earthers' claim of gas pressure needing a container or anything. Wow, there's like a little bubble around our solar system that doesn't really exist, so therefore, like, it's a container. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's why he left, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't want to actually engage in this. What an idiot.
Since it's an actual pattern with a lot of people, I'm going to call this obfuscating retorting. Because it's just retorting, no matter what is said, just retorting even past the conclusion of the matter to obscure the fact that the heart of the matter has been reached and the conclusion has been said and the position has been refuted. So he didn't have any rebuttal to the critique of him mentioning this solar system bubble.
You know what this sounds like, though? This
What an
is
idiot.
it's a classic case of grasping at straws. There's nothing
I mean,
more.
yeah, it is. It really is a classic
case.
case of that. And I don't know why he does that. He doesn't even need to go to such a level. I mean, let's say that there is a bubble around our solar system. There's still a cosmic vacuum within that bubble, okay? A vacuum more powerful, just within our solar system, a vacuum more powerful than any vacuum we've created here on Earth. It's like 10 to the negative 6
Within
torque,
and without,
whatever
yes.
it is. So technically, the claim that the flat earthers are making is that it's impossible to have a pressurized system right next to a cosmic vacuum. So you mentioning a little bubble around the solar system is not a fucking refutation. It's so stupid.
Well, I mean, it's just weird that he brought this. I don't know why. It's like these obscure,
It's like I said,
arguments.
it's obfuscating
Weird.
retorting. He didn't. It wasn't at all when you analyze his retort. It wasn't at all even.
I
It's not
know.
remotely a refutation to what was just said before he said that. He's just retorting. He's just going to keep retorting.
He actually
and
created a
refuse
problem.
to concede.
He actually created a problem for Globe Earth as well. Like
Right.
Both
Kicking the
it
can
went
down the road. Right.
It went twofold. Not only was it a problem for a refutation for flat Earth, it was problem for a refutation for the idea that he lives in a heliocentric globe Earth. I look at the people who are putting this information forward. They're like, what is it, Tomo News US? Like, who's actually putting this information? Is it NASA? Is it the source from NASA? Where's this information coming from?
The clip that he posted is from some YouTube channel. Wasn't NASA though.
Because it has to be referencing at least one of these sources.
Let's check it
out. You know what I mean? Like, obviously they're fantastic claims, but it's not just like these people are saying. Because the way that I know that this goes, it has to come from like the idea of this organization.
They're communicating what the scientists, clerics, NASA, et cetera, are saying. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I want to talk about some zany space shit. Like, who the fuck said that? Like, why are these fucking bobbleheads, talking about it? Because they're just parrots.
SmithsonianMag.com, ScienceNasa.gov, bubble of our solar system. That's from Ethergrass. Ethergrass posted that, not Kelly.
I want to ascribe the pseudoscientist that actually said this nonsense. I want to pin it to him. Oh, it's this guy. We know who it is now.
Man. Yeah, the exact person.
So at least we can give a face to this nonsense, because I'm
Callie
pretty sure.
posted a YouTube short that was posted by Interstellar News. That's what he posted.
Yeah, so
if you got your heaters out.
Yeah, summarization of this. I just like typed it. It's like 5 paragraphs or something. I just asked ChatGPT to summarize what it's saying, and it basically says the heliosphere is a protective bubble created by the solar wind around our solar system, and it interacts with the interstellar medium. Cassini's mission has helped reveal that this intersection shapes the heliosphere more like a slippery ball moving through smoke rather than a comet with a tail. Again, this is not proposing a actual physical barrier bubble. Like, obviously it's not, because we have Voyager 1 that's like far beyond basically our solar system, pretty far, to the point where it's not considered part of our solar system.
Yeah, it didn't crash into it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right. So in principle, the Earth's atmosphere isn't contacting this solar bubble.
Yeah. So the solar bubble is this heliosphere is almost like a concept that's trying to talk about something rather than a physical barrier. They're not proposing that there's a physical barrier around the solar system, because that'd be silly to say, right? We're not enclosed within, and say that there was a physical barrier within this solar system. Even if we granted him that stupid claim, that would still mean that within this solar system, so let's say the point from the Earth to the Sun or different planets would still be a cosmic vacuum, which means you'd have a pressurized system right next to a cosmic vacuum, which the flat earthers are saying is impossible. So you proposing the little heliosphere bubble thing is not going to refute their claim.
Yeah, so we've overemphasized the point now. That's already been said. So next point.
Yeah, and he's still typing in the chat. If he wants to, he can come in here. I bet he's going to run away, though, because he's not going to propose this bullshit.
Why do you want to get a pound of flesh from him, dude? Like, you're already fucking...
Because he's carnivorous and cannibalistic.
Fucking already... You got the pound of flesh, like, twofold, man. I think you got 2 pounds. Like, what the fuck? Jeez Louise.
What a little bitch in the chat, man.
Cannibalistic carnivore.
But what happened earlier...
Oh, I think he's listening in on YouTube. What a little bitch.
Carnivorous cannibal.
We've had that, you should have seen it, man. Reina from the fucking Debate Bros came in here, and they were on his ass. Like, all of the Team Globe that was in here. Matthew...
Grant was on Cali?
No. Matt and Callie, Matthew Learns were all against Reina, which is from Debate Bros. Shit, that happened fucking twice today. Okay, so there's been repeated things that happened today. The Globers were fighting against Globers, and you were being ridiculed like a lot today for the people not being able to articulate their argument against you. It's pretty crazy. Been a pretty crazy day today.
Yeah. And by the way, UG in the chat, no, he didn't say that, or he didn't agree with that.
Yeah, to return back to UG, because Callie interjected.
He's here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay.
So let's return to UG. So UG, again, before we digress to Kelly's ridiculous retort, again, besides the very weak appeal to an article that didn't even attempt to account for the gas pressure, what the gas is pushing against, do you have any other appeal to justify that there's gas pressure when there is no solid container for the gas to press upon in your cosmological paradigm? Because, like I said earlier, if you don't, then you reduce the empirically verified gas pressure of the atmosphere to absurdity. You cannot have gas pressure without the solid container for it to press against.
Oh. Oh, shit. we got trouble in paradise.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that before.
Fuck, dude.
Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking at chat. It's like fucking Days of Our Lives in there and shit. All the drama that's going on. The fuck?
I'm back.
Yeah, look at the chat.
Otto Glober, LARPing is mega gay. I'm out. He is. I mean, as soon as I called him out on his bullshit, he ran away. As soon as I did it. As soon as I did it. This is the main thing. This is the main thing.
Let us exegete that comment. Otto Glober LARPing is mega gay. I'm out. What is an Otto Glober?
Somebody needs to define that
Yo,
shit.
that's actually. I didn't even. You know what, Gregory? I didn't even pick up on that. What does he mean by Otto Glober? Is he acting like I'm like some sort of a machine?
I guess.
Maybe it's because I talk. People say I talk fast. I don't. Maybe that's it.
No, type that shit. What does Google say? Fucking Auto Glober. What does ChatGPT? Put it in
I don't
ChatGPT.
even think that's a thing.
I'd take. Yeah,
Fuck,
I'd
we got
take
nothing
auto
else.
globe, like you automatically stick to the globe paradigm, whereas they don't.
Oh,
one could infer that.
Maybe
one could infer that, but it's just not immediately meaningful on its face.
No, it's not.
I don't know. He's laughing. Callie, what's an Auto Glober? I know you're listening. Type it in the chat.
Yeah, you probably missed it, but there was this Glober.
He said it again.
What happened?
He wants us to trade you for him.
I guess this is the time when the clowns arrived. It was kind of delayed after you said send in the clowns, but I guess they arrived eventually.
When
I mean,
they came out of
clowns, after all, it's not like they're part
You guys actually might find some peace with Callie. He just said, "Get this Otto Glober the fuck out of here." This guy believes the moon landing. Hey, there's. You guys can meet there. You guys both disagree about the moon landing. There you go.
It kind of the retort kind of insinuates that believing the moon landing is ridiculous, which is kind of surprising given the scientist zealot that he is.
Well, that's the thing, though. A lot of Globers don't believe in the moon landing. It's not actually
that is true.
flat. Yeah,
that is
it's
true.
not actually a flat Earth exclusive belief. A lot of Globers generally don't believe it happened.
Yeah, but they're more like geopolitical reasons, not.
Yeah.
Rather than an
probably a lot more geopolitical
examination of the heart of the matter.
Indeed. Oh, UG, what did just articulate? I know we're talking, but you can just say it over the mic.
Did you hear what I said to you earlier? Like we don't need to like make a regression to things we already went through. At this point, we're waiting for you to give some account for the atmospheric gas pressure without a solid container, and if you don't, then your paradigm reduces gas pressure to complete absurdity.
Yep. We've already got your concession on the fact that you can't compare any of the images as a concession that you said. I take it on faith. I was done at that point. So
there's a good chance he's not even here. Like, I don't think he's listening. I mean, he might be listening and not responding. Oh, he's typing in chat.
Yeah, he's
typing. Maybe he's not listening.
He's
he wasn't
right
listening
above
when he was talking in the chat.
Well, he's right above Ethergrass, so I don't know. He's in the chat.
Dude, Callie's just gonna hide in the chat. He just doesn't want to engage. He knows what he said was super stupid, so he doesn't want to engage. That's why
I
he
didn't
ran
think
away.
that fucking argument. That was honestly, dude, that was new to me. I didn't know that. As far as
that wasn't even an argument. He didn't really say you're wrong because he didn't say anything like that. He just tossed it out in the air.
I guess to me, honestly, like Matt, what this was to me is equivalent to a flat earther doing the best they can to give a glober a flat Earth map, like a kind of a representation of what the whole entire Earth
No,
looks like.
I don't think so. Not at all.
Because he
It does
tried to give
not-
he tried to give the container argument, but just a little further down the road. Now it's not right at the Earth level; it's at the solar system level.
It's like it's really far down the road though. It's
So he
like,
wanted
this is
to.
the thing.
He basically wanted to say, yeah, you can have a container, but it's not going to be in the place that you say it is. It's in the place where I say it is. You say
Yeah,
it's
but
at the
it's
Earth level. I say it's at the solar system level.
Yeah,
That's
it's almost, and it's not even a container because the heliosphere, right, was what he's talking about, is a protective bubble created by the solar wind around the solar system. So it's not even proposing a physical barrier. Even if we gave him a physical barrier that objectively does not exist around the solar system, the space between planets and different celestial bodies still has a cosmic vacuum, which means that you'd have a pressurized system right next to a cosmic vacuum, which the flat earthers say you don't have. So bringing up this heliosphere is not a direct refutation to their claim. Which is
Solipsism.
I hope
why
you
it's
don't need to
stupid
say
for
that
him to bring
again
it up.
because we don't.
Am I being charged with solipsism? Looks like it. I suppose if that's what he's charging me with it.
Of course he ran away after saying that. Of course he ran away after he said such something.
Oh my
But when if
god!
You telling me the
you run
price
into
of
him
this is
again, though?
solipsism? That's too
Alfred,
expensive.
did you read it all?
I don't know, Jedi. Were you here for the conversation with the new
No, I was.
UG?
Yeah, I was going to ask you. It's like you've hurt someone's feelings, but his last message, that's hilarious.
Hyper skepticism. So
How
if
would
you
you know
mean
he was hallucinating?
fucking hell, dude, then he just threw out the baby with the
How?
bathwater. The baby with the
So
fucking bathwater is out the window.
doubting a supposed body of a body of supposed photographs of a position in free space to see the Earth in a particular manner implies that there are no other minds except his? How does the former entail the latter?
I don't know, mental loco. That's all I can say. In other words, he's crazy.
Como te amas.
Perhaps you don't know what solipsism is. And this is just annoying talking to someone who's in the voice channel but texting in the text chat.
It is, but he's here, but he's not. So
There's a lot of fear going on recently, man.
Say
I
again,
don't know,
Alpha, he's
man.
here, but he's not.
Yeah.
Was this guy talking earlier?
Paradox.
He was speaking earlier. For some reason, he's not speaking now.
He had the bravado, but he just didn't have the energy. He's no Daisy at all, Jedi.
I mean, how would we
He had the energy,
define?
we just didn't have the energy.
How would we define hyper skepticism in the first place?
Ask new UG. He's gonna have the answer for that. He just opens his mic up. He'll be able to tell you, but he's
Gas
clammed
Studios.
up like
Do
fucking.
you know what an auto glober is? I really don't know what it is.
What is that? That is killing me.
You're an auto glober, and I'm a solipsist. How about
What
that?
does that even mean? I really don't know what the fucking auto glober means.
He's upset CSE go in the chat as well. Apparently we're all shills and none of us are real. What the fuck's going on?
This is
He's calling him, I
tediously
think, a
slow
solipsist.
to engage UG in the text chat. So are you gonna open your microphone or not? So I'm done with that.
Gregory's just
Wait,
gonna
wait,
wind up.
Daz, do you know what it means though to be an auto glober?
That's just not meaningful on its face. The term is supposed to be meaningful upon mentioning it. If you have to explain it every time you say it, then it's obviously a meaningless, semantically vacuous term.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. I actually tried asking him that, but
He says doubting
Only
a
until you
massive
stipulate a
collection.
definition.
He says doubting a massive collection of photographs and videos is hyper skepticism. What evidence could you allow for? Fuck.
Well, hyper skepticism about photos doesn't necessarily or even indirectly entail solipsism whatsoever, though.
Well, to him
Right?
it does. So if he has, let's say, I don't know, maybe 10 photos of something, that means it's absolutely true, rock solid proof. There you go. There it be. That's what it is. And I'm like, no. You need, some primary experience that you know that this thing which you're looking at on the photo is real. The fuck are you gonna know if there's something they're presenting to you that's not, it's true or not? You gotta
I mean,
actually.
he's just
fucking-
ignoring deliberately the categorical distinctions between the various types of things that are supposedly photographed. Me having a photograph of me is far more likely and plausible than someone having a photograph of the entire Earth from a cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, but you heard my argument for the spaghetti monster. He agreed with that. He's like, yeah, if you had enough photos of the spaghetti monster, I would say it's true. Like,
Yeah.
dude, that's
So this pattern of
totally.
argumentation from him is just weak induction, credulity, false comparisons, false equivalences, and just invincible ignorance concerning the refutation of his position on the very heart of the matter, that this is a supposed photograph from a area that is not possible in principle given his own premises of his scientism cosmology.
I know this is sort of an irrelevant statement, but technically, with one camera and one photograph, you can't take a picture of the entire globe. That's some deep shit.
very
Deep shit, huh?
50% of the surface at any one time.
I think that should be on a meme for Velociraptor. Go make
Right
that.
there. That's some deep shit.
Fucking, he's using his claw to scratch his chin, thinking about that question.
Yeah. Callie ran away.
I mean, I suppose it is late, so I can't be too irritated that there aren't that many globalists. I mean, it's not all that pleasant to get smacked down in any hour within 24 hours whatsoever, so.
Yeah, but they're gluttons for it, so.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm sure it wasn't pleasant for you a few hours
What'd you say, Alpha? There are gluttons for it?
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. I was gonna say something stupid, but it's late, dude. Like I don't know. I want to say it, but never mind. Fuck it. Because I feel like I want to say it, but then I'm just held
Priests
back.
come out at night.
Yeah.
Priests come out at night.
You got this wide variety of music that you listen to, and it's like it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell whether or not I know that you know some of the, because I don't know.
Gregory listens to everything but the good shit.
Yeah, right.
Ain't no such thing as good shit. That's an oxymoron.
How many genres of music do you know, Matt?
I don't know, man. All I know is hip hop.
Dude.
You know.
Okay, whatever. You're an uncultured swine?
I'm a totally cultured swine.
You goddamn Philistine.
Yeah.
Matt's favorite genre is circular reasoning, hip hop.
Circular hip hop.
You know what,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Friday night jams. We have a new genre to introduce to y'all: circular reasoning.
We should have saved that dude. That one. Do you remember that Rain guy? That one guy with the they came in with that shitty fucking argument.
That guy is beyond annoying to me.
If you want a definition of brick, you just have to speak to that guy, and you'll get like the argument. Remember his deductive or whatever the fuck argument he put in the chat. Imagine if I were to put that in the chat as an argument for the
He
globe.
didn't even know what it meant. He couldn't articulate it in verbally. He couldn't say it because there's no way that he understood what the fuck he was saying.
He did. He just tried to play. He just tried to play games.
I felt like saying at some point, man, because it was gonna be too harsh to all. But motherfucker,
Timbo,
you don't even know
that?
what you're saying, man.
It was so rough. It was so rough.
Timbo sounds like Darth Vader.
It's when Timbo falls asleep near his
Timbo,
microphone.
are you alright? Why does Timbo always sound like he's
Sorry, man. I'm at the gym.
Oh, he's pumping
okay.
iron.
I didn't mute.
I know you just use air quotations, man. I got you, brother.
he's trying to get us like as strong as that
It's got
kangaroo.
that. Gregory's like, oh hell no.
What is this? Bullshit.
What you know about that shit, man?
Push it around here.
Yeah, that's what he's doing right now.
He wants to compete with Elijah's profile picture. We're going to see one of Timbo spin with his guns out.
He's gonna look like fucking Kanga that's in his avatar.
Remember when Oblivion made that joke about Elijah's profile picture looking like his OnlyFans picture or some shit? That shit was
hella
hilarious.
funny.
Yeah. Mister.
Crazy. What you saying? You got guns like that, Matt?
Nah, I don't got guns like that. Don't get it wrong, I'm a very healthy man. You know, very, very healthy man. Perfect shape. I don't got guns like that though.
I wonder how many women watch the live stream, listen to the live stream.
They're all attracted to Matt Nuclear's voice.
What's with the new UG saying? So Alpha must agree to him that Place Australia is improved. Since he hasn't been there, he only sees pictures. He can think he can get there, but until he's seen it with his own eyes, he cannot say it's real.
Well, I mean, the only difference, technically, technically, no one here has ever been to Australia. I mean, that's wrong. Okay,
Timbo.
Timbo. Yeah, I was like, hold on, that's wrong.
Man.
That's wrong. I said, hold on, that's wrong. Timbo, Tita. Okay, so technically, me, Alpha, and Gregory haven't been to Australia, right? So the only difference is, you know, we've only seen videos of it, right? Same thing with space, but there's a fundamental difference. It's much more accessible to go to Australia. You know that you can book a flight there, right? You know that people live there because you can talk to people there. You can, you know, FaceTime Timbo there. You know, so all these sorts of things that lead you to it being probabilistic, or it leads you to a higher probability of
people
it being.
don't live in a second law of thermodynamics violation, bro. That's just the gist of this.
Yeah,
he's like, yeah, well, think about it. If people are going to advocate for that position, where the fuck are they going if they're not able to be in that position? Like, it's like saying, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go to that wardrobe and I'm gonna talk to the lion. I'll be back in a sec. You know, and you're just like, dude, where the fuck you going? You ain't going nowhere, dude. Like, that's
the only thing that does match up. The only thing that does match up with his reasoning is that yes, you've only seen videos and like images or whatever the hell of Australia, and yes, you'd have to go there to find out whether or not it actually exists. But the other thing that doesn't really match up completely is the probabilistic like aspect.
What, that we got literal Australians?
Book a flight there. it's like what, $1 million something dollars to get to space, right? So yeah, I mean
it's not the logistical issue. It's the fact that it doesn't fucking exist. The fucking argument was, how is it possible to go to the second law of thermodynamics violation? How is that possible?
You know what's interesting?
Like me saying the same shit. Like if I told you the same thing with Narnia, I'm going to the wardrobe, bro. Be back after a while. I'm gonna go talk to what's his face, this talking lion, and you're gonna be like, no, you're not. You're out of your fucking mind. So that's
really, when you think about it, Narnia is more plausible than the cosmic vacuum.
Well, yeah, because it'll be here on Earth.
I don't know about that one. But okay, let's think about it for a second, though. When if someone, this is theoretical Matt speaking. When if someone were to theoretically, like from the ISS, join in here for fun? Let's say that like someone joined in here and they were like a family member of someone on the ISS, and they were like, "Yo, my dad's on the ISS. He will hop in here and screen record you guys right now how Earth looks like from space." Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, and I'd be telling him, "Cool story, bro."
Like, when if you were to say, like, when if you were telling him, "Yo, wave right now if you're real," and he's waving, he's like, "Yeah, I'm up here. Look, that's the curvature of the Earth. Like, I'm gonna show you all the stuff up here, like all the electronics that we use." That'd be super cool, though, right?
No, you know, it's the same shit that you're basically now citing. You're on the side of the new UG. You're basically saying the same shit he is. Well, we got now videos of somebody waving to you. Good. Let's no, he's in space now. What the fuck are you gonna do with that? He's
Narnia
somewhere...
doesn't violate any of the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, So if let's just say, right, somebody had their arm around the talking lion, right, and the talking lion was talking to you and said, "Hey, Matt, it's me. You know, I'm the lion that lives on the other side of the wardrobe," and you're just like, "Dude, fucking talking lion! Like, what the fuck?" You'd be flabbergasted by that.
I haven't talked to a talking lion, but I've talked to a talking globe. Because when I told ChatGPT one time, I told ChatGPT, you know, make sure you tell the Earth that I think it's very beautiful and pretty. And I remember it telling me that the Earth said it was blushing, right? So I mean, the Earth was blushing to my I know that the Earth has emotions to what I said.
You're on that good right now, aren't you?
On
that
I mean,
sticky,
seriously,
Well, man, you know you would like to talk to Aslan. You know you would,
I mean,
right?
look, the Earth said it was smiling and blushing at my comment, guys. I raised up the Earth. I mean, how can it get better than that?
Well, Matt, am I right though? You would like to talk to Aslan, right?
I don't know, man.
I would like to talk to Aslan.
Is that the lion's name, Aslan?
Yep, that is the lion. That's the king of Narnia.
You know. Yeah. So you talking to Aslan, that's his name, and talking to somebody from the ISS that's waving to you in a, weightless environment. What are you getting from that? You're gonna get from that's real, that's objective truth, that's reality, as you know it, Matt. Oh fuck, dude.
I was just talking to the talking globe. My bad.
Fucking hell, go make your ramen soup, man.
I don't, dude. I only ate cup noodles like one time last month.
That's cap. Stop the cap. You know you got that shit stocked up in your.
I don't really eat it that much, man.
Yeah, what do you eat?
I eat rice, chicken, rice and beans, all sorts of stuff, man. Like spaghetti.
You know you got a bunch of junk food.
Like fucking. That's not junk food, man. Rice.
No, I said you like junk food.
Not really. Like I rarely eat like fast food. To be honest, I rarely eat that stuff. Eat a lot of home cooked meals, you know.
You cook them? Your mom's?
I cook them sometimes, you know, but my mom's like, you know,
she always sets you up.
A good cook. Yeah, she always hooks me up, man. Who hooks you up, Alpha?
Me.
You. That's it.
Yeah. I'm a cook.
Damn, man.
So I cook in real life, and I cook you guys in here too. So.
Well, I do the same then, technically.
Nah, but you're not making anything good.
I cook all the flat Earth babies here.
Oh no!
Can you admit that? Can you admit that though?
You making spam burgers, mate.
So your sophistry. I don't know if you call your sophistry cooking, man. It has to be legit, dude. You're making fucking
legit.
Spam burgers.
Yeah.
Spam burger.
Spam.
Is it like McDonald's? Is it like McDonald's where it's a cheap imitation of food?
Yeah, that's kind of like what it is.
McDonald's is not that bad though. A lot of the times, it's really not.
Oh my god, dude! You know McDonald's is the worst.
Dude, a good Big Mac. You can enjoy a good Big Mac, and you can't say it's that bad.
Yeah, but animals won't eat it, will they? Only
you could leave a fucking Big Mac outside, and the flies won't even get to that shit.
Who says so? I mean, you see the flies go into trash cans. Who says they won't eat a good Big Mac?
Fucking, it ain't real. It is not food. They don't identify. They just fucking fly past.
When's the last time you had one?
I can't even remember. It's been so long.
Can't even remember. Interesting.
So, if the Earth is flat, then why does the sun cast shadows the way it does?
That still tickles you after all this time?
You know, Gregory,
understandably.
This guy's been sitting here in the chat for what, good part of an hour or a half. He's been Ben Sirach or whatever his name is. He's just sitting here, and he opens up his mic and fixes his fucking mouth to say these words.
Brother Ben is hilarious. You should have been there, Alpha. He's referring to this instance where this scientist zealot was up in Earth Awakenings, and he was serious. No, he wasn't serious. I said he was serious. He meant what he said. And he was not only meaning what he said, he was condescending to me. Again, telling me, so you don't realize, Gregory, that the sun casts shadows? I'm like, am I hearing him correctly, or am I
This
not
is
hearing him correctly?
He
What the fuck is he doing
malformed.
telling me about the sun casting shadows? It don't do that shit. He
that's
said it
weird.
multiple times, emphatically, with condescension and belligerence.
It's
As
a
if that
star
was a
there.
point. Like he's standing
It's a-
on a point. Like he's.
He was dying. This Alpha, this was the hill he shall lay to rest on.
Yeah, but he's doing the old. What's his name? You shall not pass, and putting his staff down.
With the flame of Doom.
It's like a starved question though, because the question is missing, like, you know, some
No, not a
context.
question. He wasn't saying a question. He was telling me the sun casts shadows and you can't make sense of that shit, Greggy. Yeah, you're right, I can't. Because the sun don't do that shit.
Well, yeah, flat Earth debunked.
There you go. All right, you
Right.
get a Here's a plastic trophy, and a fucking
Thank you
smack
very
on the
much.
ass. You can get out of here.
Smack on that. What? See, I caught you there. I
Tell
caught
him.
you there, Alpha. You
A
can't
plastic
say
trophy.
that. You can't say that I'm the only one that says stuff right there, because you just said you'll
Yeah.
smack him on the ass.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
say
I don't know
that,
about that, dude.
Come on.
I don't know about
I
that.
said
I clipped that. I just caught you.
But go ahead.
You said you smacked him on the ass.
No, dude, why are you?
I got.
Why do you got smacking on the ass on the brain? It's just like what people do in sports, bro.
No, I see it. No, the NBA players do it a lot. I'm just saying, man. It's a little.
Yeah, it's like you get a trophy and on
Get
your
a
way.
trophy and smack him on the ass. I don't know, man.
I don't play
I
basketball.
don't know about that one.
Just relax, Matt. It ain't none of your fantasies of telling people about their fetishes.
Lord have mercy.
'Cause that's a little, when you start talking to them, I just got to help people out with their fetishes. No, we're not doing any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't defend that point, bro.
I mean, it's not. Okay, I mean, it's a little
Don't
sus.
defend that point.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
little.
that sus. I mean, okay, look. I was presenting like a 3D model of the moon, and the guy was like, "There's a weirdo. I think he might have been drunk or something. Something was wrong with the guy." And he came and he was like, "Oh yeah," and I was like, "What the hell?" And he kept he kept romancing the moon, and he was like, "Let me see that side," or whatever the hell it was. And then you were like, "Don't show him that," or something like that. And then I was like, "I'm just helping a guy out with his fetishes," and that was a little sus. I'm gonna admit
because he was
that.
being a
sus.
creep.
He was being a little weirdo towards the moon, but
You just got to help a guy with his fetishes. Yeah, I get it. But what's this? What's Ben doing? Falling just after LARPing.
Well,
Is
it's
that
a
you?
video.
Who is that? Is that
No.
Greg?
Yeah, that's where Gregory talks with the guy who assessed if the sun cast shadows. And
Oh,
Gregory's
okay.
just laughing his ass off.
Yeah. Let me see.
anyways.
I was listening to that video. Huh.
The Earth is a beautiful blue world.
Yeah. You didn't say anything contradictory to what we know it to be. Say the magic words.
Peace to you all, TTYL.
Later, man.
Peace to you, Mr. Gregory.
Just us and the Aussie crew now.
The Aussie crew.
Post it up.
If Australia isn't real, how are they in Australia?
Another one of those questions that everybody's got to think about now. Fuck, dude.
I got you. I had to bring the crickets in.
Oh, the crickets. Yep. You hear them.
I was lowering the headphones so that it didn't feed back through if anybody talked. So it was just, I was trying to make it just crickets, but there's other audio.
Are you out in the holler?
I am in a camper outside the house that's like walking distance from where I'm at, but if I'm out here, I can be kind of loud and I don't wake anybody up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Good thinking, man. I don't wake anybody up.
I get to watch sunrise and sunset every day because of the way that it's angled. The sun rises to my right and sets to my left.
Look at what he posted. How would you know? You've never been to Australia. These are paid actors, no? Timbo, I've been. Timbo, are you sure you're in Australia? I gotta actually check
maybe
that.
Timbo's a paid actor.
He is a paid actor. I think this is all a cover up for him saying that he lives in Australia. I don't think he actually lives in Australia. I think he lives like in Europe or something.
Maybe Timbo lives right down the road.
Maybe.
I just don't know.
In your head.
What up, Indio?
What's up?
Been a minute. Last time I think we spoke, we were talking about whether or not we
hold up, man. Who that is right there? Is that Indio?
What's up, boss?
What the
up, man?
fuck?
Yeah, man. I got up early, and I heard you talking, so I had to come in here. I know this shit would be cool.
Yeah, I fucking, you know how it goes.
We're just talking to Matt. It's not really that cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was going to throw him a bone, man. I was going to say, yeah, man, you're included in this, buddy.
That's great.
We wanted some fucking interesting conversation. We had some weird ass spirals going on today. It's pretty interesting. The guy just came in. Callie he's another Glober, was bringing some evidence that there's a some kind of cosmic bubble around the solar system, a denser amount of I don't know.
She's talking about the Oort cloud or something.
Yeah, around the solar system. I don't fucking know what it is. I didn't even look into it. Some bullshit.
Yeah, that's part of the orb, man. The solar system's encapsulated by like dust and rocks or some shit.
Yeah, and
he made a very dumb argument. I don't know what the fuck it was supposed to be.
There's the Oort cloud and there's the Kuiper belt. Two things that surround the solar system in its entirety.
Yeah.
So lots of ice and dust and rocks and shit. Places where comets come from, that type of stuff.
Yes, that's exactly it. And we know this because Voyager, which has an 8-watt transmitter, is telling us from 16 billion trillion miles away.
Yeah, stop the cap.
16 billion trillion miles away.
Whatever it is, it's fucking far away, and it only has an 8-watt transmitter. So I'm
well, is that Voyager 1 or Voyager 2?
Yeah, you're just like, make that make sense to me. Make that make sense to me.
Weren't they both the same, like, engineering-wise?
Maybe. They're probably pretty similar engineering-wise. Pretty sure they were launched a pretty decent time ago, though.
I remember when they told me that story when I was a kid. I thought that was the coolest shit, man.
Well, it's still really cool if it's real, right?
Have you ever seen the little plaques they got on them?
No.
Oh man, they put little plaques on there in case aliens pick it up. They know what we're like.
Oh yeah, then they puts a little message there too.
Yeah, we gave them our address. So just start constellation pointing to where we were.
That was dumb.
Not
tell
really,
them where
though.
we're
I
at
mean,
and shit.
I mean, maybe a little, but I mean, if it to the time that it actually gets to any alien life, or maybe if like aliens detect like a signal from it or whatever the hell it is, however they detect a signal.
I would like to point out that they basically sent they sent images of a man and a woman, so and they're both naked. So it's basically sending that's not the right message you want to send out there into the void.
Yeah.
Wait, they actually sent a naked image of a man and a woman?
Yeah, I posted a picture of the plaque in the chat.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean you can send that up now. There's more genders than just those two, right?
Fucking Jedi, dude.
That's a good point.
Jedi, man.
You gotta add
without a cause.
We gotta cancel Voyager now, man.
Oh yeah, you gotta cancel. You gotta bring it back. You gotta bring it back. Add the 60 new genders.
Voyagers.
I think they have the I don't think they have the memory to fit them all on, do they?
Well, maybe not. That'll be a hell of a plaque. The plaque would be bigger than the fucking satellite.
That is cool though. You got the guy like, waving a little bit to the aliens.
How would they have any idea that's what we look like? And that's just not some random scribbles.
No
shit. I mean, I assume that if they come across it, they'd be like highly intelligent.
Okay, so you don't know what's on this. Try and decipher this for me. What's that message? Other than the people, so there's other stuff there.
Other than the people, I don't know what the fuck they're saying, dude. Aren't those isn't it trying to depict something about our solar system though?
Yeah, hold on. The new UG, if you want to open up your mic, dude, for God's sakes.
He's not gonna do it, by the looks of it.
He needs to, man.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe if the aliens are highly intelligent and they pick up a signal, or they find Voyager and get a hold of it or something, they surely would be able to be intelligent enough to decode what this message is.
But with that, they know exactly where to probe you. Like, we got it now. We know exactly where to probe this fucking guy.
That would be okay. Like, I get that you guys are flat earthers and everything, but like, apart from everything else, if aliens and mankind met, that would be like a crazy thing, though. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit! Like, for them, I don't know if they already found other life, but if they didn't, they'd be like, holy shit, bro. There's like a friend of ours somewhere here. And we'd be able to say the same thing, like, holy shit, there's another type of life within
I
this
think I've seen a
universe,
movie of that somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a movie about what you just said. NASA puts it out.
Well, if you believe in the heliocentric model, Voyager will reach the closest star in 130,000 years, so have fun waiting.
But even like say that we do make it there. Say we do make it to 100 and something thousand years. Like, will we even be able to like even use Voyager at that time though?
Dude, you'll evolve into something else, man. What are you talking about? This shit will be old. We won't even look like that anymore. We'll have a fucking tail.
Yeah, and that star won't even have that star. That's pretty close. Probably doesn't even have a life on it, so it'd be just waste of time. Or the planets, if that star happened to have planets, won't have life on it. So
all you got to do is astral project your way over there. Fucking be there in a jiffy.
Yeah, what is Goku with his little freaking instantaneous teleport transportation?
Oh, instant transmission.
Yeah. Just a genuine question. How would you flat earthers feel if aliens like did show up tomorrow though?
Fuck, dude, how would I feel? I wouldn't feel anything. I wouldn't believe it in the first place.
Yeah, but like, just imagine like you have like a bunch of these spacecrafts landing here on Earth, and they're like, you can see that these guys are aliens. It's not like just like happening on the news. Like, this shit's happening right in front of you, bro. Like, bunch of spacecrafts invading just to talk to us or something.
You already been told how you got to react, right? So we gotta react the way they tell us on TV, right? We gotta pick up our guns and kill those motherfuckers, right?
I think that if aliens do exist, I don't even think they give a shit that much to invade us, though. You know what I mean? Like, their planet is probably like, obviously it was habitable for them. I don't think that they'd want any material from us, because if you can do space travel the way that they do, or even intergalactic travel, you're not worried about fucking stealing anything from us. You know
I think it's the movie. You ever seen the movie Contact?
No.
Okay, it's with Jodie Foster. I think this line is from that. They said, "Why would they come all the way? Coming here to kill us would be like us going to Africa and blowing up an anthill."
Yeah. No, exactly. You're right. That's the thing. If aliens,
and you know what the answer was?
What?
Yeah, but if we did, would we care? Right. So not only do you not like that quote unquote species is insignificant, it's so insignificant we don't care if we just go there to destroy it. Right. It's like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like it's gonna be a part of it'll be a part of the movie from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when the beginning where they were just gonna fucking blow up the Earth to make the superhighway. Like, they just
Hitchhiker's
fucking Earth out.
I mean, the thing is, aliens are probably
Well,
like
they
I know this is
posted the notice that they were going to build the highway for freaking eons, man.
I know this is subjective, but like aliens are probably like to us. I know for them, they probably think like there's like some attractive aliens or something. Like, but for us, they're probably really fucking ugly looking, man.
What the fuck?
I don't know. It's late for Matt. He's supposed to be in bed already.
I mean,
Matt trying to justify.
They're probably like really ugly looking to us.
This
you
is
know?
the part of the space shit that's like contaminated the mind of the West. There's like infinite possibilities. The aliens could have tentacles. They could look like bugs. They could look like fucking octopuses. They could look like us. They could be anything, right? You just let your imagination run wild and think of any morphological form that crosses your fucking mind, and it could be like that, right? You can play that masturbation game till forever.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't think that they'd be good looking to us. You know? Probably scare the shit out of
Why do they have to reproduce sexually? Maybe they're asexual. Maybe they just like clone themselves and like split in half. Maybe they're like male and female and the same thing, like earthworms. Like we can go on and forever. Maybe they're gaseous form, right? Maybe they don't even have like solid
gaseous
material.
form.
Yeah, maybe you have gaseous aliens, man.
Is that high pressured gas or?
I would.
There he is. You open up your mic for that, dude.
Their container is their mind.
Yeah, he's the new UG was stuck on the container argument. He can't square that for some reason. So
yeah, I know.
He said gravity earlier, like some response.
Yeah.
Throw away all your tires. Throw away all your aerosol cans. Just get rid of all that shit because you don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics.
Ah, fuck that, dude.
So, do you have a flat Earth model that you can work off?
Oh, that's category error.
Oh, it's a question.
No, it's category error.
Well,
so models are for
phenomenon.
No, hold on. Models are for phenomenon. So if I asked you, hey, what's your model for the sun? You give me a model of like the phenomena of the sun, like where it is, its motion, all that shit, right?
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't be like, yeah, ball.
So do you have one?
No, it's a category error, dude. It doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so how would you ask the question?
I don't know what your question means. A model of what? So like pick a phenomenon that we see or observe and say, how does this work on a flat Earth?
Oh, I'm just asking, how would you describe the situation we find ourselves in?
The situation we find. What?
Let me ask you a question. Real simple. The sun, when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is, where the sun appears in the sky. You think that there's a globe model that predicts those things?
Yes.
You would be incorrect.
Okay, cool.
So if you look at the mathematics, there's something called the equation of time. And if you look at the math, there's no globe in it. Right?
The equation of time.
The equation of time predicts when the sun sets or when the sun rises, where the sun is in the sky, called the equation of time. And there's no globe in any of that. So everything is done from an observer perspective. Right? So you assume you're on a flat surface and there's a hemispheric dome of the sky and the sun's position relative to the celestial equator. That's all the mathematics. You got like your local hour angle, basically 3 freaking variables in it. The point is that there's a misconception that somehow the globe Earth, there's actually using like some model of the globe out there, and that's how they're doing everything. It's gonna be further from the truth. Like eclipses, they don't use any globe in the eclipse math.
So what's your explanation then?
What do you mean explanation of what?
Well, you say this one isn't.
No, so you're confused. Okay, maybe I didn't realize I had to go back even further. So we come up with mathematical models based upon periodicities of observations. right? So we make a bunch of observations, take some data, then fit the data to some mathematical model. It doesn't make the mathematical model physically real. Whether it's geometric or purely arithmetical, doesn't make that model physically real. The math.
Are you talking about math as an abstraction of reality?
I'm talking. No. Yes.
Okay,
what do you mean? What I'm saying is, okay, I'll give you a specific example. So we can predict where the planets are using epicycles. We can predict where the planets are using the heliocentric model. We can predict where the planets are using Tycho Brahe's model, which is the planets. Some planets orbit the sun, some planets orbit the Mars, and the Earth is in a circular loop that's not orbiting anything. There's no law of gravity, there's none of that crap. All these models have the same predictive accuracy. Almost. There's some variances here and there. The most accurate one is the Tycho Brahe model, but nobody likes that because it's old and Kepler killed that guy to promote his own model. So, seeing we have three, now we have a situation, we have three mathematical models. They all make basically the same accurate predictions. Which one of these models is the true one?
They all make the exact same predictions, and we can see that, and we can see that, and we can see that when we take data from the physical world, that they correlate to that, and they make an accurate prediction.
Yeah.
And they
when
all
you go to a planetarium and they show you the planets on the little dome there, that's the Ptolemaic model. That's not the heliocentric model.
Okay. So, given that scenario that there were three predictive models, you would need more information.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, just based upon, hey, I have a model, it makes accurate predictions of what we see. It doesn't make it physically real. In the sense that the model itself is a representation, a true representation of reality.
Yeah, this is math as an abstraction of reality. It's like saying, show me 3, bring me the number 3.
No, this is a little different than that. This is more like, even these are geometric models, right? So the Ptolemaic model is like circular orbits with the planets making other little circles. Like it's actually just like a bunch of spirals, and like you can make a model of these spirals that we see basically the same thing in the sky. Whereas the Kepler's model is a bunch of elliptical orbits. And then freaking the Tychonic model is a bunch of circular orbits with the circles are off center. Right? So it's like instead of them circling around a center point, you have a center point, but the circle is kind of like off center from that.
Okay, so my initial question would have been, what do you think?
Well, hold on, but they're all geometric, right? So they're all geometric models, meaning they're kind of mechanical in a sense, right? They're even though they're we've made the model in mathematics, but it's a mechanical model, right? So it's abstract, but it's abstract kind of like mechanically, right? So you can model you can engineer a building and you can model all the forces on the building, and it's like abstract math, but it's a mechanical model of how where the variables are emulation of shit in the physical world, right? So just to see, like, these things are physically happening. There's a planet, it's going in a circle, right? That's supposed to be physically happening. It's not just like abstract math where you're using fucking 5-dimensional fucking spaces to make a prediction. It's not like that. It's a mechanical model. So we have 3 mechanical models that represent physical objects in 3D space. Which one do you pick as real?
The one that predicts accurately.
But if they all predict the same thing, then what?
Well, they're not contradictory then, are they?
Then all 3 are real? One is real? Which one is the true one?
Well, they wouldn't be able to predict the same thing if they were...
No, that's naive, dude. They can't predict the same thing. Because they do. It's not they can, they do. We already know they do. And I can give you another example. Maxwell's equations for electricity and magnetism. That was a mechanical model of the ether with a bunch of freaking infinitesimal rolling balls that roll against each other, right? But nobody believes in the ether anymore. And nobody thinks there's a mechanical freaking ether with little balls rolling against each other. But we still use Maxwell's equations. And as far as we know, they're accurate and make accurate predictions. So using the logic of, the average globe earther is like, if the model makes accurate predictions, it's real. Well, then Maxwell proved the ether, right? Because his model can't work without the ether. So the ether's real. But then we got Michelson Morley that showed that the ether's not real, at least that model. So, where are we? See, this is like a basic thing of just because you have a mathematical model that makes predictions, don't make the mathematical model physically real. So you asked for a flat Earth model. Okay, yeah. So we use a model for the sun, right? And that assumes we're in a hemispheric dome, right, on a flat surface. And nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that is physically real, but it works.
So what would you suggest is physically real? If we were to draw a diagram of what we consider the Earth to be, would it be flat? Would it be a globe? Would it be a curve? Would it be, I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, I would say the leading idea, I wouldn't say leading, I don't know, I didn't take a poll.
What's your take on it?
The best idea is that we have what would you call a personal dome of vision, and it's I would call it an optical illusion. I would call it a consequence of the fact that when we look in the sky, we can't judge distances, right? So you can't go, oh, that star looks like it's farther away than that star, which is farther away than that star, right? So, which is very different than like any terrestrial observation. We can go, okay, that house is closer than that house. Because we have all sorts of different distance cues. They're close enough where stereoscopic vision actually means something. But when we look at the sky, it looks a certain way. And because it looks that way, it looks like we're inside of an upside down bowl, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is the way it appears to us visually.
Yeah.
And from that, people jump to the conclusion that, well, if the sky looks like a freaking upside down bowl, we must be on a big ball. The entire globe model is based on. Are you done? Or are you just gonna fucking beat off into something? Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, the point is the entire globe idea is constructed from observations of the so-called celestial sphere. Right. So the best explanation, well, there's two variations of this, but is that there's a personal dome, right? That things appear to be like rotating around you in the sky. The sky appears to rotate around where you are, because it has kind of this linear relationship between distance and the angles of the stars.
Well, the stars seem to rotate around. Well, from where I am, they rotate around the pole star, the northern star.
They rotate around you.
Well, they rotate around that point in the sky, not around me personally.
Well, no, around you. No, first of all, no, that's not what I'm talking about. You don't get it. When the stars go from horizon to horizon.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how they go. They rotate around you.
Well, they rotate around the North Star, and in the Southern Hemisphere, they rotate around the Southern Cross.
Rotation's kind of a bad word because you don't actually rotate.
They don't rotate. No, they don't even rotate around the Southern Cross. The Southern Cross is just another constellation that rotates the southern rotation point. Sigma Octantis.
Okay, but there is a point in the sky where they do rotate around, or appear to rotate around.
You're not.
No, that's incorrect. Southern Cross rotates around Polaris.
I think rotate's a bad word because they're not rotating.
No.
But think about it like this. Okay. If I drew a circle on a piece of paper, would you call that a rotation?
No, it's a circle. It's a 2D shape.
Yeah, but if I drew one on a piece of paper, that line that you traced, that arc, you wouldn't go, hey, man, that rotated.
No, you'd have to attribute direction to a rotation.
Yeah, so you're putting your interpretation into the observation.
Well, the observation would be of a circle. It's a 2D shape. A rotation is a description of
also,
motion.
The circle thing is also not the observation. Because you're actually seeing star trails overlap. Right? So you're not watching the sky for 24 hours and watching the star go in a circle and come back to its starting point. What you're seeing is the star trail of one star overlap into the star trail of another star, which then appears as if it's a circle. See, this is like, if you think about it, you should wonder why that you've inserted the concept into the observation, why you just can't describe the observation as it is, and that you've actually inserted ideas into it. Because you've been told this, right? Like someone told you, hey, we see a rotation, and like they make fucking circles and blah blah blah. But if you actually just observe what's happening and watch a time lapse, there are no 24-hour star trail time lapses, because that's what it would take to make a full circle. You have to do 24 hours, right? There's no 24-hour time lapse. It's really weird that I have an observation and I can't even talk about my observation as it is, right? And just accurately describe what it is. I have to insert my idea into it. That's why it's hard to even have conversations about this topic, because half the time we have to, and people accuse us of being fucking semantic. No, we're trying to separate. We're trying to, like, it's like two pieces of Velcro stuck together, right? We have to rip them apart, right? We have to rip apart the concept from the empirical observation.
Okay,
because
so
they're so intertwined. Like, if I say, oh, if I want to talk about the air, I have to say something like atmosphere. So I automatically got to insert the fucking globe idea into just talking about the fucking air. I can't even get away from it.
Yeah, it would be entwined within the language, yeah.
Yeah, so all this shit is like intertwined. So it might seem like semantics, like I'm being pedantic and fucking hyper specific, but like we have to talk about, we have the empirical evidence. We have the conceptual idea, what the interpretation of the empirical evidence.
Mm-hmm.
You want to, like, if you want to get to the truth, you have to strip away the presupposed interpretation and just start at the description and build from there to a valid interpretation.
Okay, so your interpretation of what we're looking at is that we're on a flat surface and that
I
the
don't think the sky has anything to do with the ground.
Okay.
And this is not before the Copernican principle. This was the common thought. Not that that makes it correct. I'm just saying that idea seems crazy now, but at one time, this is how the world was thought of. That the sky and the ground are different realms. But the same rules don't apply. Because
would they go off in parallel forever?
What do you mean go off in parallel forever?
So if I were to set out west, would I ever meet a point where I met the sky?
Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean meet the sky? You think we think the Earth is a disk in space? You think that's what we think?
I don't know. I'm asking you what you think. That's kind of what my question was initially. Was what's your model? And you said it was that was a semantic error, and fair enough. But what would your and then I asked how would you describe the situation we find ourselves in? And I'm kind of just asking, what do you think? What would be your? I'm trying to say. I don't want to say model again. How would you describe it?
Hold on a second. It's not really a semantic error. It's more like
a category error.
We model. Yeah, it's a category because like there's there's no globe model or flat Earth model. That doesn't kind of even make sense. Like you have a model for earthquakes, right? You know what I mean? Like there's phenomenon phenomenon in the natural world, right? And then you can model that phenomenon in any particular paradigm. Earth's a globe, Earth's a pretzel, Earth's a pineapple, Earth's a freaking heart-shaped box, right? Like you can model it in whatever geometric form you want. And maybe some will work and maybe some will don't work. But like that, the model itself is just, it's not really about like the shape of what it's on, at least these models that exist now. Because in all these models, like the astronaut, they assume the Earth is a point. So this goes to kind of like what I was talking about, is that this separation of when we observe celestial bodies in the sky, things like people would dispute this. I don't know about dispute it. They'll dispute it for about 15 seconds. Things like parallax, right? So parallax is if you change position, the angle that you're looking at something will change. And a good example of this would be like if you hold your thumb, you stick your thumb up right at arm's length, and then alternate opening your left eye and right eye, you'll see your thumb shift back and forth. This is parallax. So if you knew your interocular distance between your pupils and you could measure the angle of the shift, you could calculate the distance that your thumb away was from your freaking pupils. So if I observe a house, tree, boat, mountain, whatever, all these parallax things, they work out, right? So I can, triangulate, I can parallax and get the distance of a mountain, whatever. When we do this operation to shit in the sky, it don't work.
Well, my understanding is that they do that by taking measurements at different times of the year, so they parallax between one side of the orbit and the other.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I knew you were going to say that, but this is what they don't tell you, that they also make that quote unquote parallax is constructed from a theory of what's called stellar aberration. Right. So stellar aberration is the idea if you're in the rain, right? Say you're raining, right, and you're just standing still and you're holding an umbrella.
Yeah.
But if you started running, you'd have to tilt the umbrella because now the raindrops are hitting you at an angle, right?
Yes, I think you're describing the fact that the sun is moving as well around the galactic center.
No, they say that the Earth is moving in the orbit, right? So it's moving in one direction versus the other direction. The light is coming in at an angle versus some other angle, right? It comes in at a different angle. So in the so-called parallax calculation, they have inserted this thing, stellar aberration, and they're calling this aberration parallax. And this is how we know this is because 50% of the observations are negative parallax. That means if you held out your thumb at arm's length and alternate open your eyes, your thumb would move in the wrong direction, which makes no geometric sense because if you did the math out, that means your thumb is behind your head.
I'm not sure I follow.
Yeah, if you have negative parallax, that means it's shifting in the wrong way. And if you were going to make that triangulation to your thumb position, right, with the angles going the other way, it would mean your thumb is behind your head. So listen, when you do regular parallax, they converge at a point in front of you. Negative parallax means the lines of sight converge at a point behind you. Negative parallax, you're shifting the wrong way.
I see. It would give you a measurement. It wouldn't necessarily be behind you, but it would be in front of what would be called the stereo plane.
Well,
it's basically making a measurement so as that it will become much closer to you rather than further away.
No.
I think they take that as bad data and say that that's not correct.
Yeah,
in terms of that, yeah. But then they have other mechanisms for measuring distance of stars in terms of redshift and.
Yeah, but those are all built on the initial parallax thing. There's something called the cosmic distance ladder where they've built all these things on top of each other, right? You can't even know what the redshift is unless you know the Cepheid variable brightness curves. But they got those distances from the parallax.
I thought they got those distances from standard variables.
Well, no, but they initially got the distance from parallax, right? So they said, hey, there's a relationship between the Cepheid variables, right? Their brightness and their distance, right?
Mhm.
But to get they just know the ratio between each other, between the Cepheid variables. They need to get the a priori distance, right? They need to know the distance to the first one,
Yes.
and they get that through parallax.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why I said it's a cosmic distance ladder. It's like a bunch of rungs that are built on top of each other. And then that comes from the size of the orbit, and then that comes from distance of the frickin' sun from Earth, and then that comes from the size of Venus, and that comes from the radius, right? So fundamentally, all this stuff is built upon the radius of the Earth, which has never been measured. So it's kind of funny. We're going way too far in the weeds. The point is that we know from observation that the celestial things in the sky don't follow the rules of regular observation, right? You can't get the distance of the sun by just looking at it, right? Because there's no parallax. It's well known. It's in all the astronomical journals. All this stuff was mysteries for hundreds of years, right? How far away are the stars? How far away is the sun? How far away are the planets? How far away is all this shit? Don't follow all these rules. And then Bradley and a couple other astronomers, they came up with some theories on why we can't detect these things and that all this shit's an optical illusion. Because basically that's what they say now. Everything's a fucking optical illusion. The stellar aberration is it's not in its true position, and I don't even bring up. And there's planets, and they don't even appear in their true position because of proper motion or actually somewhere else, right? So they've constructed this artifice, this freaking Rube Goldberg device bullshit.
But even with the negative parallax that you describe, you could say your argument could be you don't know the distance properly, but you would have to agree that the distances are massive.
No, I don't have to agree with that. Why would I have to agree with that?
Well, even with the negative parallax, the measurement would give it, millions and billions of miles away.
What the negative parallax makes no geometric sense. Because imagine you stuck your thumb out. When I alternate opening my eye, right? When I open my right eye, it shifts to the left, and when I open my right eye, it shifts to the right, right? Imagine when you opened your right eye, it shifted to the right, and then when you opened your left eye, it shifted to the left. It doesn't make sense. That means it's not in front of you.
No, it wouldn't mean that it wasn't in front of me. It would mean that it was closer than it would be.
If you
I'll share an image.
Where would those lines of sight intersect?
Well, I'll show you an image of it. It might help.
Yeah, great, dude. But if I drew a line between where my thumb appeared to be in my left eye and right eye, and I intersected those lines, where do they intersect? They intersect behind your head.
Well, they'd still be in front of you.
No, because those angles diverge.
Yeah, so is that they appear closer rather than further away.
No, they diverge. They don't
not that they're behind you. They don't make a negative angle.
Yeah, they make a negative angle, right? And then that
no, wrong.
Angle
No, they don't.
They converge behind your head, dude.
No, you're talking about going from an angle of, obtuse to acute.
No. One moves out, right? A regular parallax would be where it shifts in to a point, and the other one's where it shifts out.
Yeah, but you're saying it would be behind you, but it wouldn't be behind you. It'd still be in front of you.
Of course, it's physically in front of you. You're looking at it, but the triangulation would put it behind you.
No, it still puts it in front.
How do you triangulate stuff, right? Do you know how to triangulate stuff?
Yeah.
You take the angles. So you have a baseline, base of the triangle, and you take the angles, and then you intersect them at a point. Right?
I'm just trying to share an image. How do I do that in the chat?
I don't know.
Okay.
Should be able to. I'm not in charge of the chat. Don't ask.
No, I know. I just thought maybe someone might know. Carry on. Anyway, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well, the point is that if I drew like a line to the object through my eye and carried on through my head to behind it, and then I did my left eye and my right eye, and those lines where they intersect would be behind my head. They can't intersect in space because they diverge. They diverge from my viewpoint.
Okay, should we digress from this for now until I can get the image up?
Well yeah, I have an image too I can post which shows it.
Okay, cool.
So I mean, it'll take me a second. The point is that a lot of the so-called rules, what we consider rules of how things are, how things look, are just not. They're just not the same. They just don't behave. None of the shit behaves the same. And we have this idea of uniformity, right? And the Copernican principle that the Earth has no unique, which is a philosophical principle. It's not based upon anything. That Earth has no unique position in the universe, right? That there's nothing special about Earth, right? And it's just like everything else. And because that philosophy requires that whatever rules apply on Earth have to apply in space. So if we use that a priori assumption and make observations of stars and we don't see parallax, we don't see angular size changes, and we see a linear relationship with distance, if we see all these things, we have to naturally draw the conclusion, because Earth's not unique, that we have to fit some concept, we have to fit them into some concepts where that makes that possible, right? We have to fit that into our worldview to make that possible. The only way to do that is we're going to assume that Earth's a fucking point in space, the origin of coordinates. We're going to push everything so far away that we'll never ever, because of the distances, we're never going to ever perceive changes of angular size, changes of angle, changes of anything. We're just never going to be able to perceive it because it's all so far away. This is it. Like, you guys think it's like this is like scientific discovery or something. No, it's based upon a philosophical worldview called the Copernican principle, which we know is wrong. You know how we know it's wrong?
I don't know that now.
Okay, do you ever heard of the cosmological axis of evil?
Cosmological axis of evil? No, I've not heard that.
So there's something called a cosmological axis of evil. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of cosmic microwave background radiation, right?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay, so the CMB was discovered with the Haruni antenna, fucking by Bell Labs back in 70 something. So, and they supposedly sent them satellites, yada yada yada. But according to their map of the cosmic microwave background radiation, it appears from their data that Earth is in the center. Right? There is no preferred direction. There is no the Big Bang came from over there, or the Big Bang came from over there, or the Big Bang came from over there.
Yeah, I think my understanding of the Big Bang is that it wasn't a creation ex nihilo from nothing at a particular point where there was an explosion. It was that everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, but it should have a preferred direction at this point of time evolution, right? There should be some, what do they call it? I can't fucking say it. An entropy of space, right? So there should be more in one direction than in another direction, but there isn't, and that's why they call it the cosmological axis of evil, because anything that goes against the Copernican principle has to have a moral connotation to it, obviously.
Okay. So would you hold that the globe model was one that was based on philosophical presuppositions about the non-specialness of Earth?
Well, I mean, I think that's what it ended up as. I think it started with an aesthetic preference, and then it morphed into the history of the globe idea goes back quite a ways. It goes back to Plato and Democritus and Epicurus and all those fuckers. So all those fuckers So they all thought that spheres were like the most perfect form in nature, and because of that, then, you know, the Earth has to be a sphere. The universe has to be a sphere. It all has to be a sphere because that's the most perfect form, and obviously where we live is perfect. Blah blah blah. Now, if you roll time forward to Copernicus, right, and you read the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, he says the exact same thing. That's his evidence that the Earth's a sphere because out of all the shape forms, it's the most perfect form. So these they didn't have the same ideas that in modern people have about so-called science, right? They blended their metaphysics with their so-called science. The physics were used to prove the metaphysics. They didn't have problems with things like cherry picking, confirmation bias, right? All these cognitive biases that we know about now. They didn't have any problem with those things. Those weren't issues back then. Right? So if you have an aesthetic preference and your metaphysics is that, you know, everything's a bunch of idealized forms, which is like based upon Platonism and Neoplatonism, right? So everything is so there's the physical world, but those aren't the true forms of whatever, right? They're like the concept of the tree that's in my head is the true form of the tree. But
yeah, I understand the concept of Platonic forms.
Yeah. So like it evolved from that over time, right?
Yeah.
So to become what it became, and like they went out and they still do it today. They cherry pick and use confirmation bias to support their idea that the Earth's a ball. It still happens now.
Yeah, so the perfect circular motion in heaven would be a presupposition about the perfect nature of God or the gods in the case of ancient Greeks. They would say, well, God wouldn't make something that wasn't perfect, and a circle is perfect, so they must be going in circles. And they, for all intents and purposes, to what they could measure, it perhaps did appear that they were circular. But, you know, given that our observations...
Yeah, but there was problems with that idea of the circularity.
Yeah, because it isn't circular. It isn't perfectly circular.
Well, they didn't know that. They thought, hey, it can't be perfectly circular because of the changes in angular size of planets wasn't big enough.
Yeah, they thought it must be circular because God didn't create things that weren't perfect.
Yeah, but you also need like a change in the size of Mars of like 30 times. Right? So Mars must appear 30 times bigger at its closest versus the furthest. So they couldn't maintain these circular orbits as an idea. Because that's not observed. But they still had this idea that the geometry, the so-called what's called earthly geometry, the terrestrial geometry that we observe, is just equally valid for when you look in the sky. But there's actually no basis for this. It's just an assumption, right? It's like a universality assumption. Hey, there's a universality to nature, right? What we see in terrestrial observations, that's the same rules just apply everywhere. And like, even though we know that's not true, but we know that idea of universality, we know that that's not true. We know that at different realms or scales or whatever you want to call it, have different rules.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just a fact of life. That was a huge assumption. So if I asked you this, so I'll ask you this: what's the radius of the celestial sphere?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they say that it appears as if it's infinite, so it's an infinite radius celestial sphere. If you have an infinite radius sphere, it's flat, right? It approximates a flat surface.
I think that it hasn't. I don't think it's been observed as flat. Well, no, I think it's been observed.
Well, I mean,
as
technically,
flat.
nothing's ever exactly flat. I mean, exactly flat is a fucking concept.
Yeah, I think from what I understand of the science is that it is a curve, but they haven't observed it because they think that their observations are so small compared to the size of the whole that what they're looking at is effectively flat because they can't take a measurement big enough.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that if you were inside an infinite radius celestial sphere, and you measure that sphere would effectively look flat.
It would have to be 2-dimensional. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's just a funny conundrum: how can you maintain this linear? It's like a paradox in the math, right? So an infinite radius special sphere is basically a flat surface, but the linear relationship of distance and angular change of something in the celestial sphere, that still holds. But if it was a flat surface, it wouldn't hold. So it's like, what's going on here? It's kind of like a little paradox. I mean, not that mathematical paradoxes are unusual. And I'm just saying we've made a lot of assumptions based about what the Earth is, because it's all based upon the sky, all of it. And when I say all of it, I mean all of it. Like, they didn't discover that Earth was like, man, that shit's fucking curving over there. That's not how it was. It was always like, oh, I looked in the sky. How does that work? Well, because the Earth must be this, right?
Well,
So
I think generally speaking, it was thought that the ancient people believed the Earth to be round on the basis of watching ships go over the horizon. They could see that the ship disappeared over the horizon, and they thought, oh, it must be round.
I mean,
I mean, a flat earther would assert that that isn't what's happening, but that was their assumption.
Yeah, I mean, some people it was. It makes you wonder. So the three oldest ones I found go back to, I think Pliny the Elder is the oldest one, which is the Roman Empire, the oldest historical reference to something like that. And he don't talk about ships; he talks about distant mountain. So the ships over the horizon thing, it makes you wonder if that's actually an ancient observation or more of a modern thing. Well, because think about this, the Chinese were flat earthers into the fucking 20th century. Don't you think they ever watched boats? Like, did they not figure it out? Like, there's ships don't go over the horizon in the South China Sea.
Well, they
You know what I mean?
Explanation,
like, I mean, like, the Chinese aren't stupid. Like, they invented gunpowder and shit. Like, and pasta and fucking a lot of shit. Chinese invented a lot of shit that fucking we consider like high technology nowadays. Like, we didn't invent it; they did.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. That's the first I've ever heard that the Chinese thought the Earth was flat up until the 20th century. I'd have to, have a look.
Well,
at
the
that.
last emperor, they were flat earthers until the last emperor got kicked the fuck out.
Yeah, that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, that was in the 20th century. Their whole cosmology was based upon flat Earth. So the emperor's power, right, his heavenly mandate, comes from their cosmology. You throw out flat Earth, then you're throwing out the emperor.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Eastern cosmology is very strange to a Western audience.
A lot of shit about China is strange to Western audiences. The way they look at the world generally is pretty strange. Point is, like, it's also been alleged that the first person to circumnavigate the Earth was a Chinese person. It was a Chinese fleet that they took. I haven't figured out if he's an emperor or just a fucking admiral or some combination of both. Who knows? Supposedly, first person to circumnavigate the world. But that's disputed. But it's disputed in the West. So I don't know if it's just like a priority thing. The West says that they were first. The Chinese say they were first. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of things like that. Who was the first person? Who was the first European to visit the Americas? Was it the Vikings? Was it Columbus? Etc.
Yeah, everybody wants to take credit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of this in science generally, right? You got Newton versus Leibniz. You got freaking discovery of Neptune and Uranus and all those. All those were controversial. Who freaking discovered this? Who discovered that? They all fight with each other over who did it.
Yeah, they want the credit.
Yeah, because it promotes nationalism and all that. Nationalism, when a lot of these things were happening, was a big deal. I don't know how big of a deal it is now. Maybe in some countries. Yeah, so Daz posted something. So, like, this is when I said, like, the math is like observer centric, right? So it just assumes observers at a point, right? And that there's like a upside down fucking ball over you, and the sun's position relative to, you know, the celestial equator. That's how you determine what time of day it is. It doesn't even take into account the Earth itself. You don't even have to have an Earth in any of this mathematics. It doesn't even have to exist. Yeah, Aethergrass post. Yeah, the Chinese Eratosthenes, the flat Earth. That actually I actually have a link to that.
Huainan Su. Yeah, it seems to suggest that that was 120
Well, let
BC.
me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a ship go over there? You personally?
Yeah. I've observed that. Yeah.
Well, I've never seen it, and I live by
Well,
the ocean.
I'll tell you what I've seen
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I've seen from observation. I've seen a ship leave port, travel to the horizon, and then apparently disappear. So I've assumed that it's gone over the horizon and it's now beyond my sight because it's gone over the curve.
Oh, okay.
That's been my assumption.
I'm talking about the bottom up, right? Where the hull disappears, and then the mast, and then the top, and that crap.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I will not use the telescope or a pair of binoculars to look at it. It's very distant, so it just looks like it disappears.
Are you familiar with any of the globe mathematical predictions?
In terms of the curvature, from what you can see and what you can't see. Yeah. I'm familiar in so much as I know that they exist. I don't know what they are.
So, like the horizon distance?
Yeah.
The 1.22 times 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet. Familiar with that?
You're vaguely, yeah. So basically, if someone stood up and they're about 6 feet tall, the horizon's about 3 miles away. Something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So if you're 1 foot off the ground, that's a 1.22 mile horizon distance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the higher you go, the further you can see of the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be the general principle. Yeah.
Yeah, just like anything else, right? Like if I was like a toddler, sucking my thumb, rolling around on the floor, and my toys were spread all over the place, and I couldn't see a toy. I didn't see it. I wanted to play with it. I just stand up, right?
Yeah.
You'll see more of the floor. It's not a mystery of like why you can see farther when you're higher up, dude. It's like it's pretty intuitive why we do it, right? Oh, I can't see very far. I'll climb a fucking tree, right? It's not like, oh, the Earth is curved. I got to go see over the curve of the Earth, so I got to climb this tree.
Yeah.
Like no one ever said that to themselves.
No. So I assume that you would say that because I've observed the boat disappearing, it's gone through the atmosphere or the air, and I can no longer see it because the light has basically been absorbed by, what we call the atmosphere or the air.
I mean, what I would say is we've replicated on known flat surfaces where we know that it can't be curvature causing the visual effect. Well, we know for a fact because these they're small scale tests, and they're done on lakes that are the one particular one's done on a lake that it's too short. There shouldn't even be a horizon on the lake at all. Right, so the lake is 1,000 feet long, and the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. Right, so it can't be like Earth curve blocking it because the Earth curve is the horizon, and if there's no horizon on the lake, then like what's blocking the boat, right? Can't be fucking Earth curve.
So from my understanding, it would be that it's something to do with you're only able to see so far. So a lot of the sort of standard refutation of flat earthers that
it's complex.
yeah,
I would say the honest answer would be it's a complex visual phenomenon that's only observed sometimes. It's not observed all the time. Because, like I just said, personally, I live by the ocean. The ocean's like a mile away from where my ass is right now. I've gone to the ocean. I've made observations. I've never seen a boat go over the horizon. I've watched a boat go from 6 miles away to 30 miles away. So there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will tell you the position of a boat. And I watched this boat for 3.5 hours, this container ship, sail out to sea. And when I stopped watching it, it was 30 miles away. I could see it with the naked eye. And I took pictures with with an iPhone 6, which is trash, right? It's not even a good freaking, imaging device. But I like, this is the first time I ever even did an observation. It's not like I was like, oh, I'm gonna pick a fucking perfect day to go see. Like the first time I just go out there and watch a ship sail out 30 miles. Now this ship should be 420 feet under the curve of the earth. Right? So I'm pretty sure there's no ships on Earth that are 42 stories tall. Because that's how big that's how big the ship would have to be for me to see it.
I've seen some of these videos on YouTube where people have said, "Oh, I can see this, but I shouldn't be able to see it." And then someone comes along and says, "Well, actually, because you were at this elevation, you should have been able to see it." But the point I was trying to make,
Well, I was 15 feet above sea level. I did all the math, and the reason
well,
I know
yeah,
it's 15
if
feet
you
above
did the
sea
math,
level,
you did the math. I can't
because
say you didn't.
at this beach they have level markers, right? Height markers of the water. The water's this high. This is how high you are. Right? This is 15 feet above sea level. So I was at the 15 feet above sea level marker because that's right at the bottom of this pavilion. It's right at the floor level of the pavilion. So basically, if you're standing on the pavilion and your feet are wet, the seat, that's a 15-foot high seat.
Yeah, I mean the elevation is what interests me because when we go up a mountain or when we go to a very, very high place, we can see further, seemingly. But that wouldn't really follow if the atmosphere in some way was obscuring the light. Surely, because it would necessitate that we were further away from something if we were higher up. So we should see less.
I don't understand that train of logic. Why would we see less going up higher?
Well, if we were higher up, we would be further away.
Well, the higher up you go, the air is more rarefied. But I don't think that's the point. The point is, think about it like you're on a checkerboard, right? And you see a bunch of squares. Now, you've got a mountain on your giant fucking infinite plane checkerboard. Okay, so if I climb a mountain, I'm going to see more checkers, more little squares if I'm at the top of the mountain than I'm up at the bottom of the mountain. It's just because my angle changed, right? My angle of view changed. I went from looking at it nearly parallel to its surface, and as opposed to looking at it from top down. And the surface isn't going to disappear until the distance away is nearly parallel again. Right?
If that were the case, then we were on an infinite plane, and I was at the level of the plane, or 6 feet above it. What would stop me from seeing all the way to the edge, or effectively the edge?
The angle.
But I'd be looking if I looked parallel to it.
Yeah, but the angle.
If I was looking at something taller than me.
Well, I mean, if it was a theoretical infinite plane in a fucking vacuum, you're only not going to see it when it eventually becomes too small to see, right? When it reaches beyond the limits of your vision, so probably a size of whatever arc second. But I think it's 1 arc second, 1 arc minute. So, but that's not the situation. That would be a hypothetical situation. I mean, theoretically, the only way you wouldn't see it is if when it became too small, but that's not the actual situation of reality, right? In reality, we have air. Air's not transparent. It's transparent at short distances, but not at long distances. So if you look up your local meteorological conditions, right, your weather,
I agree.
You'll see a visibility thing, right? It doesn't say infinite.
No, I agree.
Miles, there's 20 miles, there's 30 miles. Right, because the air absorbs light.
But it would seem to me that there seems to be a contradiction there. If I went higher, I ought to see less, given that the air was...
No, because your angle to the surface increases.
Okay.
So say, like I said, like, because you're looking top down. I don't know why you don't understand that. You're looking top. You're looking from a higher vantage point down on it as opposed to looking across. You got to think, okay, we have the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
The horizon's where the land, quote unquote, appears to meet the sky. Not that where it actually meets the sky. I mean, in the globe paradigm, that's the edge of the earth. It's the fucking edge of the ball. But we know that can't be true. And how do we know that can't be true? Because it fucking moves around. So one day you can go out the horizon and be 3 miles away. The next day you'll go out and be 20 miles away. Next day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. Next day you'll go out and be a mile away. So we know the horizon moves around. So that can't be the edge of the ball. It has to be some sort of optical effect. It has to be. Can't be unless you think the ball is getting bigger and smaller, which I don't think you believe.
No, it's not what I would believe, no.
Yeah, so if we observe the horizon at all these various distances, that means there has to be something else going on other than purely geometric. The horizon is the geometric demarcation line, right? And most globers even concede this now that the horizon, they didn't for a long time. And when they say shit that, like, I should be honest, the people that aren't hip on the new rhetoric, they still say the horizon is the geometric. Like ships go over the horizon. Well, that would make the horizon like a geometric edge of a ball. And then, like, well, then how do you explain? So, like, the people that argue this topic that are, let's call them veterans for lack of a better word, they've been in it longer. They don't claim the horizon's geometric anymore because there's something called the Black Swan, which is a bunch of oil rigs, in which we know the distance to the oil rigs and the horizon is way beyond what the globe predicts. It's like 10 times farther than what the globe predicts. Right. So if it's 10 times farther than what the globe predicts, and if you match that to a ball, the ball has to be something like 350,000 miles radius. So, like, they don't make that argument anymore because if they say that the horizon is geometric, they know some flat earthers going to bring up the Black Swan and like, okay, now you live on a ball whose radius is fucking the orbit of the moon. Right. So, like, they don't want to go there. So they just say, well, the horizon's optical, and they'll waffle back and forth between whether it's an apparent horizon that's an optical effect or a geometric one, and they just waffle back between that. It's typically what happens. I'm just telling you the truth. This is typically what happens. So
yeah, I think from a scientific paradigm would probably say that the observation was incorrect then. But I didn't do the observation, I haven't looked at the data, and I'm not a scientist. But that would probably be.
What do you mean? What do you mean the observation was incorrect?
Well, they would say that obviously that given that we have more data than just one observation of an oil rig, we can say that the observation that you've made of the oil rig is probably incorrect.
Well, there's more than one. There's lots of them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So let's put it this way. There's 13 that I know of, just from this one particular person, the same oil rigs, same place. 13 of them show the horizon too far, and one shows the oil rigs cut off in the way that globe earthers say is proof of Earth curve. So 1 out of 13 supports the globe.
Yeah, I mean,
so would they say that they're like the 13 are wrong and the 1 is correct?
I'd say if it contradicted the understanding of the globe as what's been generally observed elsewhere throughout.
That's the point. It isn't generally observed. That's the point. It's not generally observed. No one's ever quantified any of this. See, there's a belief that if I go to the seashore, every single time a boat sails away, it's going to appear cut off bottom first, then the mast, and then it's going to disappear over the horizon. This is a belief that people have. There's actually no evidence for that. In fact, I would say that the evidence is directly contradictory to that. I think observations like that are rare. I don't think they happen all the time. I think they happen very rarely. And I think you need specific meteorological conditions for them to actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, what I saw was a boat apparently disappearing. It was too far away for me to say whether it went down bottom first. I would assume that it did, but
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you with my own observations without binoculars or whatever that's what happened. But that would be my assumption.
Yeah, you know how like you look at mountains in the distance and they appear like bluish and kind of hazy?
Yeah.
You know, this is kind of like the same thing. Eventually the boat, especially if you look with just your naked eye, eventually what they used to call it in the 18th century was fading into the offing. So
Yes.
that's what they would call it. It's like it goes into the offing, which is like the part of the sea where like you can just see fucking. It's at the limits of your vision.
Yes, it's the same way that artists will portray the distant background as bluish, because that's how it appears to us, because we can see the light is tinged by the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're actually, me and AI were talking about this. AI has an art degree, so
I've got 2 art degrees.
Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, that's awesome. So what we're talking about is, so there's the geometric idea of how shit should appear.
Yeah.
Right. Like perspective, right?
Uh-huh.
And there's all these mathematical rules you can apply to the perspective, right? In the computer graphics, you can use homogeneous coordinates and like, right? So it's complete mathematical description of vision. But that's not actually how we see the world. So that's like an approximation of how we see the world. And it's approximately correct. But I don't think it's exactly correct.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how we describe our seeing, whether we do it mathematically or whether we do it with poetry, it doesn't in any way give us a sense of what it is to see. You know, you can't, in the same way you can't describe what sweetness is.
Yeah,
You just have to say it is.
What I'm trying to get across to you is that, say I made an image completely based upon the mathematics of perspective, right? So perspective is actually a subset of projective geometry. Now, say I constructed an image purely from projective geometry, kind of like they do in a computer game. No matter how detailed I made that,
Yeah.
you would never confuse that for a photograph, ever.
Well, it's part of what I do actually. I work as an architect, and part of our process is to take LiDAR data, and then we would then transpose that data into the computer, and we would essentially trace over it using XYZ coordinates. So you can draw a flat plane, you can draw a line, you can have Euclidean points, and you can say, well, that point there, and then you can model a room. And I would agree with you. It's very, very difficult to get an image to look exactly like real life. Very difficult.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like
you
can
can't
get it very
convince
similar,
people.
but you can't get it like identical. Like,
No, it's not identical. No.
and that to me tells me that, like, yes, like this perspective projective geometry is approximately correct. I don't think it's exactly correct. And like it could be just, I don't want to get into technical details of like how computer graphics are fucking generated and shit. Fucking near plane and far plane and fucking homogeneous coordinates and all this shit, right? Because like I think that's one of the problems is that do you know what a view frustrum is in computer graphics?
I've not heard that term. No.
Okay, so when you have a 3D environment, right?
Yeah.
How that image is created, there's like a near plane, right? That's like your camera, the plane that the image is going to be painted on. You know, for lack of a better term, let's call it painted on, right?
Yeah.
And then you have a far plane, which is the limit of what the computer is going to process. And in between those two planes, you have all your 3D objects with their brightnesses, their color values, all that shit. It's all in homogeneous coordinates in the front plane. And so you'll take like a line that goes from the far plane that goes through the entire freaking 3D space and projects some color value onto the near plane. Now, this relationship, right? So you got your near plane, it has a size relative to the 3D environment. And I don't think that size is I think this is kind of the reason why things are fucked up. Like even when they do like miniatures, right? They do like these like in special effects for movies. They have these miniatures, and then they use like a regular size camera. It's because the proportion of the lens size to the models in the miniatures, and it's relevant to this. The computer thing is the near plane size relative to the 3D environment. It isn't like the same, right? Because we look at the world through this tiny little fucking pupil, right? Which is basically like a pinhole.
Yeah.
And it's not the same as having a fucking giant lens, which actually focuses the light into a pin. It's a little bit, the geometry is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, what you've described there in terms of the 3D environment and the two planes is the essentially the copying or the not copying. I'm trying to think. The let's just stick with copy. The copying of the function of a camera. Yeah, it's the function of a camera, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that you scribe a line from one point, put it through this lens, and then it then projects onto the plane behind.
Like a camera?
Yeah. Huh? What?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
What my point is that the size of the lens relative to the environment, that matters. If the lens is on a scale of like, so if I have like make a little miniature city of New York City, right?
Yeah.
And I use a camera with a fucking giant lens versus one with like a pinhole.
Well, it's not the size of the lens; it's the angle of the lens's curvature.
That's not what. But the lens, right, is going to collect the light of a certain area.
Yes.
No, it's about the FOV.
Yeah,
the field like random words, man.
No, it's an angle from like 0 degrees to 180 degrees, and that's how curved the glass is.
That's not what I'm talking about, dude. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
What?
So, no.
What are you talking about?
You kind of jumped in the middle of a conversation there, man.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but whatever. I'm talking about the size of the lens, right? If I have like a 10-inch diameter lens and a 1 millimeter lens, right? And we're both taking a picture of the same thing. Because the giant lens, it overlaps, right? I know it has a field of view. I know all that shit. But the lens can like overlap, right? It can span more of the scene than a pinhole lens. The pinhole lens it's restricted in the angles of light, the rays, the direction the rays can come from, right?
I mean,
whereas a giant lens can take shit like that's. Well, I'll give you an example. So there's something called a telecentric lens. It's used in manufacturing, right? These are perspectiveless lenses. There is no perspective, but the lens itself has to be on the size of the picture of the object. The object has to be the size of the object that it's taking. Right.
Okay. Sure.
So if you have
FOV of 180.
if you have a 1-inch object, then you have to have a 1-inch diameter lens, right? And you could take a picture and have no perspective, and it's going to look completely orthographic.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. If the lens size is large compared to, it's on the scale of whatever the objects that you're taking a picture of, you're not going to have the same perspective viewpoint as if you took a picture with a tiny fucking pinhole.
The relevant feature is just the FOV of the lens.
No, the field of view don't matter.
Well, in photography they call it the focal length, but in like math and science we call it.
Terminology, dude. You're just like, dude. Did you just like take photography 101 yesterday or something?
I've never taken an art class.
Obviously.
But yeah, in terms of what we do in the 3D visuals that we make, we can fake those, or not fake, but we can replicate the kind of look that you're talking about with models. We do it with force perspective, so as that things appear out of focus much more than they would do ordinarily. So we can make what would effectively be a larger thing at scale appear very, very small.
Are you talking about like depth of field or something?
Yeah, kind of.
No, he means like an orthographic projection, or like perspectiveless or parallel projection.
So,
or some terms.
And that's what I'm talking about. Is that if you have a lens that's the size of the object and close enough, it also has to be close. So if it's the same size and close, you can take a photograph that looks orthographic. There's no perspective in the image.
No, it's actually the same if you were projecting light or if you're receiving light. And so if your lens is essentially a laser, in the sense that the beams are parallel, then the distance doesn't actually matter at all.
Oh, God, dude. You know what the fuck you're talking about? Okay, I've had enough. Fuck, dude. Why did this interject like these contrarian fucking assholes? You know, one day at band camp? Anyway. Anyway, the point is that when you have this like in a 3D environment, right? So you have this fucking near plane, which is basically the size of your camera lens, for lack of a better term. Like you can eliminate perspective viewing. I think there's a lot of problems like I think the point was is that when we make pure geometric like computer models of things that they don't look real, they don't look right, they don't look like a photograph. It's because that's actually not in the scale of that we actually see the world, right? With like a fucking 8mm goddamn. That's the weird thing about the eye is that like you need more light to see detail, but human eye, when there's more light, it contracts, right? So now you got a smaller fucking hole. Right, so now you have less visual information. And so it's really weird. It's like a double-edged sword, right? If you want to increase your resolving power, you need a larger diameter lens. Well, because it collects more light. Well, if we have more light, our freaking eyes close, right? Decreasing the diameter of the lens, lowering the resolving power. You know what I mean? So it doesn't, you know.
Yeah, it would seem a payoff between how much light we're actually able to focus onto us retinal cells before it becomes damaging. So I imagine from the evolutionary process, we've come to a compromise that we can see as far as we can do.
Well, I mean, it's like the angular resolution of the human eye is 0.02 degrees. So, but that's with a fully dilated freaking pupil. If you have a fully dilated pupil, right? Then like say I'll go to the ocean, right? And it's bright sunlight. I want to see how far I can see. Well, in bright sunlight, my pupil is getting when I go, I can see this far because I have an angular resolution of my eye of blah 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 because my diameter of my pupil is 10mm. Well, yeah, that's not in bright light. That's like your maximum dilation under fucking optimal conditions, and like you're not gonna see that, right? So you got a lot of like confounding variables.
Yeah, but if an optician were to come along and put one of those drops in your eye that forced you,
oh God, no,
and then you went outside, it would hurt your eye.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta wake my kid up for school, so
okay, enjoy. Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute this dude. You can talk to him and argue about field of view or something.
Was he the only flat earther left?
I think he may have been, yeah. Unless
yeah, I mean the reason. I mean it's because your photoreceptors have to be tolerant to a range, and if they were tolerant to a wider range of frequencies, such as really high power beams, they would be less precise for lower, frequencies. And so the trade-off is that we reduce the aperture so that we can have and then increase the exposure. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like the eyes actually do things pretty well.
Yeah, it would appear that they do.
Because we can't change our sensor. Like if you had some cameras, you can swap out you can use the same lens with a different camera with a different sensor. And so there, maybe you would just swap out your sensor. But since we have one sensor, you kind of need to be good at everything. I don't know.
Yeah, I think some of the flat earthers earlier were just hyper skeptics who I asked them what level of evidence would you need? Well, my initial question to them was, why is it that you don't take the photographs and video that we have of Earth as a globe as evidence? And they retorted, well, if I had a spaghetti monster, and I had 10 photos of it, would you believe it was real?
Right.
And I said, well, if you had, thousands of hours of video and 1 million photographs of it, then yeah, I might believe it was real. It seems that their argument is from incredulity as opposed to evidence on that.
The thing I don't get is like, why are all the planes like wasting all this fuel flying not in a straight line? Like, who is paying them to like have these terrible flight patterns? And like, why doesn't
It's the level of
why doesn't North Korea just like break the rule and like fly in a straight line because they don't care? Why are they like still wasting their money on flying curved? Why doesn't Kim Jong-un just say fuck it and drive in a straight line? Why don't the Afghani people in their helicopters or in their planes, whatever, why don't they drive in a straight line? Why does the Taliban even follow the NASA dogma? How does the NASA dogma like have its grips on the Taliban, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, the entire world? In fact, everyone in the world. It's like so weird.
I mean, the level of conspiracy just goes beyond that. It's like every pilot, every sea captain, everyone must be in on this for this conspiracy to have continued for so long. There's NASA. Every world government must be in on this globe conspiracy.
All of them would have to be in it together, which seems really unlikely. Because if you just
Including
think
all the
about
religious institutions,
it's like flipping a coin, but now you're flipping 100 coins or like 300 coins, and actually these coins are weighted, so it's like not 50-50, it's like 199. It's like I don't know.
So did you come here to debate one of them?
I've been asking my plain question every time I get here, and no one actually is able to answer it, which makes me sad.
Yeah, I imagine they just turn around and say, "Well, they don't do that. They do fly straight. They don't follow a curve." Or
I usually get muted pretty quickly, so I don't know. I don't think anyone's actually given it a serious response yet. Then I've only been in this chat like once or twice before.
Yeah, this is my first time.
Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising. Like, I think flat Earth is fine. Like, it probably just is the most parsimonious model for people who have like Paleolithic lives, who only need these models to explain very simple phenomena. But it is sort of sad because I really would like people to live, beyond the Paleolithic era. I'd rather people have like modern, interesting lives that, that require models that have a broader range of outcomes they can predict. But I mean, there's nothing wrong inherently with like being a McDonald's worker or like a grocery store bagger. And I think if that's your worldview, or it's not your worldview, but like if that's your life, then like flat Earth probably just is parsimonious, more parsimonious than other models, and intuitive. So like, sure. I don't know.
Do you not think because the richness of the universe that we live in and how interesting and fascinating it is, that the more people know, even if they are in low-wage jobs, the more enriched that their lives could be. If someone thinks, "Oh, we just live on a disc and we live under a
maybe." I mean, what's
around
sure,
sky and God's looking after us.
What's strange is
that
that
to me seems a lot less impressive than we live in a world of infinite or near infinite galaxies, and the universe is entirely vast.
Right. I mean, it is certainly like a deviation from your intuitions. Like if you were just born in a cave, you probably wouldn't get to being a globe. And I think a lot of these people really stick to their intuitions. And so it can be challenging to like bend those intuitions or work past them. Because it requires like, executive override of your fees, which can be challenging.
Yeah, it requires you to suspend your incredulity.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think they're all gone though.
It does worry me if there seems to be quite a lot of flat earthers these days. It used to be a very strange, weird conspiracy, but
yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if it's going to start affecting the decision making of the zeitgeist. Are we going to review?
I don't know. I mean, flat earthers are predominantly Christian, and church attendance is kind of like going down the toilet. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could hold to a materialist point of view and a flat Earth. It's definitely a creationist.
I don't know.
It seems to be a creationist religious point of view.
What I have been doing is like going into the creationist room and then sending them the flat Earth dogma. Like the Bible proves a flat Earth. They have like some info dump memes in this channel, and all the Christians or young Earth get so mad at it because they know they have to agree with it, but they just don't want to commit themselves to the flat Earth. And
yeah, it's just interpretation of scripture, then, isn't it?
I don't know, but
does it say flat Earth?
I honestly don't think flat Earth is that much more insane than young Earth or no evolution, right? I think it's in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I think you're right. They are in the same neighborhood, definitely.
Because like, if you think the Earth is 6,000 years old, then evolution is a hoax. Like, what is it to you to say that the Earth is a disk? Like, doesn't feel like
it doesn't feel like a great leap at that point.
Yeah,
because if you can look at the whole fossil record and say no, then you can look at any picture of Earth and say no.
I mean, they're also just not aware of like modern like phylogenetic trees are not made from fossil records. They're made from like genomic evidence. They don't even know what that is, and they don't need to because their lives are very simple, which is fine. And this knowledge is kind of domain specific as well, but it is kind of sad.
It doesn't seem like any of the flat earthers I've spoken to, though, are completely ignorant of science. It seems that they have a misconception of sometimes quite complex scientific principles that they've just either deliberately distorted and to obfuscate the argument, or just plain misunderstood. And they talk about refraction of light within curves and all that kind of thing. It can sometimes seem like a word salad because I'm not a scientist. But once you actually look into the principles, you realize that they're making some kind of fundamental mistake.
Yeah, precisely. I don't know. I mean, I see this a lot with everyone on this Discord, not just the flat earthers. Their like knowledge just bottoms out early, and they have like a foundation that's like kind of crap. And it just seems like the flat earthers like revel in that like that swamp of like not knowing to make like shitty arguments, whereas most people try to hide that away in the closet. But yeah, most people don't have like deep knowledge of anything, and they do have to like operate in a weird way. Just the flat earthers use that to justify things. But I would say like the only field where that's different is like math, because like in math, every mathematician can like prove everything they know down to the very roots, all of them. It's like a very different, like maybe STEM as well, more in general STEM. Like everyone like who has knowledge of something, it's not like it's just they know the outcome. Like they know the reasoning and the whole chain. And I find that way more admirable, but it's kind of rare in a Discord like this, I think.
So have you ever come across a flat earther in real life?
No.
I have.
Really? Where?
I go to Speaker's Corner in London. It's a place in Hyde Park where every Sunday people go to debate.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah, it's great. So we don't have freedom of speech in the UK in the same way that you do in the USA. It's not protected by law. So we can say things that will get us arrested. We have the general belief, people generally have the belief, oh no, I can say what I like, but it simply isn't true. But in Speaker's Corner, we have a tradition. It's where we used to execute prisoners for hundreds of years. And there was a tradition of people making a last speech before they were executed. So people would say whatever they liked. And it kind of carried over to the modern era. And people continue to go there to make speeches and say things that elsewhere would get them arrested. Lately, it's been taken over by religious zealots, Muslims, Christians, and all sorts of people. So it's been that way for a while. It's a lot of religious arguments. But there's one of the Christian apologists there who's definitely a flat earther. He's all in for flat Earth.
That's super cool. Some cool history as well.
Yeah, it's good fun. There's loads of YouTube videos of it if you like to hear Muslims shouting.
You said it was Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, Speaker's Corner. Yeah.
Or Square or something? Okay.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner. It's called. It's a corner of Hyde Park in London.
It looks like a lot of people are yelling.
Yeah. Enjoy. That's a rabbit hole you can enjoy for a few years.
This looks fun. I wish I had known about this when I was in London. I definitely would have seen it. Oh, it's in Hyde Park. Okay.
There used to be a lot of people making like political speeches, so you'd get like socialists and communists and fascists and racists, all sorts of different people. But now it's mostly religious folks.
Yeah, I mean, the only people the only insane people I really talk to IRL are like, I remember I was in Japan and there were like these Jehovah's Witnesses who were like doing the US thing, but like in Japanese, and I thought it was so funny. And I've talked to like similar like religious proselytizer people before, but I don't know, like it's kind of boring to just talk about blood transfusions. It's kind of cool that like I don't know. I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to all the flat earthers. I think they've flaked out.
Yeah, I guess so.
Jordan Peterson's here though. That's a bit weird.
It's true. Are there any flat earthers left, or I mean, we should just rename the room the 24/7 Round Earth at this point.
Have you ever seen a flat earther change their mind?
No, but I don't think that's like statistically significant because I just haven't seen many flat earthers. Period.
That'd be a big paradigm shift, wouldn't it? To sort of just say, "Oh, actually, no, I've been wrong all these years."
No, I mean, I don't know. That dude got mad at me though for just like talking about like basic would it be science of lenses or optometry? I don't know what it'd be called, but basic like lens science.
Yeah, I think he was a bit.
Was it cray-cray?
It wasn't cray cray, but we digressed. We digressed.
Well, I don't know why people like it. You should just have the same intuitions for like projecting light as like receiving light because the math just works backwards. And so what he's talking about with like orthographic is just a laser, and when he's talking about something that's not, you can think that's like a flashlight that diverges. The math works the same forwards and backwards.
He seemed quite knowledgeable about some other stuff, but which he was unfortunately incorrect about. But
what was he knowledgeable on?
He was more knowledgeable in terms of the geometry.
No shot. Like, what was he saying?
He was wrong, in terms of what the data he was presenting. He was saying, "Well, we've got this data that says there are some oil rigs that we can see there that we shouldn't be able to see," and it's like, "Well, something's wrong, then, isn't it?" And it's not that the Earth is bigger than you think it is. And he misunderstood something to do with negative parallax. He thought that negative parallax would locate an object behind you when it wouldn't. It would just locate it further. It would locate an object nearer to you than further away.
What is negative parallax?
It's basically when you take observations between 2 points. I'm not fully understanding of it myself, but from what I could do, the quick research you can do on Google, I could say, "Oh well, yeah, I can see how you're wrong here." In the chat, I think there's a little picture of it. If you go up, yeah. So the agris, it's a little GIF: zero parallax, positive parallax, negative parallax, divergent parallax. It's about how you would, from a 2 point perspective, locate something, triangulate the position of something, and we were talking about the stars, and he said, "Oh well, there's negative. The negative parallax would locate it behind your head." I was like, "Well, that doesn't seem right at all. If you're looking at something, how could you then locate it behind you?" Which you can't. But he seemed more knowledgeable about that sort of thing, and Euclidean geometry, that kind of stuff, than he did about lenses. I think he'd wandered into a point that he wasn't hugely comfortable on, which is why he may have been a bit defensive.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me read on it. This is just like basics. You should maybe look at basic stereoscopy on the Wikipedia before I get into the details here.
Show one building U architecture is shown to last the test of time. Another clown thinking they're smarter than most. I don't know what that is.
What are you reading?
Some comment about me. I didn't read it at the time. Doesn't seem to make grammatical sense, so I'm not particularly worried about it.
No, he doesn't. He said he meant architect. He means show one building that you've designed.
Oh, to
that
show
that has lasted the test of time.
Well,
bro, this guy probably didn't graduate 3rd grade, let alone 2nd grade, or sorry, let alone 4th grade. What? That's terrible.
Yeah, we don't build things out of stone anymore, so they don't last as long as they used to, because stone's expensive.
I'm gonna be right back.
Right,
Target
who's the
hidden
other
height
globe
should be
believers here?
25 feet. Don't know what this is supposed to show, but
Again,
Yeah.
cut to the chase. Every fucking glober already know who's been in this debate.
So who's got the curve numbers? Who's got the curve numbers? Believers.
Anybody want to step up? Maybe not, huh? I'm getting that smoke.
They're too scared. They're too scared.
Getting that. Oh,
Bambi likes to make comments about shutting down the room and how it's not going to last long.
What?
Maybe he's
yeah,
got
probably
the number.
won't long term. I know this server very well. People will get bored after 2 months.
Yeah.
That's fine.
After 2 months of not being able to find, after 2 months of being unable to find any evidence for this curvature that you can't even tell us what it is.
Yep.
That's
Bro,
when
I
they'll
just
get bored.
typed it in. It said
intimidating anybody
target hidden
here?
height should be 25 feet, but I don't know what this is supposed to show.
Wait, what's supposed to be 25 feet?
So many times, of course
Target
they get
hidden height of like an object behind the curvature of the Earth.
For what
I don't know
distance
what
and
it's
what
supposed to mean.
observation height? For what distance?
Eye height is 10 feet.
Dry height's 10 feet.
Target distance
what's the
10
distance?
miles. Horizon
Okay.
distance is 3.8 miles.
Okay.
I don't know
So
what
who
this is
measured
supposed to
that?
show.
Well, yeah, so what it's supposed to show is then you go, okay, is this what we see in reality? Right? So when you go and look out 10 across this 10-mile lake, your horizon has got to be at 3 point whatever miles you said, yes?
3.87, yeah.
3.87, right? And then there's a drop of, what do you say, 25 feet?
It says target hidden height is 25 feet.
Okay, so the target
That's
hidden
what you
height is
mean.
25 feet. Okay, so who's measured that in reality, ever?
I haven't done this myself, so I don't know.
No, I don't expect you to have
You
done
just
it, but
asked me
they're
to like look
saying
it up
the
on my
Earth's a globe.
calculator, right?
Yeah, I asked you to look up what the number is so that you understand this is the globe claim that you believe in, yes?
Right.
Right, so who has measured that in reality?
Well, I could go on YouTube.
Could you? Please
Yeah,
do.
but he's
Yeah,
asking who's ever
Okay,
done
have
it.
a
You
look.
can just simply, I don't know who's ever done it, or I can look it up because I don't know. But if you don't say I don't know, then we're gonna keep thinking you do know. You know what I mean? Just be honest.
Oh no, I know he doesn't know. That's all right.
So if somebody
you
says they don't know, you
who's
think they
measured
know?
it.
No.
No,
If,
listen.
do you know? Yes or no? Do you know?
No, I'd have to look this up.
That's that.
Okay,
That's
please,
why I said I'll
look it
go
up.
on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that's fine. You go on YouTube, look it up, and tell us who you find. Yeah, is that fair?
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
gonna
cool.
come back and he's gonna
Nice
say
one, bro.
Ratosthenes. That's what he's
Nice
gonna
one.
come.
See that's an advanced glober
Distance
right there.
of
He was
10
able to
miles
go on the curvature
from
calculator
eye
himself,
height.
put the numbers in himself. That's high level stuff.
Yeah,
Pretty
mute yourself while you're actually looking for it, though, so we don't have to hear you.
Yeah.
Please.
He's
All
gonna
right.
say the ancient Greeks did it. He's gonna say it. Watch.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Let's just put some bets on it. Is it the ancient Greeks? He might come across Jaren.
By the way, for the flat
There's
earthers,
a lot
why
of
don't you guys use the now 0.318 formula? Makes more sense. Because it
We don't
doesn't.
have to use any formula.
I mean, like when calculating
We-
for the globe Earth.
we let them choose the formula because it's their belief. They say that's not what it is. What is it then? Okay,
Well,
see ya.
Then they should say it's 0.318.
Then yeah, take it up with them. Nothing to do with us. This shit's ridiculous.
By the way, like
funny stuff.
how I put it, if I were to actually represent their model, even if they're not doing it correctly, I would use the 0.318 formula, which would be
Yeah,
worse.
I'm not spoon feeding them. If they want to understand their belief so that they can argue it, I'm going to make them do the work. Which is why they're spazzing out so hard. Well, that last guy, to be fair, managed to do it. The other guy before it couldn't even bring himself to Google the curve calculator. He doesn't want to look at the numbers. It was the same as the guy we had in last night. He said, "You're not qualified to look at the numbers." These guys are self-censoring themselves because they're such pussies and statists that they're like, "We can't question the government's numbers. We can't even look at the numbers."
It's pretty fun.
It's ridiculous.
The
There's no
preamble-
argument or debate here.
In about 2 months, people will be tired of this, and then they'll just leave. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, you wish.
No, it'll never happen. It'll never happen.
Never gets boring.
I've been doing this for 9 years now, and I love it every minute of it.
Funny, man.
Can't believe it. It's
He's
unbelievable.
coming up for his decade. You should just say that instead, Miggy. I've been a flat earther for a decade.
I'm like Achilles, man. Is there no one else? Because there isn't.
Yeah. You'll never find what we've been asking these guys for. That's why they do what they do, what you just saw them do when we asked for it.
Let's check in with the YouTube guy. YouTube guy, how's your search coming?
I mean, my
that
God,
measurement?
it sounds like we're speaking alien language or something. Huh? Oh, you
I'm
mean
trying to figure out what to even type in.
Well,
tried to type in like 10 miles fucking curvature.
I don't know what direct measurement of. I don't know. You tell me. It's your belief, bro.
Bro, go ask
Why
ChatGPT.
don't you just tell me to give an example of why this is wrong?
How do you
According to the
find
math,
shit
it's
on
just
the
what it
internet
says, right? It's
when you
25
don't know what
feet.
to type in? How do you even
Well,
find anything when you're searching for stuff when you don't know what to look for? You
Bro,
just say, "Oh, I
You
don't know." I
asked me
type,
for an example of it in
yeah.
reality.
How many feet of
Right?
drop over 10 miles? Type that in.
Well, 10 miles drop.
Ask ChatGPT, man. Tell how did they calculate the curve of the Earth? Go ask ChatGPT.
Well, I just did
why
that.
didn't school teach you this?
They didn't want to believe it because it was using math.
Go
Why
ask
didn't school teach you
how
this?
they did it. Ask ChatGPT how it was physically measured. Go ahead.
By millimeters, just like your dick, because it doesn't hit the inch mark. Yeah.
Whoa. Compelling
Bye.
globe argument, bro. Earth must be a globe.
Cope and seethe.
It's too funny. So yeah, don't you think it's very
penis
difficult for you
must
to
be a
find?
globe.
I mean, they say it's so obvious that Earth's a globe, but when you try and actually find some evidence, like, oh, so they say it's 25-foot hidden height and a 3.8 mile horizon, then you go and look who measured that, and you don't even know where to start. Isn't that strange? Isn't that making you question your belief? YouTube guy.
I'm trying to type this in if you'd shut up.
Is my voice stopping your fingers?
Yeah, I've got like ADHD. I can't like pay attention to voices and fucking type at the same time.
That's all right.
Well, I have high hopes
You
for
take
this
your
one.
time. You take your time. I'm sure there's plenty of Globers in here who already have the measurements ready to go. That's your clue. That's your cue, Globies.
Today we're learning Google. Maybe later we'll get to your curvature measurements down the line. Baby steps.
From dumb
We already
flat
did
earthers.
that.
One at a time?
No, we already
saying,
did all the fucking measurement shit, but you guys didn't want to accept it because you wanted it in real life, not like
Wait,
in
we already
like a
did it.
mathematical
When? What was the
equation.
measurement? Well, I didn't hear a single measurement provided by anybody in these last 2 hours when you've been
Yeah, you
asked.
just said you just said you don't know who measured it and that you were going to check YouTube.
But
And
I
now
did
you're
it on a
saying we've
calculator,
already
the
done all
one
the
that you
measurements.
guys fucking gave.
No, but you said that it's all.
Earth curvature calculator, and I already said
You just said
25
you don't know who
feet.
measured it. Yeah, and you said you don't know who's measured that, and then you just said
No,
now
you asked me
we've
for
already
a
done a
real life
measurement.
example.
Yeah, like that's what a measurement is. A measurement is.
Yeah, that's the number. How was it measured?
But you said before you don't know, and then just then you said we already have all the measurements. So which is them? Do you not know, or do you already
I
have
got
the
the measurements from the calculator you fucking provided.
No, that's not a
dear.
measurement. That's a number. We're asking who measured that. Calculation based on an assumption. You understand the difference.
I believe you probably have to ask him about 2 or 3 times more before he understands.
I don't have that kind of energy.
I do.
Yeah, you do. Feel free.
So how was it measured? 8,000. Okay. How was that measured? I just told you 8,000.
No, but seriously, how did they measure it?
It says the time is equal to the distance. The time is equal to twice the distance under gravity.
This already is not what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
So I typed it in ChatGPT. That's also what you wanted.
No, that's not what we wanted.
If I was to tell you a measurement, dude, if I was to say to you that my table is 3 meters long, would I have had to have taken a physical measurement to tell you that my table is 3 meters long?
You take the gravity and the sine and the cos and the time divided by distance and speed.
Now the honesty. Let's see it. Is he
So
honest?
what we're asking is, you've now been given the measurement. So who was the person that directly measured the Earth to give us that measurement?
TikTok.
Back to ChatGPT, bro.
Back to ChatGPT.
So it was like 20 minutes ago. I asked you, did you find that number yet?
Do you guys just not fucking listen to people?
No, I'm not. I just want the number. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear dissertations or
25.
stories about
Do I have to
riding
say it 5
bicycles or anything.
times?
That's the measurement we're looking for, remember?
Yeah, not
He
riding
asked
bikes
for
in the
literally a
park,
number.
playing frisbee with your friends, hearing stories. None of that matters to us.
My God, you're fucking retarded.
So you've been on YouTube for a while now, Bambi. How are you coming along? Got any names for us?
Well, now I'm really confused. If you're asking how it's done, I'm looking up how it's done.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted an
how it's
example, like a
done.
real life example.
Yeah, we do. So
That's why I was
who's done it?
confused, like how you would do
Okay,
that
so
without like a laser gun or
it's
some
okay.
shit.
You don't need to be confused. Who's done? Well, did they use a laser? Is that what they did?
I'm guessing so.
Okay, so could you find us that laser measurement? That would be good. Weird that it's not very readily available for all to see.
GPT.
Why is it taking so long, dude? This is so simple. It's been established, right?
Thousands of years, right?
That's what I listen. That's my main thing. It's like, dude, hasn't this been established already? Don't we have the values already? Who? And now I was always the only thing I'm asking is who's ever done it. Point to the guy and talk about it. If it's not you, then who? And then we'll discuss that. But everybody's like, well, I think I can get on top of a building. It was like, why now? Why you? Where's the person in history that ever done it? Because apparently every educational system on Earth is talking about the Earth being a globe. How do we get there? Anybody? Silence, huh?
Yeah, you guys are supposed to be standing on the shoulders of giants. Where's these giants at?
Yeah, what did these giants do? Where are they? Who are they?
Who physically measured the Earth's curvature? ChatGPT.
Drop over.
So you want me to measure the distance from LA to China?
Drop over distance. We've been saying this whole morning. Drop over distance, gentlemen. That's what we're asking for. Not who's ever measured it. Drop over distance.
10 miles at 1 foot high. That's an easy one, too.
I mean, we shouldn't be stumping a room full of intelligent humans with this information. I mean, it should be readily available with this age of information that we're in. Touch of your finger.
Flat earthers. You guys are supposed to be educating us on this spinning ball of water.
I'm just tired of this. I'm sick of it. You guys won't last another 2 months. 10 years later.
Yeah. We're always going to be here. The globe won't, though.
Oh, we got 5
You
billion
guys
years
are
left
going
or
to be
something.
mods by then.
Yeah, but this legacy will continue, my good man.
Man. Good man.
My good bean. My old...
Hello, old bean. You gold matey skipped me old chum leaf friggin' something else. Yes.
That's a good voice. I like that.
Yes.
We've got a new candidate. He wants a Bedford level experiment he's going to present to us. Mega is going to present that to us.
I will identify
Mega,
your
take the
items.
floor. Don't mind
I
Claw.
told you. I was going to be my other guest after Jaren. Bedford level.
Yeah.
Robot. We always choose the flat earthers when we ask them, hey, who's measured the curve? They list flat earthers. Why have none of you globies ever done?
They don't want none of the smoke. They're sitting there in silence, contemplating who's gonna go up next, man. Hopefully our champion comes in here and gives them old flat earthers a what's for.
Who here is in 24/7?
Me.
Are you seriously?
Hell yeah, dude. Check out my profile.
Yeah,
24/7.
I can't get in. I don't know why. I'm
Oh,
not banned.
yeah, you must have fucked up.
I'm not
I
banned.
I
This has
looked
happened
at your
before. I'm not banned.
thing, and there was a bunch of different accounts, a bunch of which have been unbanned. So I don't know what account you're on or why
Yeah.
it's not letting you.
It's gay. This has happened like 2 times. I got Helio to fix it one time. I got unbanned from Helio once.
Helio. Well, yeah, now it'll probably get fixed.
Freaking Radwin.
Message
Helio's
CJ. Ping CJ.
I don't know anybody.
He'll do the admin. We're too busy asking these guys who measured the curve.
We're so busy. We ask, "Where's the curve?" We also tell them there's flat water, and then we had to get like 12 pods to control the Globers freaking out in here.
You bring out the basketballs.
I don't think he can hear you, Radwin. He's talking over you, so I don't know if he can hear you or not.
I see.
Who's
So we got
muted?
one of those.
Claw,
So
do
really,
you hear
there's no more-
Radwin?
Say what?
Do you hear
me
Radwin?
talking? You ever hear me talking?
What's going on here? Should I reconnect?
I think you have Radwin muted.
I
Yeah.
don't think so. I don't think so.
He's talking and you're over talking him, so yeah. It's
Hold on a
something.
second. Let me reconnect here. Hold up.
He might be the guy who turned me all the way down the other day.
Hey, Naga, the guy in chat who posted the Bedford level.
Oh, shit,
do you know
my
what
bad.
the word? Do you know what the word level means, Naga? I'll help you out because I'm going to Google dictionaries and all that's difficult for me.
Mega,
Yeah,
are you going to talk about the Bedford curve experiment?
Wasn't that just to do the? Oh wait, Bedford curve.
Here you
Is that,
go,
where the guy,
Naga.
is that where the guy had the flashlight?
We'll
guy
just,
with the flash.
We'll so the definition of level in the dictionary: even, flat, not having one part higher than the other. Says parallel.
So he saw a flag, not obstructive. Yeah, sorry, go
the
ahead.
Bedford level, then mean Bedford flat. Flat. Level. What you're talking about. So here's that.
You're cutting out.
Well, level means flat, so Bedford level, Bedford flat. Where's the curve?
Are you guys confused about the word? Like, you guys think horizontal actually means curved? I want to ask this because it seems like you guys are really kind of screwed up. I ask, hey, when you look at the horizon, is it actually curved? And they say yes. And I say, do you know that means horizontal? And do you know horizontal means flat and level? And they say, and they fucking freak out.
Yeah, and they'll try to redefine the word so that it no longer means what it's always meant. That it actually means curve of the ball. Sure.
I think it was a good idea for you guys to come out here. To be honest, it's like what other server can you kind of reach people? That's good. I like that.
Appreciate you, whoever said that. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're very charitable.
Well, the problem with our other server is we run it so nice that when the trolls actually arrive, like here, they just show up in the room. There, they never get past the lobby, so they can't even get into troll the actual live stream.
Yeah, you probably remember me then. It's Claw, man.
Claw, yeah, Claw knows me.
Yeah. Can't get in his goddamn server. It's pissing me off.
Right, Claw, I'll send your ID into the mod chat. And see if
Yeah, that'd
anyone
be
can
great.
help me.
I even reclaimed this account too, just because that one wasn't working. I don't know why. This happened
Well,
before.
I DM'd you the ones that were saying
Let me
that they were.
see.
So those should have been.
Yeah.
Get on those. Those should be able to get in. See what the other guys.
That's super weird. Like a conspiracy against claws everywhere.
Did we run out of globe champions?
They're here. They're just not talking now.
Who's next? Is there no one else?
Seriously. I thought I was gonna get at least a couple that were against. I guess not.
How about this NATO character? My NATO cope offensive.
Who we hanging this week? We done hang everybody in town.
Oh, surprisingly, I got unmuted.
Yep, that's the first thing they say when they want to tell everybody how the room is moderated.
Surprisingly, I'm on.
Well,
It's okay though, Nato. Nato, you are
well,
just in time. We were just
can I-
getting to. Wait a minute. We were just getting to the curve measurement that the guy was about to present. Do you have anything for that?
Not that specifically, but I have other subjects.
Well, that's all we need.
We
Do
can't
your
get
other,
drop
do
over.
your other subjects do your other subjects assume a curvature by any chance?
Of course.
Okay, well then we'll need to verify that assumption first, you see. So could we verify the curvature and then you can tell us about your other ones? Because otherwise you're making an assumption that you don't have any evidence. Does that make sense, Nathan?
Are you asking me to make a experiment myself?
No. Just who in history that we could replicate if we wanted to verify it, measured that drop over distance. That we assume later on for your story. Read the curve first before we get to the sense.
Are you speaking too low, or did he hear you? Because I don't know.
Did you hear me, Nato?
I mean, I've been on a plane high enough. I've kind of seen a curvature. So
No. But I mean, who's measured it like on the ground, drop over distance that we can all go and measure? Because you don't want to go like 30,000 feet in the air to measure the ground. That's silly. You do it on the ground. Like who's verified that?
well, I don't have the resources to measure the massive
No. I'm not asking
stretch
you
of
to measure
land.
it. I'm not asking you to measure it. I'm just saying if you Google who measured the drop over the distance, you know who did that?
Well, you're asking me a specific question, so I can't really answer that.
Yeah, that's how questions work. They're specific about things.
Yeah, not that specific question.
Yeah, like because you were saying that you've got these arguments, but I said, does it assume curvature? And you said yes. And I said, okay, so let's verify that assumption first before we move on to just assuming it. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's up with the delay? Is he processing it or what?
I think they're starting to realize there's no globe.
Don't understand the delay. The yes
Nato,
or
you still with
no?
us?
Gee whiz.
Is NATO offline?
His brain might have went offline. Man,
Oh, short-lived.
it's like you're asking for the schematics of how they built Rome or some shit. What the hell?
Well, I mean,
They do make it out to be like that.
well, I mean,
you can just say I don't know.
Last time I was here, the other guys denied that gravity existed. And
Okay,
they
so
said,
another topic, right?
Change the subject real quick.
So another topic. Change the subject. That's the way to go about this. Why does everybody do that?
I'm not changing the subject. It's,
You are.
It's part of it.
You're not. You're doing exactly that. You're changing the topic to gravity.
Give me a second. Let me elaborate.
But if you don't have the curvature measurements to show us, right, then you don't have any globe to base any kind of claim of gravity on, so it's all moot after that. That's the first thing you need. You can't go forward from there and claim globe for anything without that.
Correct.
So that's why it's a pointless
why did you mute
conversation.
me?
It's just something that you can use to waste our time, right? And not actually prove your globe.
Why did you mute me though?
So that I can
it
say
doesn't
that
matter.
instead of you
Because
just babbling a bunch
I
of
muted
nonsense
you.
that nobody needs to hear.
I
It's okay
muted you.
because
I
I
felt like
already
it.
I already preempted this. I said, does your argument assume
Well,
curvature?
excuse me, you're not. Well, if you're here to dictate how people should think or speak,
No. I'm here to
Dude,
point out your
seriously?
logical fallacy if you're going to assume the answer in the premise and not actually verify that. This is why we start with the fundamental assumption, which you agreed you made, which is curvature. Yeah? You agree you're making that assumption.
well, frankly, I don't know if I want to speak. I mean, if I do speak, I'm just gonna
Oh
be.
my
I'm just gonna end
god.
up getting
All
muted.
right, just
So.
sit there in silence, bro. Let somebody else speak then.
Man, the violins, I hear them already.
Jeez Louise.
Well,
Please.
that's another globe contestant down. Who's next?
Somebody with a little more scruples than that guy.
Go ahead and pop yourself on mute.
I was pretty fair with you. You agreed you made the assumption. Obviously, we need to verify assumptions. It's not unreasonable. Very logical. If you don't like having logical or making a logical argument, I understand. You can speak to someone else.
Well, I did do quite a few logical arguments prior to me getting muted last time, which was a discussion. Excuse me, which was a
What I
discussion
heard was a
regarding.
question and then a really long pause where you weren't muted. That was your chance to kind of answer the question. Now you're just complaining about being muted. So
Yeah.
maybe next time you get a long gap, use that to fill it with an answer, perhaps.
Yeah, because your whining and concern throwing is not globe proof, and all we're asking for is globe proof. You see.
Yeah, because when you say your globe proof is gravity, that globe proof assumes curvature. Well, we need to get to the fundamental assumptions of that quote unquote proof, which is the curvature for starters.
Wolfgang, your
It's not
mic is kind of a little bit muffled, bro. A bit muffled. But I would speak, but you guys keep muting me, and I'm like,
I'm gonna set the building on fire. They moved my office one more time.
Yeah, I'll talk about anything and everything other than what you guys are asking about. If you just stop muting me, nah, no thanks.
It's okay, man. We can just rip the band-aid off and tell you that what you think is there isn't there. A lot of times we send people on wild goose chases to look for something that they believe exists, NATO. If you're saying the curve exists, well, fine. Where is it? Go find it. Where's the measurements?
yeah, who else do we have that's piping up in chat but not in voice?
Mega?
Mega? Do you want to say something? Use your words. That's the thing, man. People just keyboard cowboy. That's it.
Well, what are they saying? I'm busy doing something while talking to you guys. What are they saying in chat?
Basic denial stuff, you know.
Denial of the flat Earth or the round Earth?
They're denying the globe Earth by refusing to provide any measurements of its curvature.
Now's the time to, boys. Come forth if you have the answers.
Just like to hide this, the Bambi guy who was searching on YouTube for the measurement just dipped without providing anything.
I'm trying to think of like a joke for like that ties flat Earth in with 9/11. Which one's funnier? On a flat Earth, how were they able to do 9/11, or on a round Earth, how were they able to do 9/11? I think on a round Earth is like a funnier troll, right? Like if the Earth was round, how come they did 9/11? Right?
No, I would just go with flat Earth 9/11, the globe.
Yeah, when flat, you know, it was heard all around the globe.
Well, all we're doing is asking the people who believe in the globe for who measured any curvature ever, and none of them seem to be able to give us anything. Do you know anything? Do you know anyone who's ever measured curvature?
With drop over distance?
You mean like that ancient Greek guy, right? He measured
He
the
measured
curvature.
shadows.
Yeah, but
No, he
that's
measured
what
shadows.
he used shadows to measure the curvature.
No, you can't use a shadow to measure curvature of a surface.
Why not?
That's not. Well, how would that work?
There's a different angle.
No, the shadow is cast on a flat surface
That's
to
not
your
drop eyes. though, because that's I always point to that when people use Eratosthenes and bring him into the conversation. I always ask the question on a geometric shape: how is that measuring the consequent of that geometric shape being an oblate spheroid? That the surface of the Earth is curving at a specific rate. So, in order to find that out, you would actually look for the drop over the distance. Now, that being said, Eratosthenes did not do that. Just as you stated, he was measuring shadows, and that's not drop over the distance.
Well, yeah. Well, he's measuring the distance like from the light source, right? So.
Well, he didn't do
that
that.
Doesn't count. So what would count as like measuring the curve of the Earth? How would you do that?
He didn't do that either.
Okay, but how would you do that?
You said, but hang on a second. I got to clarify a few things. You said he measured for the distance to the light source, and he didn't do that either. He just assumed unlimited that the distance from the light source was unlimited. So he didn't do that either. So you're asking us the question of how would we do that? That the claim of the Earth being a globe is not ours to support.
You said he assumed that the distance was unlimited.
Yes, that's the story. That's how it went. Go look it up.
That's insane. You can't assume a light source is like he
That's
was
what
like
his
ancient
point
Greek. No, he never thought that the light source was unlimited.
Yeah,
What?
he did. You're just making things up now. Yes, he did. So go read up on it.
Practically infinite distance away. That's what it's written down as. A practically infinite distance away from the sun. That's
Wait. Practically infinite or infinite?
Oh
because
my
practically infinite means really, really far away. Infinite means
How far away does it mean?
It means really so far away that it hurts your
Yeah,
brain.
like in numbers.
That sounds like a 3-year-old trying to tell you how far away is it? Really, really, really far away.
It is. That's what it means. Like
how far
practically
is that?
infinite distance.
What
distance
unit
means
is that?
very,
what unit
very
of
far.
measurement is that?
Like, dude, the sun is fuck off far away. Like,
is that
How do you know that?
How
that a unit of
it just seems so. It all seems to add up. It all seems so. Like,
That's usually how I answer
Makes sense,
people
bro.
when my wife says, "How far are we driving across Australia?" I say, "Oh no, it's a fucking long way away."
It's long. Yeah, you might think it's a long way to the chemist, but that's just peanuts compared to
Well, be the
space.
way.
You know?
So you just said it all adds up. So you've done the math on this.
You're a clown, dude.
It all adds up means it seems plausible. Right?
It seems plausible based on what? What numbers?
What do you mean? What numbers? I
What
don't
unit
know.
of measurement?
Well, how does it seem plausible if you don't know
How
what the
does it
numbers
add
are?
up if you don't even have the
It all
numbers? What are you adding
seems to
up?
make sense. Like
Well,
I looked
you
at
said it
the
seems to
flat.
make sense, but you don't know
So,
what actually is making
yeah.
sense because you don't know the numbers.
Well, yeah. Why would it? Well, how would that change if I knew the exact
Well,
numbers?
because then
and I
obviously
said,
you
those
don't know what
numbers
is
seem
making
to
sense.
all make sense. Yeah. If
You
I
said
had
this-
all the exact numbers and I said that
Yeah.
makes sense, how would that change anything?
Yeah, exactly. You would still be just as clueless and guessing as if you
Yeah.
did know the numbers.
So
wouldn't
wait.
you?
Yeah, but so wait. Like
Exactly.
then it's by your own definition. It wouldn't matter if I knew the numbers because
Yeah.
you
So
just
what you're
said
saying is,
I
your
knew the
belief is
numbers.
not based on anything other than whatever the numbers they say are. I would believe them.
No. It's
Yes.
just like okay,
Yes,
it
that's
doesn't
what
matter.
you
The
just
sun,
said.
dude. It doesn't matter. Like if I know the exact distance between the Earth and the sun, why would I like have that memorized?
Exactly. But when you say it makes
That's like
sense,
trivia. That's
that would be
trivia
like
info.
assuming that you
I can
know
look
what
it
they
up.
actually say. It's like
Okay,
saying,
hold on.
I know that general relativity makes sense. What does it say? I don't know, but it makes
Well,
sense. You don't know.
general relativity is like the difference
That was
between
just an
general.
example. You don't. We don't
Okay.
have to get into that.
I
But the
do
point is,
have
you
some
can't say
understanding
something
of
makes
that.
sense. You can't say something makes sense if you don't know what you're even saying makes sense.
All right. So the sun is how far away? So if I know how far away the sun is,
How far
then
away
it
do you
makes
believe the sun is?
How away is the sun? I believe it's
Yeah.
really, really far away. I've seen
Yeah,
visualizations
you're
of
googling.
it.
You're googling your
Yeah,
own belief.
no, I'm not googling.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm
You're
not.
googling your own belief.
I promise you.
Okay, have a guess.
I'm not
Okay,
googling.
okay, fine. Even
Promise.
better. So tell me, based on your innate feeling of what makes sense, how far away do you think the sun is in
No.
miles?
It's not.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
an innate
Is it
feeling.
a million miles? Is it 10
I looked
million
at no.
miles? Is
So
it 50 million
it's
miles?
I don't know. It's like fucking like 100 or 200 million miles or something. I don't know.
Damn.
Right, okay. And you said that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.